This is easily the most information in any single growth operating, info operating, anything related to the info product game. This is the most information in a single video. Look at this. From start to finish, I have put together a full course going over absolutely everything that goes into this business model and everything you need to know. I've made it very easy to see left to right, landing the creator, launching the offer. That's what it's broken down into. Every single thing, every single little thing you can think of, down to the fucking sales framework. Everything. This is the biggest video ever made on this topic, I'm convinced, because I have not seen another one like it. Now, guys, this video is extremely important. Last month, June 2025, I cleared $178,000 personal profit, my biggest month. Now, that was broken up into $62K from my own coaching offer, which, as you can see here, screenshots of everything. This is actually a low volume month for myself. I usually do a higher cash collected, but I didn't post for 40 days. I also lost money to processing fees. Mostly, it takes Zelle payments, but I hit a foreign demo for some reason. There's a 40-day gap in between these two videos, and I still did $62,800 cash collected. And then my client offers $116,000 for my client coaching offers. This is not revenue, this is profit. My personal cut after paying closers, setters, everything, all right here. There's around 17K, not showing these screenshots here, but that's everything right there. $178,000 personal profit month, and I'm on track to do over $2 million a year personal profit in 2025 at 21 years old. Now, again, everything in this video that I'm about to go over is extremely important, start to finish. I've segmented the entire video for you, and it's the only thing you're going to need to make a shit ton of money this year. Now, real quick, before I go over this, I'm about to be extremely shallow and I'm about to be extremely flexy. So please skip this part if you don't like that. But here we go. I'm sorry if it's shallow, but this is what society values. Let me full screen myself for this. Now, so you understand, I'm not just talking shit. I actually live this. Full flexing coming. I fly private or first class everywhere I go, whichever it is. I've driven basically every supercar on the face of the planet. I love the SF90. It's probably my favorite car. I've lived in every desirable city to most entrepreneurs. Penthouse in Dubai, that was nice. Penthouse in Miami that I'm currently in as I'm making this video. When I say penthouse, I mean actual top floor penthouse. I'm not in some 2-bedroom apartment like a lot of other guys out here. I've traveled to every desirable location that people dream to visit. I literally just got back 2 days ago. I wrapped up a $300,000 trip to Mykonos. Absolutely most insane week of my life with all my friends, the best time of my life. And of course I had to take a quick pit stop in Paris just because I felt like it, and I was with my girl, it just felt right. And I also daily a limited Rolex Day Date Oscars. Sorry, I had to throw it in here just because I love this piece so much. I've literally never ran into anyone with my same exact watch. I can blow money with my friends as a joke. Okay, I'm sorry I'm putting this in here. I literally went to the club in Miami and we got like a bunch of gay signs as a joke. I can't believe I'm even putting this in the video. Anyhow, back to what I'm talking about here. This video is going to print you money if A, you're a creator and you want to sell your own coaching offer, or B, you're an entrepreneur, an operator, and you want to operate the back end of creators' offers, which this is where the real money is, info operating. Let me read this to you, okay? So obviously you could probably tell by now I sell my own high ticket coaching program, and I teach people exactly what I'm about to teach you in this video, which is broken down into 4 steps. First is partnering with a creator that has a following, they have an audience, building them an info product, which is either one-on-one mentorship or a community, something like that, showing them how to sell it to their audience, and then collecting a percentage for maintaining the entire operation. So based on this, your options are A, you become successful enough in a business model where you have the knowledge and results to teach other people how to do it, and then spend years building up your personal brand and presence online to find qualified people to purchase your program. That's the creator's part. Or B, you simply just partner with those people that have already put in the years building an audience, and you simply run the back end of an info product for them to sell to their audience while they do all the marketing. Now the answer is obvious. I ran up option B for almost 6 years until around 6 months ago I started selling my own program after taking YouTube seriously, which is why we're here now and I'm making this video on info operating. So I have literally spent the last 28 days creating this. I have not posted anywhere. 28 days, that's what I have been doing. Literally the past 28 days making this. As you can see, you guys underestimate how much time this takes putting each little fucking text box in here and putting all my information in my head. I made this myself. I did not outsource this. I made this myself. 28 days I have not posted because I've been creating this. I'm putting this out for free now because when this takes you to 10K a month, 20K a month, even 50K a month, you're gonna come to me and you're gonna wanna work with me to get you to that 100K per month, which is why I'm putting my entire brain out here for free. I genuinely believe this is the biggest opportunity in internet money right now. So here's a super quick breakdown of who I am and what I do, so you know I'm qualified to be making this video. So to simplify it again, I partner with influencers and I monetize their audience with info products, which are either communities or mentorship. I specifically partner, and this is why I'm saying again, it's the biggest opportunity. I specifically partner with creators that already have an organic audience. So they already have strong lead flow. And all I do is I build the right systems and the right product for them to sell to their pre-existing customer base. These people already know them. They would already buy something from them. You just need to put the right thing in front of them to buy. And the whole point is to let the creator do the marketing and take as much off their back as possible so they can focus on marketing. By you managing the entire info product and everything in the back end, all you're doing is emptying all their time so that they can continue making content and bringing in more leads. Now, I've been in the info game for over 6 years. I started with sneaker reselling. If you guys know Cook Groups, these were basically groups where you could pay like $50 a month. They would tell you when the limited sneakers are dropping, and then you'd be able to buy them and resell them for a profit. That's what I did to start out completely. That was my first introduction to info products. I was paying for information. That's exactly what this is. Now, I've been in the info game ever since then for literally 6 years. I made my first million with Discord, Business Cord. I'm sure some of you guys may have heard of it. It was a 125,000 member paid community. It was a drop shipping server. I was running everything behind the scenes, the marketing, and my partner was on the inside actually giving like the drop shipping advice, showing people how to actually do it. That is what made me my first million, and it was really my first biggest success. Now, fast forward to now, I'm one of the top info operators in the space. Most of my biggest clients are now from referrals. So if we go down here, this is literally a week ago, me with Jacob. 2 weeks ago, I was with Raf. 2 years ago, I've been hosting events for literally 2 years. We had this event at a mansion, this event on a yacht. Maybe you guys have seen that one on Twitter before. Look, I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and I'm finally making a video breaking everything down. So this entire process and business model, and for you, this video, it's broken down into 2 parts. The first part, partnering with a creator, and the second part, creating and launching the offer. And here's a quick overview of each part. So as you can see, landing the creator left to right, this is the top part, and then launching the offer left to right. Here we go. First is the section I'm going over now. Then I'm gonna show you how to choose the niche, so how to actually pick what kind of creator you wanna work with. After that, a quick case study, 182.5K in 14 days case study, full numbers breakdown, everything. Farming leads, so how to actually get a shit ton of leads to reach out to close creators. Optimizing your Instagram profile, so when it comes to outreach and landing creators, your profile is pretty much all that fucking matters. DM outreach, so this is how to actually DM them and close clients. Obviously 48K a month from 2 clients, a case study I'm throwing in there as well. Automating your outreach, so I have it automated to where I bring on 8 to 10 creators every single month now. I show exactly how to automate that with VAs, everything for literally like $200 a month. Closing call, so this is how to actually run your closing calls. I have an 80% close rate with all the creators I hop on. It's exactly how to do that. Obviously small things like the contract when you actually do close them. Then moving on to this, actually launching the offer, all your payment processing, everything when it comes to what payment processor to use, WAP, fan basis, all these different Afterpay, Klarna, Zip, all the different financing options, everything I go over right here. Actually creating the offer itself, so how to come up with a winning offer and an irresistible guarantee so that whoever sees this info product will buy it. Setting up the low ticket, so if you do have a low ticket, how to set that up on Discord, School, whatever it is. Also my $1.2 million Discord, I did a full case study on this, what I just spoke about, 125,000 members, full case study running over that. The landing page, so when it comes to actually building a landing page for an offer, if you do build one, you don't even always need it. How to make the VSL, scripting the VSL. This is the video that sells people, putting it actually on the landing page. How to set up Typeform, so especially for high ticket offers. All my offers combined do over $1 million a month with this Typeform setup that I created myself, and I'm revealing all of it. I'm showing you exactly how to do it. Post booking, so exactly what the post booking process should look like after someone books a call from Typeform. Sales reps, where do you find and hire sales reps? What kind of sales reps should you be looking for? When do you bring them on? My entire sales framework, bulletproof sales framework. I put bulletproof right there so you know. This is my entire sales framework that I use for all my offers. If you're a closer or a setter, you get this from me. And now I'm putting it in this video for everyone to see. CRM setup, so how to actually set up the CRM, which CRM to use. Obviously, that's extremely important for managing all your leads. Hyping the offer launch, so how to hype it up, how to get people wanting to buy before you actually release it. Retaining your clients, so when you close a creator, how do you get them to stay with you? How do you get them to continue wanting to work with you? Because to be honest, after everything's set up and launched, there's not much you need to do. So this is extremely important. My organic socials framework, every single social media platform you need your creator on, how often they should be posting on them, absolutely everything to maintain maximum nurture for all the potential leads. My YouTube strategy, which this I've implemented into all my clients, and honestly is like a pretty big reason I just hit my biggest month ever last month, is due to this strategy. I'm revealing the entire thing right here. Paid ads as the final thing, the bonus, getting into paid ads and what you should be doing on that side. And obviously there's a lot of stuff outside of just what's on the Miro that I'm gonna be going over too, showing AI, showing how to fucking implement AI into all this stuff. That makes it's a massive part of this whole thing that I'm gonna be showing you. So without any further ado, if you want access to the entire Miro, everything you see right here, literally just a link to this so you can follow along, whatever, just click the link in the description, it's right there. Now, this is not one of those courses where I compile a bunch of my old videos. I've seen so many people do that. This is all fresh right now, new information. I do have some parts, some bits and pieces that I've taken from past videos and put them in here, just like testimonials, things like that I want you guys to see. But as far as this whole Miro goes, I have created all of this fresh from scratch for this video. So I split up each section of the video so it's easy to follow. I don't recommend skipping over parts you think you already know, because I genuinely do drop sauce in every single part. And like I said, I don't think I've seen anyone put this much sauce into one of these videos. I mean, this video is hours long. I don't know how long it's gonna be by the time it's fully done. I know it's gonna be in the hours though. So get ready, strap in, take some fucking notes, because no one else is gonna be giving you all of this for nothing but your time. Let's jump into it. Okay, so the very first thing I'm going to be going over is actually choosing the niche. So obviously before you start reaching out to people, you need to know exactly who you wanna work with. So in order to start signing clients, the first step is identifying what kind of clients you even want to be working with in the first place. So I would say choose max 1 to 2 niches that you wanna work with. I'm gonna explain why in a bit, but I would not pick more than 1 or 2. So the first thing you have to understand, and the most important thing, you can't work with just influencers, okay? Cardi B is not gonna sell an info product. An info product is not the best way to monetize her audience, so, which might sound obvious to you, but I'm serious when I say, like, guys, there's so many people that send me like straight up just influencers. They're just people. There's not a specific skill they can sell or anything. They're just people. These people cannot sell info products. They can, but they're not gonna make any fucking money from it, and it's not the best way to monetize. There's 2 types of creators that you need to look for, and that's this. It's broken down to either a skill niche or a biz op niche. And then way off in the distance, you have the influencers. You don't care about that. Now, understand one fundamental rule. Customers, this is important, listen. Customers are willing to spend more money if there is a financial ROI. If that doesn't make sense, let me break that down to you. Here's an example of the niches, skill niche and biz op niche. Now, one is not necessarily better than the other. All that means is people are willing to spend more money if they can get money back out of it. So if you take the fitness niche, for example, say someone wants to buy a fitness program for $5,000. They're buying this program because they want to get a better body, achieve their goals, whatever it is, right? Versus if they're buying an e-com info product, e-com mentorship for the same price, 5K. They're willing to spend that 5K easier because they're putting 5K in knowing, okay, I'm gonna learn how to do e-com so I can make 5K a month, 5K a week, 5K a day, okay? You get what I'm saying? So obviously they're willing to spend more money when they know there's financial ROI coming back out of it. Do you get it? And real quick, let me show you some examples. So for biz op, all that means is business opportunity. Usually it's make money online. To give you some examples, it could be real estate, credit is a big one, car detailing, side hustles, SMMA, e-com, sports betting, reselling, trading. Obviously like trading, SMMA, these are the bigger ones. Car detailing is like a smaller one I don't see a lot of people talk about. Now, on the other hand, you have a skill niche. I don't know why that's there. such as fitness, travel hacking, survival, looks maxing even, relationship, instruments, languages, content creation. Guys, the rabbit hole of niches goes so far. There's so many different niches out there that you can potentially hit up and work with. And a lot of these make money too. Here's the thing. When I tell you this, a lot of people, and I've said this in videos before, and for some reason people take it as I'm saying the other side of it, like just the skills are bad. Relationship niche crushes. I know guys that they teach people how to like help people going through divorce, how to get their wife to not divorce them. This is a real thing. This is an info product. They charge 20 grand for this. And guys pay it like it's nothing. And they make a shit ton of money and they don't get a lot of views. I'm not saying that, you know, this niche, these other niches don't do well. All I'm saying is someone making a fitness course, it's gonna be a little bit harder to close people higher ticket than something info product related. That's all I'm saying. But obviously it depends what it is. Like that example I just gave you, marriage, people are willing to pay fucking anything to fix their marriage. They don't care about making more money. They want their wife back. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, I came up with a metric to simplify this, and that is DPF, dollar per follower. My channel is a perfect example of this, what I just showed you. I have 4,000 subscribers. I get 1 to 2K views a video. Look at this, look at these views, 1.5K, 1.5K. Look, no videos over, my last 8 videos, not a single one got over 2,000. And I collected almost $63,000 last month from 4,000 subscribers, 1 to 2K views. Versus this guy I randomly found on Instagram, fitness niche, with 110,000 followers, getting 10 to 20K views a video. I doubt he could even do 10K a month. Cause look at his videos. They have nothing to do. Picture this, gym memberships where you only pay for the days you don't go. Like it's just content related to fitness, but there's nothing here. Listening to songs about clubbing, drinking, and doing drugs while working out. No, I only go to bed at 9:30, only drink water. Like this is great for going viral, but there's nothing coming from this. Why? My videos target my exact sub niche and my exact ICP, my ideal customer profile. My videos are going to the exact kind of people that would buy my mentorship and would want to work with me. His or not. It's why you're watching this video right now. You're watching this video probably because you're interested in online business, or you're already doing growth operating, info operating, you're already in this space. You're watching this video. You're not watching some random fitness video. Now, he is not hitting his ICP. His content consists of gym videos with him in the gym, random captions over top. Really the only way fitness gurus make money is by posting transformation videos and selling the fact that they can transform your physique. That's what it is. So him posting that other stuff, it might grow his following, but it's not gonna do anything else for him. Whereas on my end, I could post probably a ton of crazy lifestyle stuff and make an insanely huge channel, but what is that gonna do for me? If it's not gonna make me money, then who cares? Whereas I have 4,000 subscribers and I'm making more money than I probably would be doing that. Just give you an example. That is all that's important when it comes to choosing your niche. So you wanna pick 1 to 2 of these primarily for outreach. When it comes to your outreach, and again, I'm about to get into this, you have to send a video to them, 2-3 minute long video. If you already have the Myra board set up for the video, it's really easy to bang out outreach and make a lot of these videos. If not though, it's gonna take you a while if you're making a new one for every niche. So I would pick 1 to 2 niches, stick to it. Ideally choose something you already have some experience in or you know about. You don't want a complete learning curve for the business model itself when you're working with a client. You don't wanna have to deal with that. Now, something I also wanna mention, guys, in this video, literally half of this entire thing is going over how to land a creator in the first place. A lot of you guys know I sell my own info offer. I literally guarantee a creator in contract because I know people don't want to be sitting there for months trying to land a creator, not really knowing what they're doing, which is why in my own offer I made it, you get a guaranteed creator. So again, I'm splitting this video into 2 parts, landing the creator, which is all of this, and then actually launching the offer. If you're already working with me, if you're one of my mentees, and you happen to be watching this video, you can skip straight to launching the offer. None of this first part is going to benefit you in any way unless you're trying to land a creator. If you already have creators and you just need help with the offer, and this goes to anyone, if you already have creators and you just need help actually making the offer, launching it, and making money with the creator you have, you can skip half this video. The first half of this video is literally just showing you how to land these creators in the first place, and it's arguably the hardest part. So without any further ado, let's jump straight into the rest. I'm gonna start by going over actually I'm gonna start by going over a case study next, and then that's really gonna help make sense of all of this. So I would watch this next part, watch the case study, but then the rest of it you really don't need. But watch this case study, it's fucking banger. So here we go, 182.5K cash collected in literally 14 days. Absolutely fucking banger case study. We're gonna jump right into it. Here it is. These are all card payments, all through fan basis. The start of this year, I already made a video on this case study, but I wanted to redo it just because it's so fucking good. Literally 14 days from the very start of the year, the first 14 days of the year, 182,000 cash collected in this offer in 14 days. Now, this launch was in January, and at the time, I had collected over 600K cash in total across 8 different offers in 3 months just from sports betting. These are all sports betting offers. This is a sports betting offer. Now, I wanted to show you a really solid case study before diving into all the details of everything so that you have an outline of how this all works. The reason I'm putting this after niche is because this was like kind of my niche, and I made a lot of videos about this, and I almost became known for like the sports betting niche, which is why I want to show you this now, because it really is my fucking niche. This is my shit. So first of all, I'm going to start with the offer. Now, the offer, he was already selling a low ticket community, $60 a month for access, the community plus picks, and it was hosted on Discord, and he had roughly $54,000 in MRR. I built out a high ticket offer, one-on-one, 5K for 6 months access. He teaches them how to get the picks, that's all, just so they're not blindly copying him. He does a weekly group call and a private group chat with the creator and the coach. 182.5K cash collected in 14 days. And I don't even know what the exact metric is now, but from that same sales pipeline, we have made a lot more money than that initial 182. Now, here's a quick list of what I did. This might look like a lot, but I created a ClickFunnels landing page with the VSL. I set up a Typeform application from that landing page. I set up a Calendly to book qualified leads into the calls. And again, every single thing you're reading here, I have a whole segment on in this video. I onboarded a closer to take all the calls. I posted an announcement revealing the new offer in the Discord. We also sent an email blast announcing the new offer. And this is really the last big thing I did, is I put a setter to text the non-bookings within 10 minutes of them filling the form, which means if they filled out the type form but didn't book a call, they were getting a text. And the last thing I did is I onboarded a setter to DM every single paid member inside the Discord from staff team accounts and have a convo pushing them to apply. That is everything I did to print out $182,000 cash collected. You can bang all this out in 48 hours. Probably 24 hours, to be honest. You can do this in 24 hours. I did it in a few days. Anyhow, metrics breakdown, here we go. 182.5K cash collected in 14 days. I'm getting fucking sick of saying that over and over. Here we go. He had 32,000 Instagram followers, 900 paid members, $60 a month, which, by the way, sports betting is the only niche you can find this kind of ratio. I don't really fucking get it, but I promise you, if you run up this niche, you're gonna see the same thing. You'll hop on calls with people that have 2,000 followers and 150 people in their paid Discord. I don't know why, but it's a gold mine. There's a reason I ran this up so fucking hard. 900 paid members at $60 a month. He had roughly 54K MRR. When we launched the Typeform, we had we had 378 Typeform fills, is what it looks like. Now, the only other thing you need to know, because obviously this had more views and more people in it than there are like in the paid member section of the Discord. What you need to know is sports betting groups tend to have a really high churn rate. We also posted this in a section of the Discord with another 2,000 churn members, which means 2,000 people that had previously been subscribed also saw this. It didn't only go to the 900 current subscribed. Now, of this, 378 Typeform fills, 143, which is 38%, were qualified, meaning they either had the money to invest based on the answer they picked. They were saying they either had the money to invest in this, or it means they're at least 18 and in the US so they could be financed. Of these 143, 92% of them booked a call, 131, which is a lot. This is high. This is only this high because this was an ascension funnel. We were only hitting people that had already given us money before. Normally the numbers are not going to be this high. Again, the only reason they're that high is because we're specifically talking about people that have already purchased something from us, or most of them were already paying for something actively from us. 131 bookings, 92%. Of those, 88% of them showed up. 116 calls came out of this, 116 conversations. The way you can get such a high show up rate, again, it's probably not going to be that high unless it's an ascension funnel. You only allow booking 48 hours in advance, which means if it's Tuesday, I can't book a call on Friday. I can only book it up to 48 hours. And then also sending multiple pre-call texts and follow-ups, and specifically a text from the closer with his profile picture and everything. I get into all of this in a little bit later down the line with my exact like sales framework and all of that, and how I do like the pre-call, post-call, all of that. I get into all of this, but just to break down the case study. Of those 116 calls, 52 of them closed, which is 45%, which is not insane for an ascension funnel. It's not insane. Now, for the people that did close, it was a 5K offer, $3,500 average cash collected, including financing. That's what we received up front. 182 total cash collected and 260K total contract value. Now, even more people will be closed from the prospects in the initial days, and they have been as the follow-ups continue to go out. And at the end of these 6 months, many of these people will be successfully upsold because obviously they paid 5K for 6 months access. Now, the people that didn't close went into this framework right here. This is like a little messed up and it's kind of annoying me. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Imagine I had to do that for fucking 30 hours straight, pretty much making this. So if they didn't close, we either got a deposit for $500 and scheduled the next meeting on that call, and then went with more follow-ups, testimonials, case studies, that kind of thing. Followed up, so if they were the kind of person that said, okay, I'm not gonna buy, but I wanna think about it, what we wanna do is either schedule the next meeting on the call, or choose a date on call for a follow-up text. And the same thing, hitting them with testimonials. If they didn't close, if they said, I'm not really feeling it right now, whatever it is, couldn't close them, then same thing, hit them with tons of case studies, testimonials. Guys, case studies, testimonials, this is so important. I've had so many cases, and I mean literally, like a prospect would say something like this, and they'd be like, oh, I don't think I want to do it, whatever, or I need to think about it. And I'd have the creator, I'd be like, yo, post a result, post a testimonial. They'll rip it on their story, and 15 minutes later, they'd be like, you know what, I decided, fuck it, I want to do it. All because they saw that. It's very, very powerful. And then lastly, if they don't show, you just want to reschedule them, email and text them to reschedule. And then you can also hit them with follow-ups, and then if they ghost, just same thing. That's what you do with the no-shows. Don't be mad at no-shows, just try to help them through it. So out of the 260K contract value, this is what you have to know. And this happened, by the way. Again, this text is all previous from like the previous case study I did, but this happened now. So at the time, we were just running the creator's high ticket. What we did is we made a deal to revamp his low ticket, which did give us around 20% rev share of the entire funnel. We actually got 25% of the whole funnel, including the low ticket that was already doing $54,000 a month. This is where I always say, you do not want to run an agency. All you need is 1 to 2, maybe 3 creators under your belt to completely change your life. You don't want to run this like an agency. You don't want to run these people like an agency client. If you run this more like a partnership and you just want to get a couple solid partners and offers to run up, you'll make a lot more fucking money than just trying to pick up whatever you can and running it like an agency. This is also why I advise you guys to just get your foot in the creator's business first. You don't have to start with a massive rev share and a 10K monthly retainer. All you have to do is what we did here. We went in, we got a percent, we made the money with the high ticket. Then once we made the money with the high ticket, you will have them begging you to take more equity. Once we made the money with the high ticket, it was so fucking easy to get a percent of the low ticket because he was like, holy shit, these guys know what the fuck they're doing. Done, let's run it. Now, of this $182,000 cash collected that we made from this offer, the real question is how much did we actually make in our pocket? And again, I ran this up with a mentee. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. But here we go. This was the rev share split on this. Now, the closer took 8%, so he made almost 15 grand. Mentee took 10%, he made 18 grand, and I made a little under 10 grand. I made 9 grand myself. Now, you might be thinking, the closer made more money than me, right? What the fuck? Well, I'm just gonna go become a closer. Why would I become an operator? Here's the difference. The closer only has the time to run 1 offer at a time. I had time to enjoy my life and simultaneously run up 8 total offers like this for $600K total cash collected, and obviously make way more money than him in that period because he was only on 1 offer, since I can literally output 8 times the value as him. The difference is the closer is trading his time for money. I'm trading my knowledge and my experience for money. To set up the entire funnel with my mentee, it took an hour sitting on call. It actually took like a couple days, but you get what I'm saying. The majority of it, the only thing that took a couple days was messaging the fucking closers and shit and waiting for replies. But actually making the landing page, like that genuinely took us 1 hour on call together sharing screen. It took an hour for the main thing that everyone's gonna go through. All you have to do is make a landing page and a Typeform. It took an hour. So here's a quick comparison between me and the closer, okay? First of all, the closer, he sat on 8 to 9 calls every day for 2 weeks straight. That is a full-time job. That's a 9 to 5 job pretty much. You're sitting there for, fucking 12 hours. And it's not like you can do shit in between. You also have to remember, if he has a call booked at 1 p.m. and then that call no-shows him, but he has another one at 2 p.m., then he just has to sit there and wait because he doesn't have enough time to go do shit. You get what I'm saying? It traps you all day long when you're taking calls all day. Whereas me, at the exact same time I was running this, I flew to Cape Town to party for the week, which you should watch this video, by the way. It was fucking funny. I flew first class back to Dubai after that. I made another video in first class. And then when I got back, me and all my friends drove supercars through the mountains, which I also made a video doing with my iPhone. This is all literally iPhone videos, by the way. But my point is, I did all of this while running 8 offers, or not 8 offers, 8 offers, while running 8 offers while he was closing for 1. Okay? So do you want to be a closer or do you want to be an operator? I know if you're watching this video, you probably already know the answer to that. You've probably already figured it out yourself. But just to really nail it down into your head and also nail down how amazing this business model is, I wanted to give you that comparison. Now, obviously, like I said too, I ran that creator up with a mentee. My mentee, if you're wondering why he has more equity than me, that's how I run this. I take the minority percentage and then my mentees are the ones that are actively communicating on a day-to-day basis, and I'm kind of taking a back seat, making sure everything runs, obviously offering my advice when it comes to the big stuff, building the landing page. We do that on call together, sharing screen, that sort of thing, which is why the mentee gets a higher percentage because they're the ones actually talking to the creator daily and making sure we keep the creator, which is why I even opened my own program in the first place. So I wanted to take on more creators. I wanted more clients. This is my way of doing so without having a ton of overhead and building a massive team to oversee all these creators just for them to still feel like an agency client. Why would I do that when I can partner with a mentee, have my mentee work with them so closely to where we actually keep them as a partnership client more than an agency client? Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. But that is why my mentee has a higher percentage than me. And when I made this case study, I had a lot of people asking me that. So I wanted to explain it in this video. That is why. Okay, next I'm gonna show you how to farm leads. When I say farm leads, I mean literally setting up a system so that you can get infinite fucking amounts of leads. It's lead gathering basically. So here we go. We're jumping straight into it. Now, first of all, I'm gonna break down like all the platforms and which ones you actually want leads from and that sort of thing. And then I'm also gonna show you how to actually do it. I'm gonna give you an example and also how to automate it. So starting here, I am consistently sending DMs to 40 qualified leads per day. Used to be more like 50, now rate limits and everything, it's like 35, 40. I'm sending 40 qualified DMs per day. Now, most people have trouble finding even 20 good leads, so I'm gonna show you how I do it. Now, first of all, there's only 5 platforms to consider when you're choosing creators to work with. These are those 5 platforms ranked. I made like a little tier list. So S tier, the best is YouTube. Right under that would be Twitter. These are super high quality demographic. Instagram would be under that just because it's easy to find leads and those people are fine to work with. Now D at the bottom here is TikTok, low quality demo, and LinkedIn, super slow movers. The only reason this is not F is because you actually can close them really, really easily. It's just like so few of them are actually gonna end up following through. I'm gonna explain all of it, but this is what it looks like. Now, here's a breakdown of each platform from worst to best and how to farm leads on them. First of all, LinkedIn. Like I said before, super slow movers. It's very easy to get clients, but impossible to make money because everyone moves at a snail pace. Now, I'm gonna explain my story with LinkedIn. So this was back when I was running my Discord agency. Actually, I had outsourced my LinkedIn. If you look at my LinkedIn now, it was active like a year or two ago. This is when I was still selling the service. I was literally just selling Discord setups for like $5,000. It was that kind of thing. When I was doing this, I hired a good friend of mine, Ty Frankel. He's still a great guy, by the way, and he does like a LinkedIn agency full time. I put him on this and I was like, yo, run it up. Like I said, you can still go look at it, see all the old posts he would make. And he ran it the fuck up. I mean, I was literally like, holy shit, this guy just made my whole business. Like, the amount of leads he was getting and book calls and everything was crazy. And by the looks of it, they were all qualified people. They all had audiences on LinkedIn. Like, I was lit as fuck. I was like, damn. And then coming to actually getting on the calls with these people is the same thing. They were all closing. It was all a breeze. And then it would come down to actually building the offer and launching it. And I'd be getting hit with like, yeah, I can have the course done in 6 months. And I like multiple times this happened to where I was like, genuinely, I had closed like 10 people and none of them had launched in like a month. And I was just like, this platform's cooked. Like, these people just move too slow. And ever since then, I have not touched LinkedIn. So that's my experience with LinkedIn. Really easy to close, really hard to actually make fucking money with. Next is TikTok. By the way, shout out Ty Frankel, great guy. TikTok, low quality demo. It's hard to get your DM seen as well. So like a lot of times they won't even have an Instagram link to their profile because again, all my outreach, no matter what platform I find them on, I send them a DM on Instagram. TikTok, if you send a DM there, they're probably not gonna see it. And a lot of times there's no Instagram link, so you have to search for it separate. It's hard to find. So I would consider TikTok down there when it comes to this. And of course, it's the demo. It's a lot of foreign. Next is Instagram, getting a lot better here. So it's super easy to find leads on Instagram. You can literally find hundreds at a time. Here's how to do it. And it's the best platform for getting your DM seen. Even though YouTube is my favorite, when I find someone on YouTube, I DM them on Instagram. I send all my DMs on Instagram, regardless of the platform I find them on. And I can easily pull dozens of leads at a time from Instagram. Here's how I do it. So first, I search the niche. So I literally just find one account. So I'll search e-commerce. Once I find one, I will go to their followed accounts, and usually they're following hundreds of people in the same niche. And then you can also look at their recommended accounts. So if you just click this little plus button next to follow and message, you click the plus, it'll pop up with like a dozen of these guys. And usually it's gonna be a creator in the same or similar niche. You can get all of that just from one account. So now in one go, I have like 100 leads from finding one account. It's really easy to find leads on Instagram. Next is Twitter. Twitter is unique because the only way you're gonna get your DM seen is if you have mutuals. And also let me say, the quality of demo on Twitter is absolutely huge. When I was running my Discord agency a couple years ago, immediately off rip, I hopped on Twitter. This is when I first made the agency. I did not know how to get clients, nothing. I hopped on Twitter, I started tweeting. The first month, I think I did like 40 grand or something around there, somewhere between like 30 and 50. I think it was like I ripped like a 40K month. My first month, because I had a tweet that got like 130 likes or something. And I got a bunch of clients from that. And again, this was selling a service for 5K. I ripped that much. I got almost 10 clients from my first month tweeting. This is what I'm getting at. Very high quality demo on here, especially for info products too. Even a lot of my own mentees, they found me on Twitter and I barely tweet on there now. Now, the only way you're gonna get your DM seen is if you have mutuals, that's the thing. So this means you need to run up Twitter organically and have a following to get any pull whatsoever with cold outreach, which I'm about to show you. Now, an example from my DMs, these are my Twitter DMs, look. As you can see, the only ones that stand out are the ones with this, followed by, and 13 others, followed by, and 17 others. This shows me it's someone like actually worth looking at, and I won't even open the other ones. These ones are just like, hey Dustin, blah, 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 hello, like just bullshit. But these ones, when they have that under it, that's what makes Twitter so powerful, is it has that, it's really, really big. Now, how come all of these have like a random fucking eye in the middle? It's so annoying. I keep having to fix that. Anyhow, here's a quick Twitter guide. This is how to make your Twitter profile look good, start getting engagement on Twitter so that you can run it up. This is so annoying. There we go, I fixed it. Okay. First of all, optimizing your profile. You want your first and last name as your username, so mine is just Dustin Verano. You need your face somewhere, either in the profile picture or the header, so mine is in my profile pic, header is just whatever. And then you need a bio about the business model. Mine is just I scale info products and Discords. I'm always changing this up too, so it might be different when you're watching this, but that's what it is right now. Now, replies are the most important. How it works on Twitter is literally the whole formula right here. Your account will not grow if you're tweeting to no audience. So all you have to do is reply to people. 30 to 50 replies a day, 1 to 2 normal tweets per day. How this works is if you just hop on and start tweeting, it's not like it's gonna send your tweet to the For You page. Twitter does not work like that. You need to get engaged by someone. So what you do is you wanna send 30 to 50 replies a day. You don't have to come up with some crazy shit. You just send, it shouldn't take you more than 10 seconds to think of a reply. If it does, keep scrolling. Follow people that are in the same niche, engage with them in the same niche. Once they keep seeing you, they're eventually gonna follow you. And when I say eventually, I mean after a day or two, they'll follow you. You'll get some like nice followers. And then once you do start tweeting, which I would wait 1 or 2 days, then when you post your first tweet, all it takes is one of those people to like it, and it's gonna send it to their followers, and then boom, now you've kickstarted your Twitter. That's all you gotta do. 1 to 2 tweets a day, 30 to 50 replies a day. Just tweeting your thoughts. That's it. Moving on up here, the last one, YouTube. The highest quality demographic and literally the king of the info space right now. I fucking love it. It's the best platform right now, easily, and the highest dollar per follower by a fucking long shot. If your creator is posting extremely niche value-based videos, they're going to hit their exact ICP on YouTube. This is literally all that fucking matters. Even if I close someone not on YouTube, I get them on YouTube immediately. YouTube is the king. A lot of this video is about YouTube, honestly. I have a whole section with my YouTube strategy. It's so important. Now, if someone is getting 5,000 views a month on YouTube, I'm trying to explain this. I can take someone, they're getting 5,000 views per month. If they post a video a week, that's like a little over 1,000 views a video. I could take someone getting that many views and make them 20K a month immediately, which is literally 1,000 views a video. Look at my own coaching offer, for example. $62.8 thousand cash collected in June. Here you go, card payments, Zelle payments, all of it, 62.8K total. Again, this is a low volume month. I usually do higher. I didn't post for 40 days. Lost money to processing fees. A bunch of reasons I'm giving here that it's lower. But that's to make my point here, which is literally, even with this being lower, 63K, this is what it looked like. 15,000 views in total. So in that exact same time period, in the month of June 1st to June 30th, I gained 15,000 views, 300 subscribers. That's what I gained. Okay, look at that. 15,897. Of that, I made 62.8K, which means every view paid me $3.95. If we were to use that same statistic, that means that by you watching this video right now, you just paid me at least $4, which is probably more than that because, again, like I said, this was a month where I didn't really post, and the video you're watching right now is very, very, very niche specific, so I'm sure we'll do better. Now, the only catch when it comes to this is it can be difficult to find a high volume of leads. It's hard to find a lot of leads on YouTube because, first of all you can really do is search, and searches usually only show the bigger videos. So the only way to fix this is by filtering. So I'll literally search the niche and I'll sort by upload date. That's the best that you can do when it comes to finding YouTube leads. But my point is, working with people on YouTube is honestly a fucking blessing. And it's so easy to run up offers on YouTube. Like I said, you can grab someone getting 1,000 views a video and instantly rip them 20K a month with a high ticket offer if you set up everything correctly. That is insane. And someone can start getting 1,000 views a video immediately. On their second video, they can be hitting that. The YouTube algorithm is very favorable in that way. It will show your videos to your ICP. So please work with people on YouTube. Now, when it comes to all this, you want to choose one platform and put all your focus onto that. And pair that with focusing on 2 niches, and your outreach will be massively simplified. And I kind of already explained it, but again, I'm about to explain this in the context of the outreach DM itself. Now, here's how to actually find the leads in practice. So I just kind of explained it all to you. The only one I really need you to show, I already showed you Instagram, is YouTube. So all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull this up on incognito, just so it's easier here. Go to YouTube, and we'll search like e-commerce, for example. Okay, let it load, or I'll look up how to start e-commerce. I'll search something like that. Then we'll go to filters, and I'll sort it by upload date. And then all you have to do is look at the views and the times. A lot of them are gonna be shit. It's probably gonna be better on your actual YouTube account because you're not gonna get so much foreign shit because this is like all India. I might actually just have to, okay, I have to do this on my actual YouTube because it's giving me a bunch of foreign shit because I'm on incog. But here you go. Like, this is a perfect example of someone. How to start a print on demand. As you can see, it's not that easy. But how to start a print on demand from nothing. My story. 667 views 1 day ago. Jeez, my internet. We'll go to his profile. He's got 86K subscribers.
Over the past.
So yeah, look, this is like a really solid size person. This is someone that I would want to work with. I'm assuming based on how many subscribers he has and how long he's been doing this, he probably already has his funnel worked out. But this is literally someone I would outreach to. So just like that, I found one lead. That's my point. Obviously, niches like that, it's going to be harder. The more sub niche you can get, it'll be easier to find leads doing that. But there you go. That's how to find that. And again, guys, YouTube is fucking king. Instagram is easiest for finding leads. YouTube is the best people to work with. I will say it forever. There's a reason I fucking pretty much just focus on YouTube. I barely tweet. I post on Instagram here and there. YouTube, that's all I care about for hitting my ICP. YouTube's king. Next up is optimizing your Instagram profile. So this is very important, and I know I keep saying that, but this is like the most important, and I have something I came up with called the 80-20 rule. This is the most overlooked thing, easily. Most people, they're putting all their focus onto the outreach message itself. I'm about to completely flip that on you. I have the highest converting outreach message in the entire game. Now, Do You Sell One-on-One Mentorship was this message. If you are a creator, there is a 100% chance you got this DM before. I'm not even joking. This was like, for me, I ran this up for like, I want to say like a year before saying anything about it. It worked so fucking well. And then unfortunately I made this video and it got 14,000 views and every growth operator ran it up and I saturated my own strategy. So this message does not work anymore. I mean, it does, but not like it fucking used to. However, the message, I meant to say itself. The message itself is not the most important factor. It's the account you are sending the DM from. That is the most important factor. I don't know how I fucked that up. Now, that's where the 80-20 rule, holy shit, even a little eye here. That's where the 80-20 rule comes into play. 80% of the focus should be on the account and 20% should be on the DM. I'm getting into the DM next. That's where I'm gonna show you the actual DM you need to send since this one is cooked. But 80% of your focus should not be on sending the DMs, the DM. It needs to be on the account, making sure the account looks good, it looks active. Would you answer this guy's DM? I'm sorry for this guy, but he has no profile pic, 100 followers. The message is shit too. Would you answer this guy? No. What is this? It's a bot. Okay, he needed to put 80% of his focus on the account. That's what he needed. Social proof is the number one most important thing. When somebody clicks on your profile, they need to know immediately you do this business model you do it full time, first of all. Besides you doing it full time, you're successful with it. You need to portray that, even if it's not true. Here's an example. Look at my Instagram account. Obviously, not all of you are going to be able to have pictures in Dubai in front of Ferraris and Lambos and you're showing your penthouse and all that shit. You're not going to be able to do that. But even this, like me showing a breakdown on a whiteboard, obviously it's kind of low quality on here, you can't see it. Me showing a breakdown on a whiteboard of an info product offer with a beautiful view behind me. How the fuck can you beat that social proof? Now, here's everything you need. Ideally, you want meta verified if you can, which will just give you the check mark. Profile picture as a picture of your face. 6 to 9 feed posts, so you need a full filled up feed. 1 to 2 of them need to be of you. They don't need to all be of you. Ideally they are, but if you can't, then at least 1 to 2 of them of you. A bio about the business model, so mine is just I scale info products. Name as your first and last name, and then at least 500 followers. If you've got to buy 500 followers, then do it. If you don't have 500, that's how you're gonna make your Instagram profile look good. And again, 80% of your focus needs to be on the profile. When someone looks at your profile, they need to know this is what you do. And if you have to spend 80% of your time making stories and things like that, now I didn't really talk about stories here, but if you have stories, that's really fucking good. If you can make YouTube videos too, like I get into this a little bit later in this video, even one of my mentees is really ripping it with this, which I put this whole section of us talking about it, by the way, on a coaching call. I put that in this video as well, but he's doing Miro videos to get creators. So videos like this, how I'm getting my ICP, my mentees from these videos. He's doing similar style videos, 30-minute Miro videos, except he's getting creators from it. So it's a similar thing, but I just want to show you guys, like, posting content, that sort of thing, not only is it good for nurturing for, you know, your DM outreach, but you can get clients from that as well. But when it comes to that, even having like a YouTube video linked in your Instagram bio or having a results highlight, all the things I have on my Instagram, just look at my Instagram and copy me as best as you can. Okay, because that's all you're gonna need, and that's how you get responses. Is you need a nice profile. It needs to be your majority focus. And if you don't have any good pictures of yourself, then take some. Go outside, have a friend take a picture of you next to a nice view or something. Everyone can come up with something. If you don't have pictures of a nice dinner, take one off Google. Just make a nice looking Instagram. That's all you gotta do. Okay, next, probably the most juicer part of this whole section is the DM outreach itself. I'm finally getting into the actual DM outreach, sending the DMs. How the fuck do I go from a lead to a client? That's all in this part right here. And I'm also showing you how one of my mentees is making $48K a month from just 2 clients using this strategy I'm about to show you. So let's jump straight into it. Here you go. DM outreach, 40K a month from 2 clients. This is gonna be a fucking juicer. Where do I even start this one off? I don't even remember where I started this. Oh, up here, here we go. This is my entire outreach strategy. So from the initial messages I send, to how I pitch over DMs, to the Loom video I send after they show interest, to how I get them on a call, and even how I outsource and automate the entire thing. Sorry, I just wanna make sure I'm recording before I juice into this. So, this is my tripwire strategy. Every time you send a DM, you give them a chance to ghost you. So my whole strategy here is to keep it as few DMs as possible and get on a call with them as quickly as possible. As little back and forth as you can, which is broken up into 3 sections here. 1 is the initial DM, 2 is the pitch you send over text, and then 3 is the Loom video, which is like the video total final pitch. Starting off with number 1 is just the initial DM you send. So after you find a lead, you send them a DM. This was the original message I was sending, which I told you guys about before. Do you sell one-on-one mentorship? I literally became known for this. Everyone has seen this DM. Every creator has seen this at least once in their DMs. If you're a creator and you're watching this, go search it right now. You're gonna find it. You've gotten this DM before. I invented this shit. I ran it up first. I want my glory. I want my credit where it's due. This is my fucking DM. Everyone else tried to copy me and make other course videos and tell people to do this. I did it first. It's saturated now. Don't do it anyways. But also, something you need to know. Aside from the message itself is rate limits. If you don't follow these rate limits I'm about to give you, your DMs will hit spam. They'll hit hidden requests. No creator will ever see your DM. Even if they decide to open your DM and click accept in the hidden request, it will give them a warning and say this account may be spam. No creator is ever gonna fuck with you, okay? It's not gonna happen. So here you go. I used to send 50 DMs a day. Now I won't do more than 30 to 40. I would say like 35-ish is good. I usually send about 35, 40. What you do is you send 4 to 6 over the span of an hour. So, every 10 minutes, something like that. Then you wait an hour, you don't send anything, and then you repeat it. You do that all throughout the day until you hit like 35, 40 total. And I also take 1 day off per week with no sending at all to let the account cool down. You can be a little bit more lenient based on how old your account is. If your Instagram account is 5 years old, you know what I mean, then like, maybe you can send a little, you'd be a little bit more lenient with it. But I started getting rate limited at like 50. So now I've been doing like 35, 40 for a while now, and I've been good there. So I would stay there. Now, this initial DM is the number 1, or at least was the number 1 converting DM for 2 reasons. Do you sell one-on-one mentorship? Here you go. 1, it fits inside the entire preview line, so they know it's not a pitch, which I'm about to show. And 2, they're most likely going to reply because they think you're interested in their program. That's the biggest thing. This is why majority of these people are going to answer. They see that DM, do you sell one-on-one mentorship, and they think, oh, this guy is interested in buying. That's what you want. And then of course, it fitting inside the preview line. This is what it looks like. This is what a creator's DM request looks like. Here's an example from my inbox, okay? And I'm not a big creator, by the way. Let's see. Hey Dustin, I was wondering if, hey Dustin, would you need a, hey bro, do you have any, yo brother, are you looking to hire? The whole message is their introduction saying hi. What the fuck? I don't even know what it is. Why am I gonna open it and reply? Instagram allows roughly 38 characters to be seen in the preview line. That's this line before it turns into a ... And that's including spaces. So by having the entire DM fit in that preview line, It shows them that first, it's not a pitch. If they can see the whole message, they know it's not a pitch. And two, there's not a hidden pitch when you open the DM. Like when I see this, hey, I love your content, I know this guy has paragraphs underneath pitching me some bullshit that I don't give a fuck about. So I'm not gonna open that one either. But when you see, do you sell one-on-one mentorship, and it shows up just like a normal question someone's asking, that's gonna stand out like crazy. Now, like I said before, this unfortunately is now saturated, so you've gotta change the wording up. This is the wording that I've come up with. It's a ChatGPT prompt. So you can modify this and give it a few other examples. This is what it looks like. So you say, I'm sending this message to creators in hopes to start a conversation with them regarding me helping them scale their coaching offer. Come up with however many different variations of this that are 38 characters or under, including spaces and punctuation, and you give it some examples. So I said this, I gave it 2 examples. Do you sell one-on-one mentorship? Do you offer coaching? This is what it gave me. Do you coach one-on-one? Are you coaching clients? Is coaching part of your business? Do you offer coaching calls? This is a good one. Do you offer coaching calls? Anything along these lines, I would, again, ChatGPT it, have it send a list of your own so you can take a look at that, and then just send from that list. But you want to keep the same idea. Under 38 characters and the same thing. You want them to feel like, oh, you know, this is someone interested, I'm going to answer. There you go. Now, outside of the initial DM, now that we've covered that, you know exactly what type of initial DM to send, which, by the way, if you do that right and you have a nice looking profile, you're going to have extremely high reply rates, which I'm about to break all that down and exactly what that looks like and how to outsource it, but I literally break all of it down. But here we go. Second is the pitch. And real quick before I get into the pitch, again, the whole automating and breaking it down, that's next. So I'm about to get into that. But second, the pitch. So before you pitch them, you need to funnel hack them. You need to identify what they're already selling and just fill the gap. First, you need to understand someone in BizOps, someone selling something about making money online, they're already going to be selling something pretty much 100% of the time. They already have some type of info product for sale. So you need to abolish this limiting belief, and that is most people are going to tell you to only go for creators that aren't selling anything. All these other growth op guys, that's what they say. That's total bullshit. I actually prefer creators that are already selling something. Now, this video explains exactly why, and I break down the entire thing in this video. And now look, let me say this real quick. This is the video I recorded in Cape Town. It's a fire video. But it explains exactly why you want to work with people that already have an established audience or already have customers or already sell something. Because if they already sell something, all you have to do is plug in another offer, boom, you make instant money because there's already customers there. So I'm gonna play this video super quick. Again, video I did in Cape Town. It's a fire ass video. I'm gonna play it super quick, let you watch that. Please watch it and understand the entire thing, and then continue watching this part here. Now, a lot of you guys are being fed misinformation. You don't really understand how the info game actually works and what really goes into info products and how to actually print a shit ton of money out of it, because it's way easier than it looks, and there's many scenarios where everyone is going wrong with the growth operating, taking the wrong approach, you know. So this video, I kind of just want to break it down. First time doing one of these whiteboard videos, so bear with me. I'm in Cape Town, South Africa right now, taking a quick like 1 or 2 week break from Dubai. Going back to Dubai soon. Anyhow though, so here's what I want to get into your guys' heads. So info products are literally, it's all broken down into numbers. I'm specifically speaking to growth operators in this video, by the way. People that want to partner with creators and help them sell info products. That's who I'm speaking to in this video. And I want you guys to understand a few major things. The current growth operating model is completely broken. Everyone has this idea that they're gonna partner with some golden fucking goose creator that doesn't sell anything and has 1 million followers, and oh, put the 1% rule, they're gonna have this many people buy, it's gonna make this much money. It doesn't work like that anymore, okay? You're not going to find someone with a massive following, especially someone in the BizOps space, because you guys need to understand, the BizOps niche is going to make more money than any other niche out there. Why? Okay, think about it. If you're buying a course on dropshipping, for example, whatever it is, anything that has to do with making money or making money online, you're willing to spend way more money on something you can get an ROI from, versus if you buy a fitness program or something like that, you know that money is gone. Obviously, you know it's going to your fitness goals, but you're not receiving an ROI on that money. That money is gone. So obviously people are willing to spend a lot more on things that they can get a return from, which is why BizOps typically does the best when it comes to these niches. This whole dream that you're gonna find a creator with 1 million followers that doesn't sell anything, like it's not going to happen, to be perfectly honest with you guys. But I don't want you guys to take that and think, oh fuck, growth operating doesn't work. I have the solution. So here's the solution. I don't know why I wrote just info on here. Again, first time doing this, guys, so I don't even really know what I'm supposed to write on this, but obviously this will get more views if I have a whiteboard rather than just me standing here talking. So that's that's the purpose of this whiteboard. Anyhow, here's what you can do. Here's how you need to see this. So every offer, okay, let me write this out. So there's a low ticket, high ticket, and there's also mid ticket, minus software upsells, that sort of thing. Wow, that handwriting from the side is really fucking bad. Low ticket, mid ticket, high ticket. Those are the offers that you can sell. Mid ticket usually doesn't come till later, until after it scales, and then you can fit a mid ticket in there. But I like having a high ticket and a low ticket. Now, this is where it gets really good. Most creators, pretty much all of them, don't have both. They might have a low ticket community, that's all they sell. Or they might sell one-on-one mentorship, that's all they sell. It's not often that they sell high ticket, low ticket, especially not a mid ticket. Like I don't see a lot of people selling 3 different types of offers, which is really, really good, because all that means is you can pitch people the inverse. So for example, if somebody has a high ticket mentorship and it's $4,000, something like that, they have tons of unqualified leads that can't afford $4,000. $4,000. Okay? The fucking bird just flew into the window. Anyhow, $4,000, okay? High ticket. There's a lot of people, say that person gets 100 Typeform fills for their high ticket. It depends where the traffic's coming from, where they're posting the Typeform, obviously, but let's say 50 of them don't have qualified budgets. So you can slash that 100. 50 of them are qualified, 50 are unqualified. Now what usually happens is the 50 unqualified people, they just don't sell them anything. It's just, oh, okay, goodbye. There's nothing to sell to these 50 people. You just cut out half of these highly interested buyers because they don't have enough money for the high ticket. So why don't you just sell them a low ticket? That's what a lot of these creators don't understand, because you guys have to remember, when it comes to growth operating, the reason you need to work with these people and the reason creators need your help is because they don't know what they're doing. They don't understand funnels, they don't understand all this. Even if they're already selling info products, they don't really have a full grasp on what they're doing. So what you can do is you can either waste those 50 leads of people that have money, or you can sell them a $100 per month community. And now you're building MRR. Here's what you're doing. You're doing 3 things. Let me wipe this down. Okay? Now you're selling a $100 a month community. You're doing a few things. So the first thing you're doing, obviously, you are building MRR. So you're building a full new revenue stream, literally monthly recurring revenue stream. You are, most importantly, nurturing to high ticket. So what you're doing when you get people on a $100 a month subscription, first of all, this also works for people that don't end up buying the high ticket, okay? Maybe they are a qualified buyer and they don't buy a high ticket product from a creator. Guess what? They can buy a low ticket, and then if they get overloaded on value and they see, wow, this $100 was really, really worth my money, then boom, they get upsold, they want to buy the high ticket. And the same thing, if people don't have the money to put up 4 or 5 grand, whatever it is, but they can put up $100, you can nurture them, you can keep them in the community, and then oftentimes, when that person does have enough money, they love the value, they loved all of that, so now they're going to be upsold into the high ticket. Now, the scenario I just gave you is taking someone with a high ticket offer and building them out a low ticket to basically sell to everyone that can't afford the high ticket. And it works the exact same, the inverse. So say, for example, somebody has a low ticket. It's pretty obvious. I don't even need to fucking draw this one out. But if someone has a low ticket and they have a bunch of people paying a subscription, you can go and you can upsell all those people, because obviously if they're in a community and they like the value from it and they like the person they're learning from, say it's a stock trading Discord. I'll give you a good example. Say it's a community like a stock trading Discord, and say they give alerts. So if you guys are unfamiliar, stock trading Discords, literally it's just like copy paste. So they'll post in channels like what trades to take, and then you just copy them, you take the trades, you make money. Now a lot of those people want to actually be able to trade on their own. They don't want to just sit there and copycat everything. So a high ticket upsell in that case works very, very, very well, because say it's a $100 a month subscription for a trading group. You can easily pop in there, do a 5 to 6K one-time fee for one-on-one mentorship, where the person that's posting all those alerts, all those winning trades, will actually teach that person how they're finding the trades in the first place, rather than just saying, hey, copy these trades. And oh my goodness, so many people will pay for that. So let me give a numbers example now. Let's say there is a trading group with 200 paid members. And for the sake of this example, we'll assume it's a premium community. So we'll say 200 people all paying $100 a month. So it is generating 20K per month. Now, all they have to do, and this is what I love about high ticket so much, is you can go into a business that's doing low ticket revenue like this, and you can literally create them the simplest funnel. All you need to sell high ticket to these 200 people is one thing, a setter to message every single member of that community, have a conversation with them, and then slip in a Typeform link, as well as just posting a Typeform wherever the community is. Say it's on Discord, you just post a Typeform in announcements, make it a big announcement, hey, we just opened mentorship. It's that simple. So let's say we did exactly that for this trading community here. I'm just making numbers up, by the way. This is not like a fucking case study or something. I'm giving an example. So all we're gonna do here, 200 people paying $100 a month, it's making 20K a month. All we're gonna do is make a Typeform and upsell them. So let's say let me block this off. So let's say it is $5,000. That's the price that we decide is going to be the cost of the mentorship. $5,000. So let's say we do a Typeform now. Out of these 200 people, just for example, let's say we get 50 of them to fill the Typeform. 50 fills. Now, because this is a $100 a month community, which is on the high end of monthly subscription communities, we can assume that this demographic is going to be pretty high quality. So out of these 50 fills, let's say it's $5,000 minimum that we'll accept is 2.5K down. So the mentorship is $5,000. If we were doing payment plans, the minimum we'd accept is 2.5K down, and we get 50 fills. Now, of these 50 fills, we'll say 30 of them have qualified budgets. 30 of them have qualified budgets, meaning they can match the 2.5K down, or they can get financed. A lot of you guys don't know, if you're using a processor like Fanbasis, that's the one I use, people can actually get financed. If they're above 18, if they're in the US, if they have a credit score, they can actually get financed. So even if they don't have $2,500 to put down, they can split that up. They can split the whole 5K up into like $200 a month payments over like 24 months or whatever the math comes out to. But you can literally do a 24-month loan for an info product, which is fucking crazy. And assuming, like I said, $100 a month, usually that's going to mean a lot of these people are US, especially if they're trading too, they're trading US markets. Like we can assume all these people are of age and in the US. So we'll say 30 people of those 50 are qualified. Now, after filling out the Typeform, we'll say 26 of them book a call. Sometimes you get a few that just don't book a call for whatever reason. Usually you can get those people though, you can just message them after they fill the form and be like, hey, I noticed you didn't book a call, and you give them a spot to book. Now, of these 26 people that booked, let's say we only let people book up to 48 hours in advance. I really hope you guys can't hear that fucking bug chirping, whatever that is. Of these 26 people that booked, now let's say of these 26 people that booked, we only let people book up to 48 hours in advance, and we gave them multiple text reminders of the call, so we can safely say that like 24 of them show up. 24 show up. Geez, this is a lot harder to fucking write like this than it looks, I promise you guys. So we'll say of those 26 booked, 24 of them actually show up to the call. 24 might be a little high, actually. We'll just say 22. We'll say 22 of those people show up. If it's a good offer, if it has a guarantee, you're talking to all these qualified people, and it's all people that have already been paying for the low ticket community, I guarantee you this would be at least a 50% close rate. That might sound high to some of you guys, especially if the owner of the community is taking these calls. That's a 50% close rate easily. So we'll say 11 close.
And just between the financing and how much they put down and how many paid in fulls, we can just say the average close is gonna be 4K, just for simplicity. $4,000. So just by this, just running a super quick, simple upsell, we just added $44,000 into this offer, and now they have a high ticket as well. So this is where you can actually start funneling people through from the low ticket into the high ticket, and this is literally just like a basic launch, literally a Typeform link, and taking some calls can easily whip out 45K out of this trading community. Anyhow, I hope that made some sense to you guys, and I hope that clears up, because I just keep getting so many messages from people like saying, hey, I can't find any creators that like don't sell anything, and it's like, bro, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You do not need to find people that don't sell anything. In fact, I'm gonna say something crazy right now. In a lot of cases, you can actually make more money if they already sell something, because they already have a customer base, and what I just showed you here is you can take their customers and sell them something else. And then obviously what I'm not showing you here is when this really gets built out, then you make a mid-ticket offer, then you have a software upsell, and then you have affiliate links, and you have all these other things that stack up and can make a ton of money. So,
Okay, there you go. Now hopefully you understand it, and I'm gonna continue with this. Now you know why I prefer creators that are already selling something. First, high ticket versus low ticket. So based on their platform, which is YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, their niche, which is it fitness, is it e-com, that's a niche, and their demographic, you'll decide based on which offer to lead with. And demographic is pretty much just location and age. And you gotta ask them for their demographic data from that. Now here's two examples. I'm gonna give you a really rough example and a really good example. These are both extreme examples. Here's a bad quality audience example. The region would be India, age 16 to 17, platform TikTok. This is shit. I would not even run up an offer with this audience. It's that bad, but just for the sake of this example, let's say we did. This is what a low ticket offer looks like. It would either be $20 to $100 per month, somewhere in there. That's every low ticket offer I run. Obviously, a $100 a month low ticket offer needs to be like a YouTube audience that's high quality. Either that or a one-time, which would be like 100 or 200 bucks, and it's usually a community on School or Discord. Low ticket offers are pretty much always communities. Based on this, based on if you do monthly or one time, also depends on like what's actually inside of it. This is all stuff I get into later. But anyhow, on the other side of it, you have a really good audience, which would be United States, 21 plus, all on YouTube. That's a super high quality audience. The offer would look something like this, between 2 and 8K upfront one-time fee, a direct one-on-one with the creator, or group coaching calls, depending on how scaled it is, how big the creator it is. Usually it includes some type of time frame, which would be like 5K for 3 months, whatever it is, and a strong guarantee. So something where it's like, makes it almost risk-free for them. I'm gonna explain all of this later when it comes to creating the offer, but this is just to give you a general idea of the types of offers there are. Now, here's where the pitching comes in. Again, you're gonna look at all their shit and figure out exactly what it is they're selling. It's gonna be one of these, I guarantee it. And if they sell a high ticket, I build them out a low ticket to downsell their unqualified leads. If they sell a low ticket, I build them out a high ticket to upsell their customers. To say this in a simpler way, if someone can't afford a $5,000 one-time fee for a one-on-one coaching offer, maybe they can afford $100 a month, but they can't afford that. Now, if someone can afford $100 a month, there's a good chance they could also afford to put a few grand up for one-on-one. You get what I'm saying? So it's about building an ecosystem and then selling them based on what they aren't already selling. Now, here you go. Selling high ticket, build out low ticket for unqualified leads, and vice versa. If they're selling a low ticket, build out a high ticket to upsell their current customers. Either way, existing customers with cards on file already present. This is what you're pitching based on. These are the 3 messages I send. Again, I would edit this wording, but because I did show this wording in my previous video, but I'm gonna show you what it looks like. So if they already sell a low ticket, meaning this guy has a $50 a month community, this is what I'd say. You could definitely be printing with a high ticket offer. If you're already selling a low ticket community, I went through your stuff and made a quick video breaking it down. Cool if I send it over. And again, I'm only sending this DM after they say yes or no to them selling an offer, or them selling mentorship. I say, do you sell one-on-one mentorship? They say, no, I do not. And then I say this. Make sense? If they sell a high ticket, I would say, are you doing anything with your unqualified leads? You could definitely be printing with a low ticket. Same exact thing. Again, edit the wording. And if they sell nothing, which is very rare, but sometimes you will find people that sell nothing, You ask them why they're not. They could be printing with a proper offer setup. And again, all of it ends with, I made a quick video breaking down how I do it. Cool if I send it over. Obviously you didn't make the video yet, but once they show interest in this, the video is what fucking gets them. And that's the last part I'm about to show right here. The Loom video, okay? I'm gonna show a breakdown of this Loom video. This is an exact example I used to close a creator last year. It's the same example I used in my previous video I made. I'm just gonna use the same example because it was a good example. But it's a really solid creator. I closed them straight up from this Loom video. I'm gonna show you exactly how. Okay, so I'm gonna move my camera over here. And now I'm going to show you, I'm just gonna break down this whole video. We're gonna play it, I'm gonna break it down. Here we go.
Yo, what's good, Charles? Hope you're doing well. I keep this pretty short and simple. I'm just basically just gonna be going through what I think a funnel should look like if you were to sell an info product.
The first thing you need to understand is I'm showing the thumbnail, it's his video. First, it's his profile pulled up, so he knows this is the custom video. This is not some pre-recorded video. I made this custom for him. He needs to know that.
And I'll kind of explain who I am, what I do, where I would come into this, but I'll keep it within a couple minutes. So
Keeping it super casual, just a conversation, saying it's only gonna be a couple minutes long. That's it.
I won't take up much of your time. So from what I can see, you're not selling any type of coaching offer yet. It looks like you have.
So let's skip through this a little bit. I won't play the exact whole video. We'll go to this part.
What I would normally do, but I'll still show you what I think would be best. So
this guy was a little bit unique as well because, again, this is just like side hustles niche, not anything super specific. And he also just wasn't selling anything. So it was kind of an open blank canvas here that I had to work with.
You're not niche specific, so it's harder to sell a direct business model offer. Like usually I'll sell an offer on drop.
Now I happen to be working with a community that was as close to this as I could think of. It was like a Price Errors Discord community. They were doing over 200 grand a month. Seriously, this is one of my clients. So this was kind of perfect timing when I was making this video because I had something similar running. So I just told him we would do something similar to this and I was able to show him that. Obviously, not all of you guys are going to be able to just show a fucking testimonial doing 200 grand a month.
Kind of basing this off a community I'm already working with. They're doing over 200K a month. It's a $75 per month subscription. Basically, I'll show you the, let me pull up the dashboard here too. So I'll just pull up last 3 months. So this is a community I have on Discord. I don't own the community, I'm just working with them.
So, okay, obviously if I can pull up a WAP with a 200 grand a month dashboard, look, most of you guys can't do that, but I can do that. That makes it a lot fucking easier. If you can't do that, the best thing I would tell you to do is show similar creators. Show this guy, someone else in a similar niche, selling what you're telling him he should sell, and don't say he's your client, but also don't say he's not your client, if you get what I'm saying. That's the best way to go about this if you don't already have previous results. Now, something important to mention, all my mentees, everyone I work with, has access to use all my results the same way I did in this video. They're able to do that, which obviously makes it a lot fucking easier to be closing more. I'm gonna show you something else in a second that makes it a no-brainer if you're on the fence about working with me, becoming one of my mentees. I'll show you in a sec, but continuing.
Percent of them, but different info on the Hustle Discord, around $50 a month.
So now I'm pitching him on what I think he should do.
Since your demo is mostly coming from short form, I wouldn't price it much. Have discount in videos, a button to join.
Showing him an example landing page as something that it would look like, just text, a VSL, super basic stuff, just giving him a visual to look at.
Maybe something like this inside the Discord, which so the call inside the Discord.
And then the last thing you want to tell him is exactly what's needed from him. The only thing I do a little bit differently now is I'll also include a big ass list of everything that I'll cover just so they can see how much value I provide. But the only thing here is you just want to show, obviously you need him to promote it, you need a weekly call. That's pretty much it. For most of your offers, that's all they'll have to do.
Discord as well, that's like how active I'd want you to be with the community. Creators like yourself You clearly have the marketing down. You get millions of views on your videos. It all looks really, really good. And I just know you could be making a lot more money than whatever you're making with the promotions. I don't know how much you're making, but I know you can be making at least 50 to 100K a month with a Discord like this.
Giving him an example, how much I think he can make.
That's what I think. So for sure, let me know what you think, and we can go from there.
Again, super easy, just showing him what I think, giving thoughts, pulling this back up here. That's all it is. So that's what a Loom video looks like. Now you guys have a pretty good idea of it. Here's a breakdown of everything you just saw. So first, creating my board just like this one, putting their social media as a thumbnail. So this was the thumbnail of the video. You can see me in the corner. You can see him. He knows it's a new video. An example offer, so showing an offer that is already doing something like what he could be doing. Giving revenue projections, so kind of teasing to him what it could look like, how much money he could make, what's needed from their end, make it super short and simple, which it really is. They don't need to do a lot. And then giving the big list of shit you have to do, and then showing your cut at the end, literally just mentioning, I only take a percentage, and then getting him on a call. You can either say, let me know when you're free to hop on a call, or a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just say, let me know your thoughts. And then when I send the video, I'll also just say, let me know your thoughts. And then you go from there. So here's my secret sauce with this. If you thought the secret sauce of just pulling up a dashboard with 200 grand a month on it was a secret sauce, it's not. There's even more secret sauce. I'm full of surprises. Here it is. I upload the Loom video on my YouTube. So they click my profile, they see my social proof, my case studies, my results, testimonials, all of that. It's not a big long Loom link, it's a YouTube link. They click on that, obviously I put it unlisted, but look, after they click my channel from watching the video, they see all this shit. This niche made me 182K. They see all this juicy fucking stuff that gives them a boner. Duh, like, holy shit, let me hop on a call with this guy. He knows what he's doing. Now, the biggest hurdle you're gonna run into is the fact that many creators will know you're a beginner in this business model. Like I said, if you can't show results and testimonials and shit like that, like I did, a lot of them are gonna know you're a beginner. That's the biggest thing that's gonna hurt you. But I came up with a solution for my mentees that has 10x'd the amount of creator acquisitions and allowed them to continue building a portfolio of creators aside from the first creator I guarantee with the mentorship. This is fucking genius. Here it is. I allow them, all my mentees, to use my social proof. So my name, my results, my testimonials, my case studies. How do they do it? All they do is they take this video, like I said, the video they make. In the video, I do the video exactly the same. Oh, I should move this back while I'm still here before I forget. Back over here. In the video, all they do is mention, hey, me and my partner Dustin, we put this together. That's the whole mention. They do the rest of the video as normal, and then I take their video and put it on my YouTube channel unlisted. So now, even though they have no results, they've never done this before, they're now leveraging everything I built over the past 6 years the same way I'm able to leverage it when I close creators. They can do the exact same thing now. Okay, now Mark, right here, Mark used this to land both of his clients, and he is now doing $48,000 a month personal profit. Here's a quick screenshot. Please send the screenshot of wires for last month for story posts. He literally did a 48K month. This is this is like a couple months ago where he did an 8K day with his creator. Fucking insane. But my point is, no one else is going to let you do that and use the results except me. And it's because I actually have a vetting process and I don't work with just anyone. And I'm genuinely not just fucking saying that. So if you want to utilize my social proof, all of that stuff, again, the Typeform is in the description. Not only that, but if you ever have a call with a creator you really want to close, or you really you need me to like be the nail in the coffin, or they're a really good creator, you can't lose them. On a day-to-day basis, I hop on at least a few calls with my mentees, creator closing calls, and I'll pretty much do all the closing, all the talking for them. I do not take a percentage for doing so. So that's also out there. If you're one of my mentees and you want that, all you gotta do is ask, I'll hop on the call, boom, close, done deal. That's it for all the DM outreach, breaking this whole thing down, fucking juiced. Real quick, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play this video I have with Mark because I really want you to watch it. And aside from him showing that I know what the fuck I'm talking about here and that this shit works, it's also gonna be really valuable for you to get some insight into how he's making. I mean, guys, you need to understand, like 50 grand a month from 2 clients is really good. So I'm gonna play that now, and hopefully you enjoy. Let's do a little interview here. How you doing, Mark?
Let's do it, man. What's up, Dustin?
You
How
look
y'all
rich,
doing?
bro. But anyhow, so if you want to maybe start by giving some background on yourself, so explain kind of what you were doing before this business model and what made you transition.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I was doing SMMA for quite some time. I mean, I was just selling lead generation to B2B companies, so consulting companies, other marketing agencies. We would do things like cold calling, LinkedIn messaging, text messaging, SMS. I mean, the whole shebang pretty much. And we would just do lead generation on a per meeting basis. And I was doing that for quite a while, but got out of it. And I'm doing this now.
Yeah, so I mean, bro, I say this in a lot of. I even have videos specifically talking about like the SMMA hamster wheel because there's so many fucking people that run up SMMA and then they end up in that same cycle of like they get a client, they get them on a 2K a month retainer, and then they lose the client, and then it's like they're never able to reach 10K a month, and then everyone ends up coming to this business model. So it's kind of funny that that you went through the same cycle, and now you're pretty much one of my most successful students. So it's pretty sick.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. SMMA is, you can be successful in some way, but it's
I mean,
super
it's definitely
saturated
good,
now.
like to start out in and kind of learn some business skills, but to actually make like a long term income and get your fucking money up, it's not. I don't think
Yeah,
it's slave work, bro. It's slave work. It's basically a job.
I agree. I agree.
So, what was like the main thing that actually made you switch from SMMA and say like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna do growth operating now?
Dude, it feels like a job. Like you get one client, you do the service, try to find another client, do the service again. There's no rev share where growth operating, like you get one, two clients and that's kind of it. Like you get the percentage, you get the money, the profits from that, and you don't have to worry about getting more clients.
Yeah, bro, I've been saying that for the longest time. Like, I always tell because everyone like I even have mentees that are working with like a couple big clients, and it's like, okay, now what? And I'm like, dude, like you don't want to spread yourself too thin with this business model, and you really only need one, two, maybe three, solid clients, and just fucking focus on those and grow those. It's not the kind of business model where you need 10 clients and then 20 clients, and you have to build out this whole team. It's like it's not like that, and it's not you don't need to do that to scale. So okay,
Yep,
so
it's very niche.
yeah. Well, I want to get into your offers and like who you're working with and all of that. But before that, the question that obviously everyone wants to know. So last video I showcased a launch that you did where you did like an 8K day with a creator. So I want an update now, like I'm just gonna say flat out, like how much money are you currently personally profiting with this business model?
Yeah, so I mean, if we took a look at last month, back in May, I made about 48,000, give or take.
Fucking insane, bro. Bro, you look rich. Look at that smile, bro. That's a rich ass fucking smile right there. 48K in a fucking month. And is that any like retainer upfront, or that's purely rev share, right?
Yep, purely rev share, two
Okay.
clients.
Okay, so you're working with two clients, which by the way, guys, these are like solid clients. To be doing, almost 50 grand a month from two clients, that means the offers are doing really well. What's your rev share with those guys?
Right now it's 30%.
Both of them are 30%?
Yep.
Okay, so the offers are doing like around 150 grand a month. So guys, like I'm literally telling you guys, I always say this. He has two clients, both their offers combined are doing 150 grand a month, and he has 30% rev share, he's making 50 grand a month. You don't have to overcomplicate this fucking game with retainers and upfront and all that bullshit. You just need a couple solid clients, and that's really fucking it. So,
Yep.
bro, that's super sick. Now, the offers themselves, maybe you can talk a little bit about. I know you probably don't want to reveal like the niche, but if you could at least say like if it's biz op, if they're high ticket offers, low ticket offers, like anything you can give.
Uh, to be honest, I don't really want to say the niche. I don't think anybody does.
You don't have to, but just
But it is in biz ops, and I think biz op is kind of just really the best thing to get into
yeah. I mean,
nowadays.
I tell everyone like, and I'll say this right now, like everyone always comes to me as like, oh, like you said, like anything outside of biz op is trash. Let me put it to you this way: you can work with other niches outside of biz op, but quite simply, BizOp is just like a higher dollar per follower. So you can take someone that's selling like a fitness program on Instagram with 100K followers. Someone that's selling something in BizOp that's getting 1,000 views a video on YouTube is gonna make 5 times more money than them. So it's like, it's more so you can reach out to people that will actually see your message that are smaller. It's easier to get clients. It's just a higher dollar per follower. But like at the same time, someone with 1 million followers selling a fitness program would make more money than the guy on YouTube getting 1,000 views a video. So it really just depends what kind of offer you want to run. But yeah, most of my mentees offers, it's BizOp. Obviously, we still have like the fitness creators, that kind of shit, but BizOp really is the best. Okay, sorry to interrupt. So what about like the offers themselves?
Yeah, so they're all kind of high ticket offers, to be honest with you, around the $6,000 to $8,000 range, and they're all one-on-one.
Okay, yeah,
I don't really.
and another thing, I think I've talked about high ticket offers, but I really only talk about like 5K offers, like 4 or 5K. But and that's mostly with like sports betting and that kind of shit. But guys, like there's some people that sell fucking 25K high ticket offers. So a lot of you might be hearing like 6 to 8K and think that's on the high end, but it goes fucking way higher than that. I even know some people selling info to like businesses. It's like 200K for a high ticket offer, which I don't even fuck with that kind of stuff. All I'm trying to say is there's levels to this shit. But as far as like B2C high ticket offers, like I'd say like 8 to 12K is at pretty high up there.
Yeah. And personally, like I don't really like community funnels and all that. I think they're just like really complex for my liking.
Yeah. And a lot of you guys, I mean, you know me kind of as like the Discord guy. Like I really started with communities and Discord stuff. And if you would have asked me like a year, or no, not even a year, probably like 2 years ago, the best funnel, I would have said like make a Discord, low ticket, all that bullshit. But now, high ticket's just the move, bro. High ticket is what's winning.
I agree, dude. That's where the money is.
Now, are you actively like outreaching to bring on more clients? Are you trying to build a brand to bring on clients? Are you just working, like, where are you taking this now? You're already doing 50 grand a month.
Yeah, honestly, like I think right now, my biggest thing is just scaling. I think I kind of hit a point now where it's like I really start to kind of get the fruits of my labor, and I'm able to do things that I'm not really able to do in the past. Like I'm able to go on vacations and have a lot more freedom.
Why don't you break down a little bit? Because obviously, like, going from 0 to fucking 50 grand a month in like what, 4 months, or I don't know exactly how long it's been. Maybe talk a little bit about like how your lifestyle has changed, and like, because most of this channel I'm just talking about like numbers and breakdowns and case studies and shit. But like, what does the end result of that look like? What are you able to do now? What does your life look like now? And what did it look like before?
Yeah, dude. Like obviously, I came back from having a SMMA, which like wasn't super successful compared to what I'm doing now, and it was, like I said, it was a rat race. It felt like a job. Now I just have a lot more freedom. Like even my parents, like my mom doesn't work as much because I help her out now. Like there's so many things that I'm able to do, and I'm able to have freedom. And I just bought a new whip. I bought a C7 Z06, and I mean
Wait, yours is a Z06?
Yeah.
Bro, holy shit. I haven't even posted about it on this channel or anything, but I got a C8 Z06 when I came back to Miami.
No way, dude.
We both have Z06s. That's fucking sick.
Yeah. So it's just having the freedom of having this much money is cool, and it's like it's quick, dude. Like I never had this type of money in my life, so it's just the freedom of it and kind of understanding what to do with it now.
Yeah, and bro, be careful saying it's quick, because I swear to God, I'm gonna get comments like, "This guy's selling a get rich quick scheme." It's not fucking easy, guys. Like people like Mark and my other case studies, like I'm making case studies of the top people I've worked with. There's a lot of people that don't do numbers that big. Maybe they make 5K a month. Some of them don't make any fucking money. They run up the business model and they just suck and they're just shit. And there's some people that just like are made out for this life and have what it takes, and there's other people that are just gonna fucking work a job the rest of their life. Anyhow, that's not very motivational, but my point is, like, this shit's not easy, guys. It might look easy. You might look any business model that looks easy, or any business model that's like, oh, this makes sense. This is simple. There's always more shit you don't see behind the scenes, and it's always harder than it looks. But with that being said, I mean, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, dude, honestly, just stick to it. Eventually it'll click and you'll start making money. Like that's the easiest thing I could say.
Oh, and last thing, how do you feel about like my mentorship, my support and everything? I gotta plug it real quick, obviously, in the fucking interview. How have I helped you in this?
Yeah, dude, Dustin is, oh my God, I can't even say anything that's like insane that you guys wouldn't already know. Like he's so supportive, bro. Like anytime I've had issues, I would just ask him, be like, hey, like I know you probably dealt with this XYZ, like, and he would help me out and tell me like, dude, no, do this instead. Or and his team is just great, dude. Like they have a ton of experience. So like I just can't recommend Dustin and his team more than what I already have, you know.
Fire. Fuck yeah. And guys, if you're interested in mentorship, like he said, so I do completely one-on-one calls, and then I also have Rage and Neil. So you guys have seen Rage from my Dubai video. I recently brought on Neil. We run up all my mentees, all my creators together. So literally like 24/7 communications. Anytime you want to hop on a call, you just send a message. We book it in like the day before. I can hop on a call with you anytime. Like it's very supportive. Direct one-on-one access to me, my personal number. So yeah, if you guys are interested in that, check out the Typeform in the description. Also check out all like the courses and shit I have on YouTube if you want to run it up yourself. But anyhow, Mark, appreciate the video, appreciate you sharing kind of what you're up to, and hopefully we'll do another one of these in a few months and you'll be at fucking 800K a month or some shit.
Dude, million, bro.
Let's go for the mill, bro. All right, next up, this one's a juicer. How to automate your outreach. No one wants to sit there finding a bunch of leads, sending 8,000 DMs a day. This is how to actually automate it so that it's fucking autopilot. Here you go. Now, when I make a claim like this, 8 to 10 creators a month, that sounds pretty fucking extreme and it sounds really difficult, but this breaks down all the data, everything. Here we go. So I can acquire 8 qualified creators every single month. This is pissing me off, this spacing. Guys, this is how much of a perfectionist I am. Like I swear, let me make that better. And I even noticed down here, look at this. This line is like a little squiggly, bro. I don't like that. I don't like that. There, it's better. Okay, nice. I had to fix that real quick before I get into this. This all needs to be perfect, especially for those of you that are like actually on the Miro. Now that's perfect because I just fixed it. I can acquire 8 qualified creators every month from my one Instagram account for $290. That's how much I spend to get a minimum of 8 qualified creators. Here's how. First, you hire a VA and you teach them how to find leads in your desired niche. So whatever niche it is, whatever platform it is, you teach them how to do it and you pay 5 cents a lead. This is what a good leads list looks like. All you need, and don't try and like hit up these leads. This is like this is literally from last year. This is an old ass list. But this is what it would look like. So you have the platform, the link, the niche, the username. That's really all you need. You can make it a lot nicer than that, but that's literally it. Now, here you go. You have the initial DM. So I actually have another VA logged into my Instagram account that sends out the 35 initial DMs a day, spaced out. He is paid 10 cents per initial DM, and I'm gonna break this down with actual data in a second. Second is the pitch. So that same VA sends one of those 3 potential replies based on what they say to my message. He's paid 10 cents per pitch. So this is the after you funnel hack message, one of those 3 replies. Once they reply with an affirmative to getting the video, I have another VA go through their profile, funnel hack them, and create a Miro board for them. He gets paid $2 for the Miro board. Then the Loom video is the last part. It's recorded, uploaded onto my YouTube channel as enlisted. It's sent over. And once the video is sent over, it gets moved to my primary tab in my DMs, and I take it from there. So all the initial DMs go in the general tab where I don't see it. Then the only ones I see pop up in primary are the ones that are hot, ready to go, and they actually need my attention. Now for the Loom video, I personally have my head of operations, Rage Mello. He makes the videos. I'm sure you guys have seen this with Rage. In your case, you should make them. It's not gonna cost you money, but you shouldn't outsource it. I can outsource it to Rage because he's full-time in the US, you know what I mean? It's not like a Filipino VA. Then the VA on my Instagram account also sends one follow-up to those that the Loom video was sent to. If they did not reply, I pay 10 cents per DM for this. So again, if they get the Loom video and they don't answer, those are the people you want to follow up with. I really don't follow up with people that don't answer like the first DM. I don't really care. It's like a fruit fly or something. And I'm also overpaying for all these DMs. So it's a really easy job, but I prefer to keep good players on my team that know the business model well. When I tell you guys I'm overpaying, like genuinely, paying 10 cents just to send out an initial DM is fucking overpaying. All right, now moving into an actual numbers breakdown. Here we go. So you're collecting 1,000 leads a month. That's 35 leads a day. Your total cost for the month is gonna be 5 cents a lead, $50.
Now, out of the 1,000 leads, you got to send the DM. So sending 1,000 DMs, same amount, 35 DMs a day. That's $100 on the month, 10 cents per DM. Next, 20% will reply to the initial DM, which is 200 replies. That sounds like a lot. Try it. You'll fucking see. If your account looks good and you're sending that initial DM under 38 characters, this is not crazy at all. Now, again, it might sound high, but just fucking try it. That's funny. I just said that. I didn't even know I put that there. Now, out of that 200 that replied, you're going to pitch sending the loom, which is 200 pitches, which is also 10 cents, $20. Of that, 30% will reply affirmatively. These are my data. This is my data, my numbers, estimates, which is out of 260 looms sent. That's the most expensive part because it's $2 per Miro board to make the loom. So that's $120 right there. Of those 60 that are sent, 20% of them will book a call, which is 12 booked calls. Of those 12 booked calls, 80% will show up, which is 10 conversations. And again, this is only this high because of my social proof, because of everything I've built up. If you're doing this on your own, these numbers will be lower. 80% of those will close, which is 8 new clients. The reason 80% will close is because I do not close on upfront. I close on percentage basis, which I'm about to explain. But the total cost to land 8 qualified creators is $290. There's no way I would be able to take on 8 new creators every single month on my own. So a few months ago, I had a decision to make. Again, that's the full breakdown. $290 to land 8 creators. That's free. So my decision was I could either A, build out a team to continue bringing on creators and scaling offers, but have a bunch of overhead paying salaries and still have it feel like an agency when it needs to feel like a partnership, or B, open my own program and create killer operators and run up creators together. So that said, I am currently looking for more operators to scale these offers with me. We will set up an Instagram account based around you, just like mine. We'll put my outreach systems onto it, everything I just showed you here. We'll leverage my brand, testimonials, results, and case studies, everything you see here, and you will get a guaranteed creator in contract, plus the ability to continue using these systems for any other creators you close in the future, and I do not retain a percentage. Forever and all time, you can continue using my name, my brand, all of that. I won't take anything from you for doing so. On top of that, access for me to jump on the creator closing calls with you so that I can hop on and close and do the closing for you. And then obviously outside of that, direct one-on-one access to me, all my systems, my SOPs, my KPIs, all the softwares I use, even my landing page formats, all of that we do on call. When it comes to actually setting up the CRM, the landing page, the Typeform, that's on a call sitting here just like this, sharing screen, access to my network of VAs, sales reps, all of that. I have an arsenal, plug and play at any time. Everything that I just went over is included when you work with me one-on-one. Now, like I said, I've only been doing this for a few months, but the results, they speak for themselves. If you look at my Instagram story highlights, you will see just a mountain of results just from this entire time. This case study I showed was literally an offer I ran with a mentee. 182.5K in 14 days, I ran it with a mentee. Now, I charge an upfront fee for this. Of course I do for my mentorship, and I also keep a small percentage of the first creator I close for you. So you must be competent enough to run up an offer. You must be able to make this your priority. This is not like a side hustle type business model. And obviously for me to run up a creator with you, you need to be competent enough to actually handle it and to be communicating with them daily. That's why it can't be a side hustle. You must be able to work with me and these creators as if we are all business partners, not as if they're an agency client. So if you're interested, obviously I have a vetting process and you can apply below. And again, all of these interviews right here, these are all videos I'm showing in here in this video. These are all guys I've worked with directly on their creators, and we've made a shit ton of money, and they've closed all their creators and worked with all these creators mentioned in these videos 100% thanks to me, which they will say in these videos. So I'm gonna show you real quick my interview with James. I did a video with him, 0 to 30K a month in literally 3 months. Fucking banger case study, he did amazing. I'm gonna play that video now just so you guys can watch it, hear what he has to say, and if you're interested, Typeform is down below.
What's it going?
Yo, and just so you guys know, this is the new Dubai crib. I haven't posted a video about this yet, but it's a pretty fucking sick view. I'm gonna make a video about that very soon. Anyhow, James, where are you at right now?
I'm currently in Bahrain, next to Dubai.
How far of a flight is that? That's not that far, right?
Nah, it's like 40 minutes, 50-minute flight.
Okay, sick. Yeah, I think James is gonna pull up here soon. But guys, I'm gonna give you guys like a quick backstory first, because me and James have actually known each other for a couple of years, even though we've only been doing growth operating like together for a bit now. We've actually known each other for a couple of years. We've hung out in Miami together. Back when I lived in Miami, he visited a couple times. But I kind of want to talk about how we first started. So as you guys know, I had my Discord business cord, which was like my first huge success in info products, ran it up to 125,000 members, and James was like a pretty big part of that. So James, you kind of want to talk about that real quick, how you discovered me, how you discovered business cord, and how we first got connected.
Yeah, man. I mean, it first started off with the classic TikTok. The TikTok strategy, we grew to multi-millions worth of sort of views there. Joined the server, and then that was when you were just starting. And obviously, I have an experience in building servers and staff teams and so on. So I sort of hit you up, and then from there, I guess the rest is history. Where I helped build the back end with you. Obviously, you and Noah then led it, and we grew that to 125,000 members.
Yeah, so that was pretty huge, and that's how I met James. I think he was like one of the first few hundred people to join, just from like my TikTok organic videos, and that's how we met. And then kind of brought him on. He had a good work ethic, so we started working together there. But after the Discord, as you guys know, once I sold that, I kind of transitioned into growth operating. Working with creators and doing info products as a whole, not just like Discords, doing high ticket info products, school groups, that sort of thing, transitioning into info products and just growth operating as a whole. And James, you kind of started doing something similar, and you ended up bringing me like a pretty fat client. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that, like how you started getting into growth operating, where you found that client, that sort of thing? And obviously don't say their name and anything, but I'll also pull up on screen the screenshot of when you first brought that client.
Yeah, man. I mean, straight after obviously business called, a few of us went down some different paths. Obviously, I took a step back from, I guess, working online as I was up in the mountains in Canada for a year or two there. But when I started getting back into it, trying to balance my job in the mountains and then sort of online income there, you helped me sort of free up my time. I had the what's the word I'm looking for? I had the reputation, so I was able to then land a client through obviously the knowledge I've built through Business Code and helping them scale their course, but I actually didn't have the time to do it. So I reached out to you, and then we did sort of a partnership there, split behind the scenes for that client.
Yeah, and so to give you guys context of that client was a software. They were doing over $80,000 a month. James landed them. The goal was to scale them to like 125K a month in the next couple months. We closed them on 8K up front, and it was going to be like 8K a month. We only worked for them for a few months just because they kind of decided to pivot away from Discord. That was when we were still pretty focused on Discord. And then after that is kind of when we split off. James was doing his own thing. I was doing my own thing with info products and growth operating. And then recently, a few months ago, is kind of when James ended up transitioning back into info products, growth operating, and wanting to do it as like a major thing. That's when he came to me, paid me for mentorship just like anybody else, even though I had known him for a couple of years now, and he's pretty much a homie to me. Still paid me for mentorship, still did the exact same process that any of my mentees did. He did not get special privilege. I did not make it easier for him. It was still just as difficult and needed just as much work put in as any of my other mentees. And I think I recently mentioned him in one of my YouTube videos, like the full course video. If you guys haven't watched that, by the way, it's like an hour long of straight sauce. Definitely watch that. But I think I mentioned in that video that he had just crossed his first 20K month. And James, do you want to drop an update now, just like spitball a number? How much money have you personally made, not through creators or anything, not like creator revenue? I mean, how much from creators have you personally put in your pocket in the last 30 days?
Ooh, just over 30K.
Just over 30K. So he's already up from 20 to 30K now. It's that video was like maybe a little over a month ago. So that's really fucking good to hear. What is that broken down into? Like how many creators is that broken down into?
Yeah, well, I'm just in the process of landing a fourth sort of client. I have 3 with me full time at the moment doing growth operating. And then I'm just in the fourth. They've paid upfront sort of a retainer, and then I'm going to put them on rev share like the others.
Beautiful. Yeah, and that's what I keep telling you guys. Like with the mentorship, I'm only guaranteeing like one creator on contract, but I always tell you guys, like, to make this like a super successful, profitable business model, you really should be working with like at least 2 or 3 creators. Like they're not even really creators that I'm working with. My primary companies I'm working with, it's 2 main ones, 2 massive offers. Those take most of my time. You should not just rely on like one creator to work with or that sort of thing. And that's why, like with the mentorship and everything, obviously the biggest part of my mentorship is I bring you one guaranteed creator on contract that we can run up and start making money from. But I'm also showing you outreach, and the whole goal is to get you doing outreach, get you able to bring on creators of your own, so that way you can scale this into like a proper business like James has done. So that's really good to hear. What niches are those in?
Yeah, I mean, I have a background in health and fitness, so that definitely helps. I have 2 clients in sort of the health and fitness. I have one in e-com and one in software.
Okay, cool. And okay, yeah. So you're about to have 4 clients. You have 3 right now, and you're about to have 4. So that's fucking
Yeah.
sick. I tell you guys a lot too. Like BizOp niche is definitely more profitable, just because you can work with people. Let me put it to you guys this way. You have to think from a consumer perspective. If someone's buying a $2,000 fitness course, for example, versus a $2,000 e-com course, they're willing to pay more money for an e-com course, and it's easier to close someone on an e-com course than a fitness course, because when they put $2,000 into a fitness course, they know that money's gone. That money's going into them achieving their health goals. Versus e-com, when they put $2,000 into that, they're doing that assuming and predicting they're going to get a return out of it. They're not thinking, oh, that money's gone forever. They're doing it for an ROI. So obviously you can sell higher ticket info products. What are your thoughts on that, James?
Huge, man, huge. I found it so much easier when I'm partnering with people who are selling sort of a product where buyers or membership sort of people can see the ROI. It's 10 times easier, especially in the high tickets when I'm setting up my clients with high ticket sort of products to sell. If that consumer can see sort of their return or guarantee at least from my sort of partners, 10 times easier to close than just selling a product with no investment coming back.
Yeah, and I want to ask you too. I'm kind of just spitballing these questions. I didn't like make a list or anything, but you just made me think of this. So since you were a pretty big part of Business Cord, you obviously have a lot of experience with low ticket communities, and I know most of your clients now are running high ticket offers. How do you feel about running like a low ticket community versus a high ticket offer? Which do you prefer? Which do you find easier? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, man. I definitely prefer right now high ticket. Low ticket takes a lot of time, attention, and energy. Not only maintaining sort of the chats and then answering all the tickets and stuff, but high ticket is a lot more. I guess you could say they have skin in the game. The person who's brought in is a lot more attentive to their investment. They're there every single day. They're showing up. They're getting results. Whereas a low ticket, you got to keep them happy. You got to answer tickets. You get chargebacks. It's a nightmare compared to high tickets. I'm definitely up there when it comes to supporting high ticket paths.
Yeah, no, another huge thing about high ticket that I mention a lot is you can work with smaller creators when you're selling high ticket. Like you can find someone on YouTube in a BizOp niche getting 1,000 views a video. I mean, that person can easily bring in 10, 20K a month just from selling high ticket. Versus low ticket, you need to be doing volume. Like someone getting 1,000 views a video, they really can't get that many people into a low ticket community. But if you're selling high ticket, you only need a few customers every single month to be making 10, 20K a month. So that's another huge thing with high ticket. Now, okay, I'm gonna ask you some some kind of guru-y questions now, because obviously this is a mentee interview. I kind of want to talk about the mentorship a little bit. So we just started working a few months ago, pretty much right when I opened this up. I've brought you 2 creators now. I brought you the first one. You did really well with the first one. And like I always say, guys, I only guarantee 1 creator on contract. That's the mentorship agreement. And it's the type of thing where if you can take a lot of that off my plate and handle a lot of the communications with the creator and make it easier, because obviously I'm bringing you the creator. I'm doing this to take some of that creator off of my back so that you can work on it. Obviously, it's like a win-win. Everyone makes money. But I opened these mentorships in the first place in order to utilize all these inbound creators that I have that I can't run up myself. So it's the type of thing where if I bring you a creator and you're able to handle a lot of it on your own, handle the communications and make it run smoothly, then obviously I'm incentivized to bring you more. So I've brought you 2 creators now, James. I guess how would you like rate the mentorship? How has that been useful for you? What do you think?
Bro, it's so useful, especially obviously me texting you if I have a problem or if my client asks me something and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know. I text you, even sometimes I call you and you just answer straight away. It's so helpful. So communication, again, I'm really appreciative of that. And then especially sort of the guidance you've given me, being like, hey, implement this or you should change this, has definitely made me a lot more money than me trying to figure it out by myself.
Yeah, and I would assume you've been in like other courses before, not like growth operating stuff, but I do mine a lot different because it's not like a pre-recorded course or anything like that. It's not a Discord. You're not getting access to like a group calls or some shit. It's literally like you have my phone number. We do everything direct. How do you like that compared to like a fucking pre-recorded course and like group calls? Okay, obviously you prefer it more, but I just want to hear you say it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a few courses, nothing where it's fully direct with sort of the course creator. I've been in a few where it's like, watch these YouTube videos A to Z, and then once a week, hop on this live Q&A and ask me a question. I mean, that's great, but I definitely didn't scale as fast as I have now with you, purely just because of the communication we have, and I'm not waiting around for an answer. So it's definitely made a difference in my business.
Yeah, sick. I'm trying to think of what else I can ask you. Fuck, I should have prepared questions or something. I'll kind of talk about real quick the mentorship for people that are just watching this for the first time. Oh, I know what I can ask you. So something a lot of people ask me, like when I hop on calls with like potential mentees, people that want to work with me, something they ask a lot is they're worried that they don't know how to run the back end of these offers, and they think I'm just gonna give them a creator and kind of like throw it in their lap and be like, good luck. But it's not that at all. It's the type of thing where, you know, when it's time to make a landing page, we hop on call, we share screen, we do it together. How well do you think you've learned those things from me? And do you think it's at the point now to where you can kind of do those things on your own without, you know, having me guide you step by step? Like, where are you at with that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I'm looking at hiring a few VAs specifically for that stuff as I scale this year. My goal is to get to more about 8 active sort of partners every month. And the idea is to have VAs to help me build sort of the landing pages and staff teams and so on. But that I've learned from you, I've implemented it myself. And then now that purely just on the communication we've had and you teaching me things, I now know it as well enough to then pass it on to somebody else.
Sick. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wrap. We've been talking almost 15 minutes here. Pretty good interview, I guess. I've never done one of these, but I definitely like hearing these things, and I think it'll help a lot of people that are considering working with me. Just to wrap it up, what would you say to someone that's considering working with me, wants me to bring them a creator, for us to run it up and them to start taking the whole info product growth operating game seriously? What would you say to someone that is interested in doing that?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's a leap of faith, especially when we first started Business Cord. I just moved into my first apartment, couldn't even pay the next couple months worth of rent. And I thought, back myself into the corner. I know you've been there as well. And it's honestly a leap of faith. It's putting that investment in, but the ROI is there. And I don't know where I would be if I never sort of took that step forwards.
And what do you think is like the most important thing going into this? Like, do you think it's the type of what do you think is the most important trait if someone wants to jump into this and wants to make money from it? Because I always get questions like, how much money am I going to make in the first month? And it's I don't believe in stupid questions, but it's kind of a stupid question because it depends on the person and like obviously how much effort you're able to put in and time to put in and that sort of thing. So like, what would you say is like the biggest trait that someone needs to have before like jumping into something like this?
It's work ethic. Both of us definitely will stay up till 4 a.m. also trying to make sure shit is done. A work ethic, you've got to have the discipline to do it, especially if your brand new client is really looking for a result. And the way you build that sort of partnership and increasing that LTV with them is putting in the work. And no matter what the hours are, you've got to be disciplined enough. And if you put the discipline and the hours in return, you'll get the reward of cash.
Yeah. Okay, sick. Yeah, I can't think of any more questions, so I think we'll wrap it there. Do you have anything else you would like to add, you'd like to say to the people?
Take that leap of faith.
Sick, dude. Glad to hear it. But yeah, guys, I guess that'll wrap it up right there. Feel free to follow James too. I'll pop up his Instagram. Feel free to follow him, or like if you have questions or anything, DM him.
Okay, now the closing call. So first, I want to explain something to you. And yes, I have an 80% close rate when it comes to closing creators. Here's something that you need to understand. Obviously, the final step is to book them onto a call and close them, which I'm gonna show you how. But one thing I wanna get through your head first of all is you need to abolish the mindset that this is even a closing call. Don't think of it like you're trying to get a sale or anything like that. You need to think of it more like the forming of a partnership. I'm gonna get into this, but here we go. So the final step obviously is to book them onto a call and close them. So at the end of the Loom video, I always mention either booking a call or I ask them their thoughts, one or the other. I send a video and I send a message asking their thoughts. So as you can see, do you sell one mentorship? Here's the whole thing. I send it over to him, and then here we go. Let me know your thoughts on this. And then he said, I'd be down to hop on a call. So in the video, I mentioned a call, and then here I said, let me know your thoughts on this. However you want to do it, again, you want to keep it as little DMs as possible, because every time you send a message, you give them a chance to ghost you and not answer, which you don't want, obviously. Now, when they reply, they're either going to have questions, which I'll either answer and then call to action to get on a call, or they're just ready to call and I send my Calendly. You must use a Calendly. You can't, again, you want as few messages in your DMs as possible. So if you have to go back and forth, like, oh, are you free this day? Oh, I can do this time. Oh, no, I can't do that. No, it's too much. All you need to do is send a link, give them access to your calendar, pick your hours, and they can just click a time and book it. That's what you need. So if you have too much back and forth, it's going to result in a lot of people that just never book in the first place. And remember what I said before, every DM is a chance for them to ghost you. So you want as few as possible. Now, how to set up your Calendly. It's really fucking easy. Let me show you. So first of all, you have your calls here. So I have a connect call. This is just for like creators. And then I also have this call, which is for mentees. Now look, here you go. On the right side, here are the hours. So you can set your hours. I actually want to update these. But I do my hours 12 to 12 every single day. Look, you can apply it to all of them. Boom. Those are my hours. Easy. And then you also have the date range, so how far in the future they can schedule. For creators, I would do like 3 to 4 days. I think on this one I have, yeah, they can schedule 4 days into the future with at least 4 hours notice. So they can call with me same day. As far as the questions, wait, let me make sure you guys can see this. You can see enough of it. As far as the questions, you don't really need to put any questions. I'm gonna show you what I've got. I've got a form, so I get name and email. Make sure this is visible, yeah. Name and email, and then phone number, and then Instagram username. Those are all the questions I ask them, and they're able to just click the link, type in their number, their username, and book a call. That's all you need. That's the entire Calendly setup. And I believe Calendly is like 10 bucks or 15 bucks a month, something like that. I don't remember exactly what you get when you pay for it. You might be able to use it for free, but I feel like there's I think it's like you get a custom booking link or something when you pay. Whatever it is, it's worth the 10 bucks, so I would just pay for Calendly. Now, when they book a call, you have two options. This is the call itself, when you're actually closing them, getting them in. So you have two options when they book a call. A 1-call close and a 2-call close. A 1-call close is much better for the simple funnels. So all you do is you discuss the percentage and you sign the contract after the call. You close them on 1 call. Now this only works if it's super simple. I prefer a 2-call close most of the time. It's way better for like complex funnels. So you have to gather the info, put together a plan, and then call again to run over the plan. And then on that call is where you close them. Now, I prefer that. I just feel like it's way easier to close them when you can put all that together. And a lot of times I actually do need the time to come up with a plan and come up with a funnel and all of that. So I couldn't even have closed them on the first call if I wanted to, because I want to make sure I have a solid plan and I want to make sure I even want to work with them. So a lot of times that'll be the reason I do a 2-call close. Now you need to understand this. If they're getting on a call with you after watching the video, they're 90% closed already, because you already explained briefly what it is you want to do. You explained that you take a percentage, you explained all of this. If they still want to get on a call, they just want to clear up the details. So this is what I was saying before. I would not even consider this a closing call. You need to think of this as a call to form a partnership. And especially if you're not charging an upfront or retainer or anything, if you're just going for rev share, it should be really easy. I'm getting sick of having a random fucking line in every single one of these boxes. Now, moving back over here. Here's the information that you want to gather. Assuming you do a 1-call close or 2-call close, you need to get all this information so then you can decide what you want to do. It is first what their current offer is. So if they're selling anything, what is it that they're selling? Second is what their current funnel is. So what does that look like? And ask them, because it's not always what it looks like on surface level. What numbers did they do last month? Obviously very important. You want to know how much money they're making so you know what to pitch them if you're taking a percentage of everything or not. You want to know if they have or if they are working with an operator, because if they're doing numbers, chances are they've tried one in the past or whatever it is. A lot of these guys have tried one and it's been a shit operator because they didn't learn from this video that you're watching right now. So then they stopped working with them. And then you also want to know what people are requesting from them in DMs. Because a lot of times when it comes to building the offer, the answers are already in their DMs from people asking them to sell something. It's already there. So here you go. The 1-call close, like I said, if the offer is straightforward and you have a solid plan just from those answers on the call and you feel like they'll close, then just go for the close on the spot. And then at the end of the call, let me say this first. For the 2-call close, like I said, if their offer is more complex and you need more time to think about it, then tell them you'll put together a plan based on the information they gave you and schedule a second call. And I always do this as well if I feel like they're somewhat skeptical. If I feel like they're not 100% sold, or I feel like they're just not sure about it and I can tell it in their voice, then I'm always gonna go the 2-call route, because it immediately, when I say, okay, well, why don't we do this? I'll put together a plan, I'll send it over to you. When I say it like that, you can literally hear like the stress leave their body and they just trust you so much more. I can't explain it, but try it and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now, this is the case for me 80% of the time. I'm almost always doing a 2-call close. All you do, you set up a Miro with a more detailed plan, you run over it on the second call with them, and then you close them. That's it. And at the end of the call, you want to collect first name, last name, and email. And you send over the contract same day and schedule the next call to get started, which obviously I have a module in this video as well showing how to send the contract and what you need in that, but it's really, really simple. So as far as the actual close, typically I'm aiming for 30% rev share, which is high. And I'm always going for a minimum of at least 15 to 20%, even if I'm getting a percentage of something they're already selling. If they're already doing 20 grand a month, I'm probably gonna go on the lower end of the 30%. I'm gonna ask for 15 to 20% still of the money they're already making. So I'm gonna be getting paid instantly. Now, why do I take a rev share percent over an upfront fee or retainer? I used to only charge upfront fees. So guys, I remember I told you guys, I used to do like Discord setups and that kind of thing. I only charge upfront fees for that. These are just card payments, by the way, not including crypto, any of that. I was running it the fuck up. The only time I'll charge an upfront fee now is if I feel like they might move slow. That's the only time I'll do an upfront fee. Aside from that, I'm pretty much always going to do a rev share percentage, just because, let me put it to you this way. If you feel like a creator is gonna make a lot of money, why would you want an extra $1,000 up front or $5,000 up front? If you know you can make them fucking print, then you should just be going for as high of a rev share as possible. It's easier to close them on a higher rev share. You're gonna make more money in the long term anyways. The only time I would charge an upfront or retainer or whatever is if I wasn't really sure they'd make money. Now, this goes down to this. You can also do an optional Typeform test to figure out if you wanna charge an upfront or a rev share. Now, this strategy pretty much only works if you're leading with a high ticket as top of funnel, but here's how it works. All you wanna do, and this is fucking sauce, by the way, all you wanna do is create a Typeform to gather information about their audience budgets and what their struggles are. The whole point of this, you do it through an Instagram story, the whole point is it'll tell you A, what's the price of the offer, so what that should look like. B, what should be included in the offer, what actually is the offer, what guarantee should it be, it'll give you all these answers. And C, the most important, it'll tell you if they're even worth working with to begin with. Because I've had situations where creators look really fucking good, it looks like they can make a lot of money, and then I'll just have that small piece, like let me find out. Before I go through the bullshit of building out a funnel and building out all this bullshit, let me just test it first. You make a Typeform, you post it on their story, and then all of a sudden you find out their audience is broke as fuck. And from the outside, it didn't look like that. So if you have any skepticism, I would highly recommend running this. Now, the other good thing is if you do this, Let me explain. If you do this and you actually want to take the calls, which you can run this as like almost a mini high ticket offer launch. If you do this and you take the calls and you make them some money, say you close a couple high ticket deals at 5K, 6K, or whatever, you make them 10 to 15 grand. Now you can easily tack on a 10 to 15K upfront, which they'll pay it without fucking blinking, and you can get the rev share percentage. This is sauce. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is sauce. Now, what does this look like? Again, I kind of already went through, I have a section going over the Typeform stuff, but this is a little bit different. 4 to 6 questions. Now, I only have more on my Typeform because obviously my guarantee, I can't work with everyone, but most offers are infinitely scalable, so you don't need to qualify them as hard. When it comes to this, again, it depends if you're actually trying to have people book a call or not. That depends if you're gonna try and make them some money or not. But if not, you ask them information, so you get name, number, email, location, age, that sort of stuff. What their current experience is, what they're struggling with. This is a big thing, so you know what to make the offer, how much they're able to invest, and then how much they're currently making and how much they want to be making. Again, when it comes to this, look at the Typeform section of this video. Don't look at this part because this is just a quick overview. You want to watch the Typeform section. I go way more in depth on each one of these and actually explain the logic and reasoning behind it. And obviously don't just ask how much they're able to invest. There's a way to ask it, which I go over all of this. But anyhow, my point is you don't have to let people book a call. But like I said, if you can and you get some closes, you'll know that you want to work with them because you made them some money. You know they can make money. You know their audience is good, but now you can also tack on an extra 5 to 15K upfront easily, assuming that it's a high ticket offer. But that's all extra stuff. Again, when it comes down to the actual, just the pure raw close itself, all you need to know is either 1 call close, 2 call close. If you want to stay on the safe side, make it a 2 call close. I swear it's really fucking easy to close these guys. Just put it in put your own mind in the frame of, this is a partnership forming. This is not a close. I'm not trying to close this guy. It's a partnership forming. It should be simple enough. So don't overcomplicate it. And I promise you, closing these creators is the easiest thing ever. If you follow my outreach strategy, you send a Loom video, by the time they're getting on a call with you, they're already closed. You have to suck ass to not close them. That's all. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now the last step with closing the creator is sending the contract. So I just mentioned you need to put all your creators on contract the same exact day after the call. I don't do it instantly. I'll tell them like, yeah, it'll be sent out within the next couple hours, whatever. You don't want to act like you just have a fucking template sitting there. It's better if they think you have a lawyer sending it or something. But look, realistically, you're never going to sue each other. This is literally just so each of you understand your percentages and what's expected from each side. So please don't overcomplicate it. Even at my level, I use ChatGPT to make my contracts with creators. I probably shouldn't do that, but I do. Just make sure it includes these things. So it needs to have a cancellation clause. So what happens if you guys want to part ways, because you are going to have clients that maybe don't want to work with you anymore. I have a whole section talking about retaining clients, which should help you with that. But you might have people that want to leave. You need something in there about that. Percentages. So obviously how much you guys get, upfront costs. If you are charging them a setup fee or something like that, you want to have that on there. A termination period, which means a minimum notice to terminate. So they can't say tomorrow they're done working with you. They need to give you a notice. Confidentiality, you need this. It's an NDA. I have an NDA with all of my clients. And then software costs. So define that the creator must cover these. Make it upfront ahead of time. They're paying for the softwares. They might ask a question like, oh, what's this? Just explain, yeah, it's just for there's a couple softwares. I don't pay for those personally. That's it. And then all the other basic contract legalities. That's it. Need some water, goddamn. Now, aside from that, once you have the contract made, again, you can use ChatGPT to make it. You want to send it electronically using a software, either DocuSign, Dropbox Sign. I personally use Dropbox Sign. Most people use DocuSign. They're all the same shit. They're supposed to be legally binding. I don't really know if they fucking are, to be honest. Again, I've never been in a lawsuit, so I guess maybe I'll find out the hard way one day. But everyone does e-sign. It's like a very common thing, so you should have no issue using this. I'm gonna show you how to use this real quick. It's super simple. So once you have it opened up, you can go to your documents. I obviously have to blur all this, but let me wait for it to load here. Here you go. So we've got all my current like active contracts sent out, if it's pending my signature or whatever. Obviously there's a lot of clients that are working on being closed right now. So once you want to sign one, you just go to the top, click sign documents, then you drop it in. So I'll pop it in here, go to next, then you add each signer, put test at Gmail, put yourself, your email, and then it'll pop open here. This is where I'm gonna move myself to this side so I can show you. All you do is you go to the bottom of the contract, you go to the signature page, the client signature, the service provider. So for myself, signer, all I do is move the signature box, size it up nice, and then date signed. Then you go up here, signer, change it to test. Again, drag the signature, date signed, next. Click next in the bottom right, by the way. I just realized I was covering that. And then all you do is title it, and then you send it out for signature. Obviously, I'm not going to because it's not real, but that's all you do. It's pretty simple. So again, shouldn't take you more than 2 seconds. It's super easy to do. You can use any of these softwares. They all work the exact same fucking way. And again, don't overcomplicate the contract. But now I'm gonna get into the juice, the real sauce, which is once you have a creator, how to actually run them up and start making some fucking money and putting dollars in your pocket. So let's jump into it. Okay, next up, very, very important and highly overlooked is payment processing and financing. Okay, a lot of people, they overlook this, they think it's no big deal. It's very important what payment processor you're gonna be using. Also, financing is like literally the backbone of info products. Like I know info offers that 90% of all the payments, all the money they make is through finance payments. So I'm about to explain this. So first of all, how do you process payments? The processor. When someone wants to pay and give you the credit card, how do you actually process the payment? And how do you get paid? Because obviously you have to split it with the creator, all of that. So there's two options when it comes to getting paid. Either way you cut it, the funds are gonna wanna go into one account. This is the business account. This is not like an LLC bank account or anything like that. I literally just mean the processor, okay? Whatever processor you're using, the funds go on there first and then you split it off into bank accounts. So when someone pays with their card, all that money, say someone pays $5,000 with their card, it's gonna go into the payment processor. It's gonna be in that account until you pay it out. So either way you cut it, all the funds are gonna go into one account. You can either split into separate accounts monthly, which is the better option, or the creator wires you monthly. Obviously, if they're already set up and they're already making a ton of money, they're probably not going to want to give you access to those funds. Of course, you need to at least get access to the dashboard to see all the numbers so you know they're not scamming you, you know they're not like, stealing money from you or saying they're making less than they actually are. So no matter what, you need access to the dashboard so you can see all the numbers to know how much you're owed. But if you do go this route, you just have the creator wire you monthly. It's not a huge deal. I have a lot of clients, like honestly my biggest clients are like this. I don't pay it out from the account. It's just every month we go through the P&L. They pay me what I'm owed, one wire, that's it. And then of course this split into separate accounts monthly. It's the same thing. You hop on a call once a month or bi-weekly or however often you want to pay out. You go through the P&L and then you pay out into separate accounts. This one's a lot easier because all you'd have is 2 bank accounts linked to the processor rather than one. This one just means you have 1 bank account linked and all the money goes out into that account and then they wire you from their account. This one means you're getting the money straight out of the processor. So obviously it's quicker. You don't have to wait for the wire from the creator's account. Anyhow, so there's only 2 payment processors you need to worry about. This is about the actual processor itself now. Okay, here they are: Fanbasis and WAP. If you're in the info space at all, if you've like been looking into this business model, you probably already know what both of these things are. But I'm gonna explain it to you. So first of all, Fanbasis. I've literally been using Fanbasis since before they've even had a UI. Like, I'm very close to the team and the CEO. There's me and Yash. I absolutely love Yash. When it comes to this, all my mentees, I can get them instant approval. So like when you first sign up to Fanbasis, you got to fill out a questionnaire, put in your LLC details, all of that stuff. Same with WAP, but with Fanbasis, I can skip all of that. So all my mentees, as soon as they have a creator, boom, instant approval, they can start processing. None of that bullshit. But literally, I'm super, super close. Like here's me at a club with Yash. Obviously, we get the Fanbasis sign. Dustin and Azarel, if you guys know Azarel from my vlogs and shit, and I'm running his offer. Fanbasis event in Dubai. Even in Dubai, I was at the Fanbasis event. Fanbasis event in Miami. Fucking sick. It was for 4th of July. They had like these fucking guys in the air, Fanbasis sign, these fire twirlers and shit. Anyhow, Yash knows how to throw a party. It's sick. But my point is, I'm very, very close with that company. I'm friends with a lot of the employees, a lot of the account managers. I literally hang out with them every single day. And then of course, being that close with the CEO, having had used that platform since before they were literally processing any money, is pretty insane. So that's definitely where my strongest connection is. On the other side, there's WAP. I've been actually using WAP longer than fan bases. I started with Hyper. So first it was actually called Hyper. This is before it was WAP or anything like that. I had my Discord. Look, I literally have a picture of me hitting 5K MRR. I was so proud of myself. 5K MRR. There you see dashboard Hyper. This was back in 2022, but I used WAP for my 125,000 member Discord server. At the time, they were called Hyper. WAP was a separate thing, and then WAP acquired Hyper, and it was just a bunch of bullshit happened that made me switch and start using fan basis. But I have been using WAP since way back in the day, and essentially, they're the same thing, okay? They're both just processors. I'm not gonna go into all the pros and cons. All that matters is what financing options they have. So when it comes to both of these platforms, when I tell you guys, like literally both of them are the same thing, you're just gonna process payments. They all have different features and shit, like WAP has apps and all this stuff, but if I'm being honest with you guys, none of that fucking matters. All that matters, because when it comes to building the landing page, building the funnel, you're gonna do it outside of both of these platforms. You're not gonna make a fan basis landing page, a WAP storefront, like I don't like that shit. So all you're using these for is to process payments and get payments financed. I'm gonna show you super quick how to navigate each platform. Obviously, I have to blur all the numbers and shit out. But I'm gonna show you what you need to know. Okay, so starting off with fan bases, they have the easiest fucking UI on planet Earth. Like it's so easy to navigate. Obviously they just have the main page with how much money you made. Then they have like the earnings overview. You can change like the date and time and see how much money you made year to date, whatever. All you really need to know is product. So there's product, this is where you can create your products. You can create one-time payments or subscriptions. If someone's doing like an in-house payment plan, you simply just go to subscription and you go to advanced settings and you make it like an upfront. So say someone's putting 2,000 down and then you want them on $500 a month. So you get the 2,000 and then you put this like every 30 days, and say they just paid, you can add a one-time initiation fee. So this would be like 2,000 for 30 days, and then a subscription end date. So say you want to charge them 5 times, okay? So there you go. Now when you send them this link, they'll pay 2K now. In 30 days, they'll start getting charged $500 a month. After 5 times, it'll stop, and that's it. So it's really easy to make payment links. That's all you need to know. Literally, that's all you need to know with this. And then you've got a wallet. This is where you withdraw. You just quick withdraw, go straight into your account. And then you've got the resolution center. This is where you handle disputes or anything like that. By the way, guys, for my offer, all time, I've only had one dispute, literally one dispute ever. Which, if you guys know info products, that's really fucking good, and that's very good customer satisfaction. But that's literally all you need on this end. Now, on WAP, let me show you. WAP is always changing their UI and shit. It's really fucking annoying. So I don't even like, they're always changing. But on the side, I'm gonna have to blur these, but you've got all the companies you're part of. As you can see, I run a lot of fucking offers on WAP. But on the side, you've got each one. You click on each one. All you need access to is home. So they have to add you as an admin if they're using WAP. And then you have access to this homepage, and in this homepage is where you get all the revenue. I just made a WAP for my own offer, by the way. That's why it says all zeros. I literally just made this because I am going to start doing some processing through WAP as well. But my point is, this is all you need. As long as you can see the gross revenue. So, you know, like I said, every month you just put the dates. So say we do the 1st through, let's do like last month. You do June 1st to the 30th. And then you'll have all the gross revenue. You'll know exactly how much money was made. That's how you figure out what you're owed. And then as far as payment links, it's the same thing. Just checkout links. You go here, create a checkout link. Advanced options is how you can choose what, payment methods, how you can choose like which payment options you want to have for financing. Other than that, you would just create a checkout link and payouts. That's where you can withdraw. That's all you got to know, guys. Again, I don't like to use these for like, let me full screen. I don't like to use these as like storefronts or anything like that. To me, these are just payment processors. This is just so like someone has a credit card, they want to pay you, this is how they do it. Now, here's the other most important part that you need to know when it comes to this. High ticket info products run off of financing, okay? Financing is literally the most important thing. If you don't know what this means, it means someone can split a multi-$1,000 program into just a couple $100 a month and you get paid the entire amount up front. So let's say, for example, my program is $5,000, okay? Let's say my program's $5,000 and someone only has $2,000 but they want to join, okay? They can pay me the $2,000 of whatever cash they have, and then the $3,000 that's left, we can run it through one of these financing companies. Now, all these financing companies are on WAP and fan basis. Some of them are on WAP, some of them are on fan basis. They're not all on both of them, which I'm about to get into. But let's say they want to use Split It, for example. They want to use Split It, okay, for the remaining $3,000. What that means is they can put in it, credit cards are what you use for Split It. You don't use You don't use like credit score. Again, I'm about to get into this. Every single financing option is different. But let's say Klarna, for example, okay? You want to finance $1,500 through Klarna, okay? You can do that. You put in your credit score. It'll come out. They'll charge you a little bit of interest, but you can pay, say it's $2,000. You can pay that over the course of 24 months. When you pay that, the creator, I would get paid the $2,000 up front from Klarna, and then you're paying the monthly payments to Klarna. So it's really, really huge for scaling info products, because obviously the creator is not gonna wanna do in-house financing, because they're gonna have to help you and all that shit. Say you're on $200 a month, and then what happens if your card declines? You know what I mean? They don't get their $200 a month. It doesn't make it worth it to sell a high ticket offer. But with financing, they can literally pay you up front and then just be paying the financing company monthly. So you get your money up front, you're happy, you sold the product, they get to get in even when they don't have the money, and they only pay a couple $100 a month. So it's a win-win for everyone. But anyhow, these are all buy now, pay later companies. I hope I explained that well. But to put it even simpler, it's literally a loan, okay? It's a loan. You can do a loan for a few grand. All it means is same way you get a car loan, okay? You buy a car with money you don't have, you pay it monthly, that's it. It's the same exact thing here, except you can do it for info products too. So these are all buy now, pay later companies that are either supported on Fanbasis or WAP, okay? Now, I used to only use Fanbasis, but like I said, as of recent, I've been using both just because of the financing partners, okay? WAP has a lot of these that Fanbasis does not have, so now I'm on WAP as well. Now, WAP and Fanbasis are always losing and gaining different financing partners, but if you're using both, you're pretty much guaranteed you can always get someone financed, because you always have something, okay? Which I'm about to explain as well. And of course, you can use both for normal card payments as well. If someone just wants to pay with their card, they have the money, you can finance, or you can just process that without the financing. Now, every financing company is different, okay? All these ones you're looking at here, some of them support US, some of them support Canada, some of them are international. Split It right now is like the only international one. Sezzle, I believe, or Sezzle or Payva, I don't even remember. Either Sezzle or Payva, one of these supports Canada. Some of them allow only up to like $1,500, like Zip, Klarna, those are like the smaller ones. They only allow like a grand or two. Other ones like Split It go up to like 65 grand, which is fucking insane. I've never dabbled with info products that expensive. I know a lot of the people that do are selling like Amazon FBA automation scam bullshit. If there's ever an info product for like 50, 60 grand, guys, you're probably getting fucking scammed, okay? Obviously there's some people that are really, really big and they have like billion-dollar masterminds where those are like 100 grand a year. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you see a fucking ad on Instagram of someone saying you're gonna get an automated Amazon store and all you have to do is pay 50 grand and they do everything else. Use your brain, guys. No info offer is like that, where it's fully done for you. You don't have to do shit. Otherwise, there's no point in they'd be selling it. Anyhow, little rant. But some also support split in 4 payments, so maybe they only let you split into 4 payments. Other ones support up to 48 months. So my point is, every single financing company is different, depending on how much they're able to put down, how much they need to finance, what region they're in, if they have a credit score, what their credit is. Every single financing option is different, but my point is, if you're using both Fanbasis and WAP, and again, a lot of these you have to get approved, you have to have processed some money. I literally have everything that's on Fanbasis and WAP. I have access to all of it because I've processed enough, and it's the same, for my clients. For my mentees, I can't guarantee I can get them a certain financing option. I can always get them like the basic ones like Klarna, Zip, Afterpay. Those are really, really easy. I can just text owner, get them access to that. For the rest of them though, like Split It, for example, you have to have, I believe, under a 2% dispute rate. You have to apply, you have to get bank statements. There's a lot of things that go into this, but my point is, as long as you have both Fanbasis and WAP or one or the other, if you're just starting out, all you really need is one. You can just run up Fanbasis, and I can get you access to Zip, all of that. Zip, Afterpay, those are really the only ones you're gonna need at the start. And you can get people financed. So again, this is really, really big. I don't want you guys to overlook this and be like, oh, I don't want this to be part of my business. A lot of people too, they seem to think for some reason that like financing info products can be like unethical, which doesn't really make sense to me. Again, it's pretty straightforward. All it is if someone doesn't have the few grand for a high ticket, and just so you know, financing pretty much only comes into play with high ticket offers. But say someone doesn't have the few grand to put up, I mean, it's pretty simple. It just means they're able to finance it and span it out across a couple years or months or whatever it is. And then of course, the only downside to this is they're charged a little bit of interest from the financing company. And again, the interest is based on your credit score, all of that. This is not stuff the creator can control. This is not stuff the person selling the course can control. All it is they have the option at the checkout. It says Klarna, it says Afterpay, whatever it is. You put in your details and you go from there. It's not anything the creator can control. The creator can't be like, okay, I'm gonna get you approved It's not like that. They have to put in their shit and just see if the financing company will approve them. Anyhow, I hope this makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I know offers. Personally, my offer, I've only ever financed literally a few payments ever. Most people that come to me, they have the money. Recently, I've honestly been getting a lot of people that are like doing pretty well with the business model and just want to scale. Those people, obviously, they don't need to finance it. They're able to just pay me my full price up front. But at the same time, mostly with paid ads, I know a lot of guys running like paid ads offers, specifically like Jacob Levinrad, Raf. I think he said, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was like 80 or 90% of all their payments. That might be high. So something high though, like more than not, people are financing payments. Like over half the people that they close, people are financing it. They don't actually have the money. And that's all with paid ads. So again, it depends on your traffic source, depends on what kind of people you're selling, what kind of offer it is, depends on all those things. But yeah, financing is literally the backbone of info products. I think Yash made a tweet about this too. Let me see if I can find it actually. Yash, the CEO of Fanbasis, he made a tweet and I think he gave the actual numbers of how many people finance. Okay, yeah, I just found it. So every single business over $1.5 million a month on Fanbasis, over 25% comes from buy now, pay later. So everyone doing over $1.5 million a month, again, let me just do that math for you. 25% of $1.5 million a month is almost 400 grand. 400 grand a month is coming straight from financing. And that's for like the big boys doing $1.5 million a month. And when I say $1.5 million a month, I'm not talking growth operators. I'm talking single offers doing $1.5 million a month. Okay? And a quarter of their shit is financed. So don't be one of those guys that's like, oh, I'm not going to use financing, whatever. Use it. It's not unethical. As long as your offer is good, if you really believe in the product and you believe it's going to make your customer money, then you shouldn't have an issue getting people financed. Anyhow, that's all for this. Okay, next is arguably, it could be the most important part of this whole thing, which is actually creating the offer. So how do you actually make a winning offer that people want to buy? Now, there's two types of offers. Now, before I get into this, market research is extremely, extremely important. Before you do anything, you're gonna wanna look for similar creators to yours, like as similar as you can get, platform, niche, everything, as close to your type of creator as you can get. You wanna funnel hack them, figure out exactly what they're doing, see if it's already working, what type of offer are they selling, what type of guarantee do they have. You want to get as much information as possible so that you can get as close to the winning formula as you can. Because if someone is already ripping it in a niche, there's absolutely no reason you should not just try to copy what's already working. I'm just being honest, you don't need to reinvent the wheel here. See what other people are doing, see what's working. At the very minimum, take inspiration for the offer you're creating, but if not, you're gonna know exactly what's working. So, moving back to this. There's two types of offers, high ticket and low ticket. Now, the type of offer you make is based on their platform, their niche, and so platform meaning YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, whatever it is. The niche meaning, is it biz op, is it drop shipping, is it e-com, is it fitness, and the demographic. You need to ask for screenshots of their demographic data so you know exactly what that looks like. And the demographic, all you really need is region and age. That's what you want to see. And then based on all those factors, you're going to decide which offer to lead with as top of funnel. So, real quick. Again, the examples of the different types of offers. So, and I'm going to give you actual examples too. Example, region, India, age 16 to 17, platform TikTok. Super low quality demographic. This is a very extreme. I probably wouldn't even run this up, but this is what a low quality demo looks like. So you want to do a low ticket offer. Now, low ticket offers are usually higher maintenance to operate and harder to set up. So pricing, usually like $20 to $100 per month, or $97 to $197, like $100 to $200 one time, obviously based on what's actually inside of it. It's either hosted on School or Discord. It's pretty much always a community. They usually always get group calls, so I'll do like a weekly group calls, some sort of course or consumable. All that is something for them to consume right when they join, so they don't cancel immediately. And if it is MRR, meaning if it is a monthly subscription, then something that needs to be updated frequently. An example of a low ticket offer, Iman Gaji has a $37 per month community digital launch pad where he teaches a bunch of different stuff in there, and it's specifically to cater towards his low ticket audience. And he did extremely, extremely well with this, by the way. Now, on the other side of it, which another example I'm going to show you, Emon also has one, which goes into having an ecosystem of offers. An example, Region USA, all 21 plus, platform YouTube. This is like as good as it gets pretty much. High ticket offers, they're always much easier to set up, but you can hit a ceiling with fulfillment very, very easily, meaning you have to scale quickly. I'm talking after like 10 signups, you need to start doing different shit. Now, this usually looks like between $2,000 and $8,000 upfront, no monthly, direct one-on-one with the creator, group coaching calls as well, potentially. It depends exactly what, this goes back to hitting a ceiling. If there's too many people, they're not gonna do one-on-one with everyone, so they have to do group coaching. Usually includes a time frame, meaning they'll pay $5K for 3 months, and then if they wanna continue the one-on-one, they have to pay more. And then always includes a no-brainer guarantee, something to where it's like, oh, this makes it almost risk-free for me. Why would I not do it? Now, a guarantee is the most important part because it makes it so you don't need closing skills. You don't need a complex sales process or anything like that. All you need is a no-brainer guarantee. But it's also important to note, you need to be very careful with getting caught up in conditional guarantees, and you really need to make sure it's a win-win on both sides, because these can either ruin your reputation if you make it sound too good to be true, or can also screw you if it is too good to be true, because then you have to hand out a bunch of refunds and that sort of thing. So whatever the guarantee is that you make sure it's something you can fulfill, and it also needs to be something that is not subjective. The guarantee can't be based on something subjective. It needs to be black and white, if that makes sense. Now, a quick example of this, Imagaji also had his agency accelerator, which he kept changing the price, but I think majority of the time it was $1,500. But again, he would sell this, downsell into this, and vice versa. He would take this, upsell people from this into this. So he had a full ecosystem. Now, here's an example of this using my own offer. So all my leads come from YouTube. My audience is very high quality. So looking at my analytics, we can see majority of it is United States. Device type, this is also something you can look at. Half the people that watch my videos are watching on computer, which is really good because that means, you guys are probably taking notes. You have a Google Doc up, something like that. You're searching for it. You're not just scrolling on your phone and finding my video, which I know some of you are, but I'm just saying majority aren't. And then age and gender, 97% male. Shout out to the 2.8% females. And then if you look at age here, very few are underage. Very few are like too old. It's all right in that like 18 to 34 is like where most of my viewers are. Now, of course, because my audience is high quality, I sell a high ticket offer. It's a multi-4-figure investment. It's direct one-on-one with me and a guaranteed creator. You get a guaranteed creator on contract, which is kind of like my no-brainer guarantee, because I know that to be satisfied with the creator, it's also a win-win because I get to have a percentage of another creator and continue building my portfolio. And then on your side, you have a creator to work with. So it's a win-win. And it makes the most sense. That's the guarantee I came up with, just an example. Now, aside from high ticket and low ticket offers, and just to be clear, I do not have an ecosystem for my own offer. I do not have a Discord. I do not have a low ticket offer or anything like that. Again, my offer is a little bit different than most offers that you're gonna run up, just because I only open my offer as a means to bring on more creators. So it just makes sense. It's not necessarily, if I were to make a low ticket, not only would it just be in the pain in the ass, but it really just wouldn't make that much money. I would have no reason to do that. Now, there's also mid-ticket offers. I rarely touch these because I found that mid-ticket is not really needed until you're really scaled. So I would focus on low ticket and high ticket, but this is what a mid-ticket looks like. It's usually only needed when you need to raise prices of the high ticket because you're taking on too many customers, which then leaves a gap because the low ticket is too low. So let's say your high ticket offer is $4,000. And you allow payment plans with 2K down minimum is what they need. You raise the price to 6K with a minimum of 4K down, and the low ticket is $100 a month. You're now missing all the people that could have paid 2K because they're either paying $100 a month or putting down 4. What if they could have paid 2? Now they get nothing. They're going in the low ticket. That's it. So that's where you would add some type of mid ticket, and then the solution, if financing is not applicable, is to add a mid ticket. So it can be a group coaching version of the one-on-one, or the same offer with a weaker guarantee. So you could literally make this the group coaching one and then 6K for just one-on-one. That's a great example. Now, besides low, mid, and high ticket, the only two other things to consider are the time frame upsell and the software upsell. And like I said before, the goal is to build an ecosystem of everything. When you're at scale, when you're doing 6-figure months, you have all these offers and these upsells. This is what it looks like. Time frame upsell is super simple. If you have a time frame, all you do is you just upsell when the time frame expires, and that's obviously the upsell is going to be cheaper than the original upfront cost, and all it does is extend the time frame. They're not getting anything new. All they're doing is continuing the service they already paid for. Obviously, you have to be transparent up front and make sure they know when they're purchasing that there is a time frame. You don't want to hit them 3 months in and be like, yo, we need more money, and they're like, what the fuck, I already paid for this. Needs to be very transparent. The only other thing is a software upsell. So this comes later down the line, but it can be a very good upsell if you can pair some sort of software that's perfectly congruent with your offer. So that you can make this like $500 one-time fee, $1,000 one-time fee, or even make it like a monthly MRR thing. There's a lot of different ways to go about it. You can get very creative with this, but this is also the only thing in an offer that could potentially build enterprise value for an exit. So if you're running another great example I just thought of is if you guys know Daniel Bitten, he has Creo AI. So Daniel Bitten and Musa, by the way, when I was doing my Discord stuff, I built Musa's Discord. He paid me to build his Discord. Daniel also paid me to build a Discord, but then 10 minutes after he paid, he changed his mind, so I refunded him. That was kind of funny. But anyhow, Daniel and Musa, they have a software. It's called Creo, and all their content is about like clipping and that sort of thing. So then they made a software to go with it, to go with the info offers that they're selling, and now they've built that into a huge software with enterprise value. Musa was never going to be able to exit his Discord media metas. It's just a subscription Discord. You can't exit that. It's his face behind it, everything. But now that software, they have a multi-million-dollar exit sitting right there because they built it and paired it with the offers they were selling. So that's just a really good, quick example I just thought of. A software my close friend launched that I've been using is LaunchSmith, which you'll see me reference, and you have seen me reference a lot throughout this video. But that's a great example. Yusuf, he made the software LaunchSmith. He's building a couple other ones as well as we speak. I don't have any equity or anything like that in them at the time of making this video, but those are great plays as well. I personally am just using them. I'm doing my own thing. Maybe I'll build a software in the future, but in the meantime, I'll recommend the ones that are good to you guys. Now that's pretty much what it looks like when it comes to actually creating the offer. Again, the biggest thing to keep in mind is building an ecosystem. Obviously at the start, you're not gonna have a full ecosystem of offers. You're gonna have one offer that you came up with. That's gonna be the main one you're pushing. Then you might build out a second one, which is, just low ticket and high ticket. And then honestly, until you're doing like 100K a month, I wouldn't even think about the rest. I wouldn't think about mid-ticket, software, none of that. Time frame upsell you can always have on a high ticket, but anything else outside of low ticket and high ticket, I wouldn't think too hard about. Sometimes I would even just focus on the high ticket and leave the low ticket kind of in the back of your mind until a little bit later. Depends, because obviously you need lead flow to do a low ticket. Depends on where the offer is. But yeah, that's pretty much it for creating the offer. You don't have to think too hard about it. It all comes down to the guarantee. Make sure you come up with a strong guarantee and make sure you're looking at your competitors as well. Okay guys, next I want to go over the low ticket offer setup. So first of all, as I mentioned before, high ticket offer fulfillment is really easy, like way easier than low ticket. Low ticket, you have to build out a full community. There's a lot more that goes into it. You have to honestly provide more value. So again, a little recap, this is what a low ticket offer looks like, okay? So here's an example. Region would be like India, age 16 to 17, platform TikTok. This is a very like extreme example, but I just want to show you all of these equals low quality demographic. They can't afford something high ticket. They can't afford something expensive, but maybe they can't afford like 20 bucks a month. So here's what it looks like. Like I said, usually way higher maintenance to operate and harder to set up. Pricing usually between 97 to 197 if you're gonna do one time, or $20 to $97 per month if you're gonna do like a monthly thing. Again, it depends entirely on what's included. Platform, I either do school or Discord. I'm about to go on a whole fucking rant about this. I'm not a big school guy. I prefer Discord. Now, what's included? Weekly group calls. This is the main thing people are paying for, is going to be the group calls. If you're doing a low ticket with no group calls, there's just no fucking point. The course/consumable. So they need something to consume right when they join. This is to prevent instant cancellations. Again, most of what they're paying for and they're going to stay subscribed for is going to be the group calls. Aside from that, you just need something in there for them to consume, whether it's videos or a PDF or whatever, something so that there's something for them to consume so they don't just immediately cancel. And then if it is MRR, meaning monthly, then something updated frequently. So an example I can give is like my Discord business cord. It was a drop shipping e-com server I ran up. We had like weekly product drops and that sort of thing. So we'd give like winning products every week, something that's consistently updated, something to keep people looking forward to something so that they stay subscribed. Now, No one is going to continue paying monthly for a course they already watched within the first week, is what I'm saying. The pricing is dependent entirely on if there's something updated frequently. So like I said, if it's just going to be a course and a call, there's not really a point in doing MRR. I wouldn't do it, okay? I would stick to like a one-time fee or something, especially if it's just a course. Like, use your brain. Obviously, no one's going to keep paying for a course that they just watch one time. So Discord versus school. I'm going to start with school. School, extremely simple setup, not a ton of customizability. I'm honestly like a certified school hater. I have a couple tweets just dogging school. So like, look, that's when I said, someone said school looks like a GoFundMe page. Literally look at the shit. Which is which? You can't even tell which is which, bro. And then this one, again, me ripping the UI. That's really the biggest thing, is it's just like a fucking boomer UI. This tweet, these tweets, this one got like 160K views. This one got 44. Like, he's kind of ripped because everyone agreed with me. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the school UI. It's very, very simple, very, very basic. It's just not my thing though. Where on the other hand, you have Discord, much more customizable, but also that means it's gonna be more complicated. So there's bots, all that kind of shit. Now, what I want you guys to know, Discord can actually be linked to both WAP and fan bases to add and remove roles. So let me full screen real quick. This means if someone purchases a subscription to whatever this is, if it's a Discord, okay, they purchase a subscription to Discord. When they buy that, they need to be added a role inside the Discord so they can view all the private channels. You can hook this up to fan bases or WAP to where after they cancel, you know, when their membership expires, they're not paying anymore, it'll automatically remove the role. And of course, it automatically adds the role too. So you're not manually adding roles, removing roles. It's all automated. You could fully scale this without having to worry about any of the automation stuff. Now, I want to show you guys this too. So creating/editing channels is really, really simple, but you need to be aware of 5 permissions. And I'm going to show you how to do this in a second, but here's the 5 permissions. Let me real quick open Discord. So I've got like Discord open right now. This is just my old server. I'll make an example. Let me do it like, actually, I'm going to do it on like a private server. So I'll do like create channel, test. I'm just going to show you the permissions. This is all that matters, is the permissions. So you've got the roles, the permissions. These are what matters, okay? First, you have view channel. This is who can view the channel or who can't. If you want to make it exclusive, you go to add a member. So say you add like lifetime. So say, here we go, accelerated member. This would be like the paid member. They can view, but normal people can't view. This is just everyone in the server, okay? The next permission that matters is going to be sending messages. So same thing, can they send messages or not? This is important for like announcement channels, that sort of thing. These two, create public and private threads, always turn both of these off because it can result in your it's basically a vulnerability. I don't even know why Discord even has it, but people can make threads and like announcement channels and shit and raid your server basically. Reactions, this means like emojis. So maybe on certain announcement channels, you don't want people to be able to add emojis, because even sometimes they can add emojis of like the letters and spell shit out as if they're typing in the channel. So a lot of times I'll turn reactions off. And then the last thing is read message history, which means when someone gets a role, do they only see the messages from then on, or do they see the messages prior? You always want them to see the messages prior, so make sure that's on as well. Those are the only permissions you need to worry about, and then of course you just save it, and that's it. It's pretty simple. Now, aside from what I just showed you, I've got a free template. So like I said, I used to run up this Discord shit, guys. I already have like a server template, literally just set up with all the channels and permissions that you need. So if you want, again, if you've got the Miro, just pull it up, click on this, click the link, and it'll literally just create the whole server for you. Just put a name, and that's literally it. So now, how do I choose between Discord and school? Really, really simple. If the group is a one-time fee, it probably doesn't have a ton of content, so I'll choose school. And if the group has a lot of information, which usually means it's a monthly subscription, then I'll choose Discord. But most of the time, I'm gonna prefer Discord over school. That's just how it is. So that's pretty much it with the low ticket. Now, high ticket, like I said, it's a bit different. A lot of times I'll just do like a group chat with a coach. Nothing is gonna be as complicated as a low ticket. And then you got to run this. You might even need moderators depending on how many people there are. You got to make sure you just got to make sure everything's running smooth. And a high ticket is just a lot smoother to run. This is another reason why I pivoted from doing a lot of low ticket stuff to now doing high ticket stuff. It's just because high ticket is just fucking easier, to put it simply. It's just fucking easier. So it's up to you which one you want to run. Obviously, I still run some low ticket. In that case, if you are running a low ticket, this is pretty much everything you need to know. It's pretty straightforward. You connect your processor to Discord. I wouldn't use anything else but Discord. Very rare cases I'll use school. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty easy. Now guys, I briefly mentioned earlier that I kind of come from the Discord space. So I started off making Discords. Well, I started with reselling, and then I got into cook groups, which are basically Discord groups. They tell you when sneakers are dropping, that kind of thing. And that's kind of how I originated in the Discord space. I literally did that for like 4 years. And then almost 3 years ago now is when I just pivoted to like info products as a whole and running high ticket offers, that sort of thing. But up until then, all I did is low ticket info products. Now, my biggest personal success today, obviously I've got offers that are doing bigger numbers now, but my biggest personal success, meaning this was my own Discord. This was not something I had a percentage of and I was running up in the back end. I was running everything. I was running the marketing. I was running all of this. This is my $1.2 million Discord full case study. So again, my biggest personal success, this was a low ticket Discord. So 125,000 members in total, $1.2 million in revenue. It was a $40 per month e-com group, obviously with upsells in the back end and all of that. It was marketed entirely through 100% organic TikTok. So literally we had a hashtag business cord. I had affiliates running it. I've done a previous case study on this. I've done two actually. I've done this video and then another video. But I wanted to run through this again and make sure that it was in this video. Again, 126,000 members. Here's myself and my partner. If you search business cord, you can still do this. You can see all of our affiliate accounts. We were running clipping essentially before clipping was clipping. Like it wasn't really a thing back then. So I had to build my own Discord, find my own affiliates. It was this really, really big thing. I mean, we were literally getting 1,000 people to come to a live event in a Discord. It was active as fuck. I sold the Discord, I exited it, and then that's when I pivoted into what I'm doing now because it's a lot higher leverage. Now, please, all the information I'm about to share with you, take it with a grain of salt, okay? Everything I'm about to show you is what worked in the past, okay? All this TikTok affiliate stuff, okay, I'm talking we'd be able to make a video, purely lifestyle, it would get 200K views and we'd get 1,000 people in the Discord. You can't do that anymore, you just can't. So take everything with a grain of salt. This is what worked in the past. Right now, the high ticket info products I'm running are making more money than this Discord ever did. Like I said, I'm in a way higher leverage vehicle now, but this was my own personal thing where I owned all the equity. Nonetheless, extremely valuable and unique. I created this case study earlier this year when I was in Dubai. I'm not gonna like redo the case study. I'm just gonna put it in this video because it's all the same information. So if you're wondering why I'm wearing this shit on my head, it's because I had just come back from riding dune buggies in the desert and I wanted to make a video, so I recorded a case study. That's Dubai for you. But anyhow, guys, yeah, I'm gonna play it now. And again, this was $1.2 million in a Discord, which is pretty fucking unheard of now. 125,000 members. I built an absolute empire, and you're gonna learn a lot from this, so enjoy.
The hashtag itself, hashtag business cord on TikTok, 143 million views. I think it's a lot more than that now. And this is just tracked views, untracked, it's something like 400 million. The logo, and then, you know, just to show you an event we were running, 1,000 opt-ins. If you know anything about Discord events, you know that that's crazy. This was a very, very active, engaged audience, and it was just an incredible group that I ran up. Let me actually see. Yeah, it looks like I can pull up the hashtag here as well. It doesn't say the views anymore. It says how many posts, which is kind of strange. 12.1 thousand posts to the hashtag business cord. All content that looks like this. Just the lifestyle content. You guys have all probably seen it before. I was the guy behind all that shit. I don't want to say I started it, but people weren't really doing it the way they are before me. So I'm going to get into all this and explain how I did it. And before I do that, let me explain how I got into this position with info products. So here's a few pictures of me when I was younger. But to cut it short, basically I started with reselling sneakers. I would flip hyped items for a profit. Let me full screen myself. I would flip hyped items. I started with reselling sneakers, and there was something called cook groups, which was basically a Discord group you would pay monthly access to, and they would tell you where all the sneakers are releasing, all of that stuff. You'd get all the information. So you'd want to pay for access to those groups. And then at some point I realized, why don't I just make my own group? Then I started running those groups up, buying and selling them, that sort of thing, running them up, marketing them, and then that's when I ended up making my biggest success business cord, which I grew to 125,000 members. And then I have recently pivoted. I'm no longer just doing Discord stuff, and I'll explain why as well. But that is how I got to this point. I've pretty much only ever done info products. It's, you know, obviously I've tried the drop shipping. I did all that shit when I was 14 years old. But I ended up settling with info products. Discord specifically was pretty much how I came up. So I have been doing this stuff for a while. I am very well versed in info products. I know what I'm talking about, so you're gonna gain a lot of value from this video. So let me first say this. The server was hosted on Discord. I personally believe that Discord is the best platform for low ticket info products still to this day. I know a lot of you guys have heard about School. School has been like taking over. A lot of people are running low ticket info products. When I say low ticket, by the way, I'm mostly talking about MRR, so monthly groups, under $100 a month. That's what I would consider low ticket. But for those groups, I really would recommend Discord. I think Discord is the best place to host them still. In some cases, I would say school is better. It just depends on the niche and the demographic, what kind of audience you're dealing with. Like if it's a bunch of old fucking people, then yeah, you should probably stick to school. It just depends on a few things like that. But no, school is definitely good, but I still think Discord remains supreme and is the best for retention and just having a value-packed group. I think it's better than school in that way. Anyhow, real quick, I want to show you guys what the Discord actually looked like, just to pull it up here. So obviously, besides, I'm still a founder, just so you guys know, even though we exited it, we still have some equity, but we're not doing anything. It's absolutely completely out of our control. I don't even know what they're selling in it at this point, but I just want to show you guys the old announcements, what this kind of looked like when we were running it. So as you can see, it was a e-commerce server, it was dropshipping specifically. I was even posting some YouTube videos about dropshipping stuff. To be completely clear, I did not have most of the dropshipping knowledge. It was my partner Noah. That's why we were partners. He had all of the knowledge in that space. Obviously, I learned a lot just from owning this Discord server, and I did some dropshipping too at the time, just because why not if I own the server, and I made some money with that. But anyhow, dropshipping is not my thing. My thing is back-end funnels, marketing, all of that stuff, sales. So that's what my role was in this Discord server. And then once people actually purchased, which was my job, getting people to purchase. Once they purchased, my partner Noah was the one in the back end retaining them, running all the calls, that sort of thing. So as you can see, I was even fucking popping bottles at the club, getting the logo on the wall and shit. Dropship sponsorship, all these member milestones, product drops, just all this shit that I used to post in here. We were running this shit up and it was extremely, extremely active. As you can see, I was running events all the freaking time. Just a screenshot of literally hundreds of people in an event live. I ran this shit the fuck up. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys what the actual inside of the server looked like. And looks like there's a course in here now. It was honestly somewhat similar when we were running it up, the way it was set up and everything. But it is definitely a lot different now. I'm not even sure if they have something for sale in here. I have no fucking idea. Okay, so let me actually explain how the funnel itself works. So it was very, very simple. We grew the entire server through organic, commission-based TikTok affiliates. When I say that, I'm literally talking about like a bunch of imagine like an army of 14-year-old kids all posting dozens of times on TikTok every single day to get as many videos as possible out there. And then out of all those videos, maybe one of them hits, and that's enough to bring in a shit ton of members. That is exactly what we were doing. It's a completely mass approach, but it was entirely organic, commission-based TikTok affiliates. Now, how did we actually do this? So all we did is we were sending people into the free section of the Discord. We had it divided up. We had a free section and we had a paid section. The paid section is obviously what people get access to when they pay $40 a month. And then we had the free section, which is just almost the landing page inside the Discord. So you could literally type in discord.gg/business. We had that vanity URL. We still have it. But you could literally type that in and get put into my server. So we had all those people literally just typing in the word business into their Discord server adder, and it would put them in my server. So when they joined the free section, we would essentially qualify them, and then based on if they have money to buy the membership, we'd either send them to buy the membership, or if they had no money to buy the membership, then we'd push them towards becoming an affiliate. So we were gaining something out of every single member that was joining the server. Even if they had no money, they would become a marketer for us essentially. And one of the ways they could get paid by posting these videos and getting members in the server was through days in the membership. We would give them a free membership if they brought in X amount of people. So that's how we were able to scale it so big. So now how did we actually convert the members? So obviously besides there just being a channel in the server that show people where to join, the biggest thing that we would use to drive members was live events. So I would be running events in there, essentially like an hour-long Q&A where I'm answering questions for maybe the first 30 minutes. Then I'm starting to transition that into the membership, talking about the membership, answering questions on that. And then of course a big pitch at the end with some sort of discount, giving people access to join. And I really utilize the community heavily on these calls. I would get people that are already in the paid community and kind of rile them up to convince more people to join the paid community that weren't already in there by literally just asking them if it was worth it and then having them all type in chat. I was literally running it like a fucking Twitch stream or something like that with a live chat and everything. I'll even show you a clip of what that looked like.
What makes Business Core different than other servers? I love that you asked this. So
Obviously, we've got one of the biggest communities, but as far as our info goes, like it's very one-on-one. So it's a very like personal experience. You can ask any of the paid members, yo, any paid members in here right now, drop a yes in chat if I'm speaking facts. Like the experience is super one-on-one. You get to talk with me and Noah directly. There you go. There's a bunch of paid members in here. Now, aside from live events, the other major thing that I used to convert members was my bot called Helix. So I basically made a bot that opened a private channel every time somebody joined the server. And when somebody would join the server, I have a staff member, a VA, basically hop in there and say, hey, welcome to the server, and then push them towards buying the membership. Essentially, it'd be the exact same as doing DM outreach and just DMing someone when they join the Discord server. But unfortunately, Discord has crazy rate limits where it's literally not possible. And after like a few days of trying to do that, your account will just get banned. It's crazy. So I essentially just came up with that bot, which is a solution. It just puts the DMs inside the server, basically. It makes a private channel where you can talk to them. It titles the channel with their name. So obviously, they're going to click on that when they join the server and see that. So that was a huge way to increase members. And by the way, that's still available. Even though Discord is not like my main thing, that bot is still available, helixbot.co. Feel free to just go to that website. I'll pop it up on screen too, but feel free to go to that website and you can just add it to your server. It's like $100 a month. But yeah, that's not my focus anymore. I'm not completely focused on Discord, but that bot still does work. So if you have a Discord server, you can be making a shit ton more money by using that. There's also a bunch of other features on there. It basically replaces every other bot you could have. It's the software I built out around a year ago. So yeah, that's basically what went into turning free members into paying customers. That was the entire conversion process. There was not a lot that went into it. At the time, I didn't even have a landing page. I didn't have any of that stuff. I didn't really know about funnels, nothing like that. So I was just running it all inside the actual Discord server itself. Now, the other question is, how do you actually retain these members? So obviously, once they join, how do you get them to stay? I'll tell you how I do this nowadays. So it entirely depends on the audience. I'm mostly working with creators nowadays, other people that already have audiences. I'm not really doing marketing myself anymore. But essentially what I'm doing is, depending on their audience, depending on the niche, I'm either going on School or Discord. Sometimes it's not even a low ticket offer. Sometimes it's a high ticket offer and I don't even work with communities at all. That's why I'm telling you guys that I pivoted away from Discord. I'm not just doing Discord anymore. It's more info products as a whole. But if it is a low ticket info product, it really just depends what's going to be inside the community. If it's a type of business model where there's consistently updated information, for example, day trading, they're posting calls every single day or something, it needs to be on Discord. You need to have that in Discord. However, if it's a business model where maybe it's just a course or something like that, and there's not really anything that gets updated that often, then I would host that on School and then just have them run a weekly call in there, have the course in there, and that's really all you need. But for things that are more complex and you need more stuff in it, then it needs to be Discord. But the best thing, the most important thing for retention is running calls. You need to run at least one call per week, a group call with the community. You need to be somewhat active, posting in there at least a few times a week, talking to the members, posting announcements, updates, giving people something to look forward to. If there is a course in there, ideally having, some course module updates here and there. And then, of course, if you have frequently updated information, like in this server, we had product drops, like daily product drops. We'd give them a daily winning product. That kind of stuff cooks really well. But, you don't need that. And a lot of niches, you're not going to be able to do that. So just know the most important thing is that you're running calls. Calls is what is going to run the entire community. Calls are the most important part easily. Okay, now I know this is what you guys want to hear about the most was the marketing. So first I have a couple things to tell you. How did I start this snowball effect? Because obviously you can understand once the snowball effect is already going. I explained to you that we're qualifying people. If they have no money, we just have them become an affiliate. I explained that part, so it makes sense there. But how do you get that snowball effect to kick off? So first of all, as you can see from these clips, I'm not really in them. These are just like general lifestyle clips, which does not work anymore. The only way I see this strategy work now is if you have a face behind all the clips and it's somebody in the videos and it's about that person. The accounts are named after that person. That's the only way the strategy somewhat works, and it needs to be really a mass strategy. It's just the only way it works. Now, how did I actually get this to start? I got to start by literally going to another Discord server and making like a post, and I was like, hey, I'm looking for affiliates. If anybody is interested, shoot me a DM. And I got like a few guys to start posting, and I was paying them like salary, like $20 a week or something to post like 2 videos a day. And I just gave them a bunch of clips to post. And then once one of those took off, it took a little bit, but once one took off, then that's when the compound effect started. But like I said, guys, Don't try to run this up with clips like this. Like, it needs to be clips of people. That's just the only way it works. It needs to be of a specific person. The only way this would work now is if this account was called something Dustin Verano and all these clips had me in them. That's the only way this strategy works now. The only way. This lifestyle clip shit, it's completely saturated now. It does not work. Now, I'm going to show you the major content breakthrough, and this is literally what made me go from these videos not bringing in shit, even though they were getting views, they weren't bringing in any members, to absolutely exploding and bringing a shit ton of members, and it was from one little change I made. Okay, you guys ready for this? So these videos, look, POV, you cracked the code, and it's just a compilation of lifestyle clips, right? Like, it's the most basic shit. I'm sure you guys are very used to seeing this now. However, there's one thing I changed about these videos, because every video was the same. It was lifestyle clips, caption, but they weren't bringing in members. Here's what I changed. I'm gonna let the video play. The third clip of the video is literally a clip showing my view, my computer setup, and then showing the Discord. I showed the Discord. I didn't say to join it. I didn't say anything like that, but I showed it so that people watching this know I have a Discord, and then the caption, join us or don't. It's up to you. It's like a call to action, but like kind of a call to action, you know. It's very subtle, but that was the change that changed everything. I gave everyone that clip, and I said, whatever you do, just put this clip in all your videos. And that fucking worked like crazy. And that's how we started gaining a shit ton of members. That was the one little change that we made. Now, we scaled extremely, extremely quickly once that kicked off. We scaled to 125,000 members, 125,000 in the span of about 8 months. And the majority of that growth was in the span of about 4 months. Now, you know exactly how I marketed it. I explained the conversions, the retention. It might sound simple, but that's literally all that went into making $1.2 million. Now, of course, we had some high ticket stuff in the back end. Honestly, the high ticket stuff equated to over half the revenue. It was not the low ticket, and high ticket is really what's working best now. High ticket is working a lot better, making a lot more money than low ticket in my current experience. So I would highly recommend looking at the high ticket route. I'm going to explain a little bit more now about how I pivoted and that sort of thing. But essentially what happened is we had this whole thing where we got banned on Stripe, and then we lost a lot of our MRR, and we just ended up exiting. We exited for a lot less than we should have, to be completely honest with you. So it didn't really have a happy ending, but nonetheless, this was a massive Discord and just a massively successful business as a whole.
All right, next up is the landing page. Again, this is really, really important, arguably one of the most important parts of the entire funnel. So let's get straight into it. Now, first, what I want to tell you guys, there's a shit ton of offers. Let me share screen this. There is a ton of offers I run where I do not have a landing page, okay? Like, I'm talking like half the offers I run have no landing page. It's just straight to a Typeform. Now, depending on the demographic, the audience, where it's coming from, you don't really need a landing page. And sometimes not having a landing page will help sell like the authenticity. It'll help sell like the raw style. If someone's making very niche videos and all the videos are raw and they really want to look like as authentic as possible, sometimes having a landing page can make you look a little guru-y. But if you don't have a landing page and you just have a Typeform, just an application, it really helps, like, you know, building the authenticity and not looking so guru-y. With that said, the offers I do run landing pages with, I'm going to show you how I do it. But again, like I said, a lot of them, it's just straight to the Typeform. So first, let's talk about low ticket. Low ticket pretty much always needs a landing page. If you're going to run a low ticket, you need a fucking landing page. You don't do a Typeform for a low ticket. It just doesn't work. So you need a landing page, and almost always, or like my low ticket landing page is identical. And I'm gonna break it down. Now, high ticket, like I said, in many cases, I'll only use a Typeform and I'll skip doing a landing page entirely. I have an entire segment in this video dedicated showing how to set up a Typeform. So again, that's not gonna be in this part, but full Typeform funnel, the Typeform itself, setting up the questions, setting up the software, that's a separate section of this video. For this part right here, all I'm showing is a landing page. So the landing page difference, I'm talking between a low ticket and a high ticket. Literally the only difference is usually just either a button to pay or a button to apply. So obviously with a low ticket, they'll watch the video, there's gonna be a button to join right there. High ticket, you don't just sell a $5,000 program on a landing page, okay? You need them to hop on a call with someone and talk to them, figure out if they can help them, that sort of thing. So for that, it'd be an apply button rather than a pay button. Now, you can also embed the Typeform rather than having a button. I'm gonna show you how to do this in a second, but first let me go through the actual landing page itself. So first of all, my landing page format. Again, this is super simple. So at the top, you can have a logo. You don't need a logo. You can have the name, whatever it is. You don't need that. underneath that is the hero text. So here's like an example landing page next to it. The hero text, why creators pay me $120,000 a month to be their first class operator, whatever that is. And then subtext underneath, which is, you know, usually some type of call to action, or it says watch this video first or whatever it is. But the hero text is going to be your main selling point. And then the VSL, the most important part of the whole page, which I also have a whole section dedicated to, which I'm about to get into. The VSL is the video that they watch that just sells them. That's what they need. It gives them all the information they need, what the offer is, what their pain points are. Everything is in that VSL. The VSL is the most important. Then you have the call to action button, which, as you can see, apply now, or you can embed the Typeform. I'll show you how to do that as well. And then I like to have first a section of video testimonials, so where it kind of it breaks down, you know, a little bit more of each person rather than just a wall of testimonials, which I have changed up recently. I used to just do a wall of testimonials. Now I like to do a section first of video testimonials, like video, mentee interviews, that sort of thing, client interviews, client success stories. And then after you've shown a few of those, you can just do a wall of screenshots and just overload as many results as possible. Now, I strictly use ClickFunnels. So when it comes to actually building these landing pages, I only use ClickFunnels. I'm gonna show you really quick how to use ClickFunnels, how to connect the domain, creating a funnel, creating a page, adding elements, desktop and mobile versions. I'm gonna show you how to do all of this right now. So to start out, all you do is you go to funnels, you create a funnel. I like to start from scratch, test funnel, and you create the funnel, that's it. Let it load, and then here you go. So this is where you can add steps in the funnel. Now, this is only if you're like sending emails and that kind of bullshit through ClickFunnels. And again, I only use ClickFunnels. If it's just the website, all you have to do is create a page, new page. Again, you can name it first page, create page. That's all you have to do. It's gonna load it up. And then you click on edit. And then this is where you actually make the landing page. So I like to have it start out blank. It's really, really easy. Sometimes it can be kind of clunky, but there's really only some things you need to know. So first of all, you have to add a section. Again, I like to keep it blank. I'll add a blank section, 1 column, 2 columns. So this is if, say for example, you're doing like a wall of screenshots. I might do like 2 or 3 columns. But for this, it's all gonna be 1 column. Like I said, the text, the subtext, the video. So it's gonna be 1 column for this main part. And then you simply just start adding stuff in. So again, you got the headline, the sub headline, and then if you want to embed the video, and then you can do a button to apply. You just click on all these things, and then say maybe we want a divider under that, and then underneath this is where, say we're gonna have all the testimonials. This is where you're gonna want to add 2 columns, as you can see, and then say let's do image, add again, image. Again, I'm just giving you an example here. So there you go. You've already built out most of it. Now, where this is weird is like sizing. Sizing on ClickFunnels, let me make sure I'm recording all this. Yeah, okay. Sizing is really, really weird. I want to see if there's a better way I can show all of this. I don't think so. Oh, actually it gets it in there. Okay, cool. You can't like size this stuff. You use padding. So you see where it says padding left to right? You just drag this and it will add padding on the side, which in turn shrinks it. Again, it's really fucking weird. Let me look at my list I've got here. So creating photo, creating pages, I just showed you how to do that, adding elements. And again, to edit all of this, it's really easy. You just go into settings, and then like for this, you can go down and this is where you change all the style, the typography, the weight of the font, what font you want to use. You can change all this stuff right in here. The color, all of that, make it look nice. You can also change like the backdrop. So if you want to make it, you turn on background, and then you can put like a color. If you want to make it black. These are all the basic things. ClickFunnels is not meant to be super, super pretty. It's meant to be very straightforward, to the point. It sells them. They watch the VSL. That's all you have to have on here. You don't need to make a beautiful fucking landing page. Like, guys, it does not matter. You're thinking too hard about it. But that's pretty much most of that there. Now, really quick, adding elements. Okay, desktop mobile versions. This is the most important part of this. And this is also where it's like ClickFunnels. What the fuck are you doing? It's just weird. So if I wanted to view this on mobile, as you can see, look, the video's already fucked up. It looks weird. Like, why is it like this? This is where ClickFunnels is really clunky, but it's also nice because it's full customizability. What you'd want to do is duplicate this. At the bottom right here, you've got visibility. You have all, and then you have desktop, and you have a little mobile phone, okay? You'd set one of them to desktop. So now this is only visible on desktop, and then you set this one to mobile. Now this one's only visible on mobile. And then of course, I can edit the mobile one. It'll look completely different than the desktop one, and now it's good. So that's the only thing that's a little bit clunky, a little bit weird with ClickFunnels. Aside from that though, it's pretty straightforward to use. Again, you gotta examine your demographic, figure out if most people are gonna be on desktop, if they're gonna be mobile, you know, where you put most of your attention. But either way, you basically have to make the entire landing page twice to make sure it's fully optimized. Just figure out, you know, if most people are coming on desktop, most are coming mobile, you get all this demographic data. Just make sure it looks nice on both. Again, it doesn't have to be anything crazy beautiful. Most of what matters is like the VSL and the actual selling points. This is meant to be very, very simple, very, very basic, putting the focus on the video itself. Again, guys, it's not like a super long website with a bunch of shit. It's really fucking easy and straightforward. Now, I'll save that real quick. Okay, I went through all this. The only thing is the domain. That's the only thing I haven't gone through. Domains are a little bit clunky with ClickFunnels because you have to go into settings here, and then you have to change this URL, and then also the funnel settings, which I believe is right here. Domain, you click this and you can pick which one you want. So you've got to connect the domain to ClickFunnels first, and then actually set the domain within the funnel itself. To actually connect the domain, you simply go into your workspace settings and then click domains, and then you can add domain and connect it really, really easily. So that's all you've got to do. It's pretty straightforward. Again, a lot of this stuff is like a little bit clunky. There's so many ClickFunnels tutorials though, and what I just showed you in 5 minutes is pretty much everything you need to know. So I wouldn't think too hard about it. I wouldn't stress too hard about it. That's everything for the actual setup. Oh, and one more thing too, how to embed the Typeform. So say I want to embed it. Let me go back real quick. We'll pull this up, go back to edit, and then what you want to do is open Typeform. Pick the Typeform you want, whichever one the Typeform is. You go to share in the top right. Okay, it'll do its thing, give you a link, whatever. Boom, it brings you to this page. And then what you can do is embed in a web page. Start embedding, and it's going to give you the embed code. Then what you do is you copy that, then you add another element, which is going to be HTML/JS. You open this, you open the code editor, and you simply just paste it in. Done. Save it. And then now when we open the preview, Typeform will be embedded into the page. That easy, really fucking easy to embed it. That's pretty much it for ClickFunnels. Now, going back here, this is honestly like starting to lag my computer because there's so much shit on this Miro board. Holy fuck. Real quick, the landing page. So I've got an entire segment, like I said, dedicated to the VSL. So check that out for the VSL part. VSL is really, really important. I go super in depth there. Now, I think I covered everything down here. No, I did not. So, oh, I do have one more thing, the pop-up. So sometimes I might include like a features section, depending on if the offer is complex. Sometimes there's like an app or a software paired with it. I might add a little section on the landing page to show that. Not even so much to juice up the value, but sometimes just like make it clear what it is, how it works, that sort of thing. Now, if you're gonna have a lead magnet, let me full screen for this. Don't be fucking having 3 links in your creator's description. Don't do that. Every single client I work with, I make sure there's 1 link. There can't be any confusion. If you add 3 links, they don't know which one to click on. Do they want to buy? Do they want the free lead magnet? What do they want? Okay, you can't do that. You need 1 link. So if I do have a lead magnet, I'll have it on this purchase page, landing page. I'll have it on the same page. Really, really simple how this works. Let me pull this up again. Wait, pull this up. Okay, if you're gonna have a lead magnet, make it a pop-up on the same page, okay? And let me make this clear. I have tested this extensively, and I found out that pop-ups do not decrease conversions. However, having multiple links and confusing the viewer, the consumer, does decrease conversions drastically. Again, let me say this. Having a pop-up when they open the web page is not going to hurt your conversions. Now, how do you do a pop-up? Let me close this again. Go here. All you do is you go up here, show pop-up. You have a default pop-up, and then you can edit the pop-up settings, which again, it's all the same shit. And look at this. All you do, you build a website the exact same way you did before, except it's on the pop-up this time. Okay, you'd usually have like text, a picture, and then a button to submit the information. That's it. That's literally it. So again, you can go and fully customize this however you want to. Now for this, obviously you're just gonna wanna be gathering their information. So this is where you kind of need to do a form, which is where you do input. So you're gonna wanna add inputs. So say we want their email and their phone number. We're gonna put those there. See, look, I'm like, why am I scrolling behind this? ClickFunnels is just a little bit fucking wonky. And then here you're going to want to put the input type as so phone number. So look, now we're getting email, phone number, and then what we want this to do is give us this data and add it into ClickFunnels. And it's that simple. Now, going back over here. So I just showed you how to do that. The only other thing I want to show you, the type of mentee interviews, okay, I'm all good. The type of mentee interviews that you do are extremely, extremely fucking important. It can't be super scripted. It can't be heavily edited or anything like that. It has to give that raw, authentic feel. If you guys look at mine, they're all like that. They're all literally like me texting them saying, yo, I want to do like an interview. I want to do a call with you and record it and post it. Let's do it. And then that's all the prep. I don't tell them I'm going to ask you these questions. I don't do anything. I just get on the call. Most of the time, I don't even have questions. It's just a conversation. You just do like a 20-minute conversation, talking to them. What are they doing? How are they doing? How's the support? How's the program? You're just asking them basic questions, having a conversation with them, making it raw and authentic. It just can't be scripted or edited or anything like that. I don't edit them. I like them raw, nice. You can watch it and truly like actually listen to the conversation and tell we're just talking. We're just two dudes talking. Now, I'm gonna play this video. This is the interview I did with Maheen. I want you guys to watch it and just like understand it's literally just a conversation between two dudes. He did 0 to 60K a month in 4 months. Like here's a screenshot. This is when he hit his first 50K month. 2/3 of the way through the month, looking like it's gonna be my first 50K month. Don't see how I don't hit it. Boom. I'm gonna play this. I want you guys to watch it and have in the back of your mind, obviously, great results. You can listen to everything, gain the value from the offers he's running, all of that. But also have in the back of your mind of how this interview is set up. It's just a normal call. It's just raw. It's authentic. Keep that in your mind while you watch it so you can understand that you're gonna want to do this exact same thing with your creators as well.
Maheen is definitely an interesting guy. You guys know Maheen. I've referenced him in 1 or 2 of my videos before as just a student testimonial. He was making almost 50K a month. He's doing great now, even above that, which we're about to get into. But yeah, Maheen's definitely an interesting guy. I wasn't planning on doing an interview with him just because a lot of like the offers he runs, like a lot of that info needs to be kept private. He prefers it that way. But he's just like, he gets like 5 DMs a day of people like, yo, like, is it worth it to work with Dustin, whatever. So he actually said like he wanted to do one. So here's the video. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Again, you have questions or anything, feel free to ask in the comments, but enjoy.
Yo, what's good guys? It's Dustin. Got another mentee interview. Very highly requested. I am here with Maheen. As you guys know, I've referenced him in a few videos before. Maheen is my top performing student, #1. So a lot of you guys have wanted to see a mentee interview. So here it is. What's good, Maheen?
What's good, man? How you doing?
Doing well, man. How are you? Why don't you tell everyone, just start by telling everyone like where you're from, I guess.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you, Dustin. At first I was like, hey, I'm getting a lot of messages from your videos, and I'm like, hey, Dustin, why don't we just make a video? Because I was getting like 3 or 4 a day from you guys saying, hey, if you're legit, how is Dustin? If I should do this or not. So I'm like, hey, why not? But now I'm Maheen. I'm from Calgary, Alberta. Very cold. Work with a lot of cars, but met Dustin about a year or 2 ago. Went through his program and made a fuck ton of money.
Yeah. So Maheen was showing me all the DMs that he's been getting from you guys. But yeah, just to be completely clear, yeah, I've known Maheen for like a year or 2 now. We kind of go back since we've both kind of been in a similar space. And then about 4 months ago, he joined the mentorship. So that's basically everything we're gonna be covering in this video. This is like a very mentorship based video. Obviously there's gonna be tons of value too. We're gonna talk a little bit about like what niche he's working with since he's got a pretty good untapped niche. But yeah, lots of value. So let's jump right into it. All right, so Maheen, the question that everyone watching this video is gonna wanna know,
Yep.
Obviously we'll start it off strong. How much money are you personally profiting per month right now?
We just cleared 55K, so almost on the $60,000 mark per month.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, great to hear, guys. As I said before, he is my top performing student as of now. No 100K a month students yet, hopefully soon though. But yeah, almost 60K per month in personal profit, not creator revenue. And how many creators is that divided into? How many are you working with right now?
I'm working with 4.
4 creators. Okay, so bro, guys, I always tell you guys, like 4 creators, 60K per month. And 60K per month is a lot of fucking money. Like a lot of you guys that DM me and shit, you only want to make like 10K, 20K per month. Like you can achieve that with literally 1 creator. Like I always tell you guys, like literally 1 solid creator is all it takes. You guys do not have to run this up like an agency and have a dozen clients making you a couple grand per month. All you need is 1 really solid creator and you have a solid percent and you're running all their back end and you can easily make a full-time income from just 1 creator. All right, so I'm sure everyone's gonna wanna know what niche you're working with. So of those 4 creators, what niche are they in?
What niche are they in? They're in BizOp. But I love you, Dustin. But it's an untapped market for sure. That I want to keep just for me for now. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you don't have to say exactly what the niche is. I know you. It is a. I mean, to all fairness, guys. Like I've worked with a lot of BizOp niches, but like Maheen's hitting a pretty good one to where like most people aren't even really outreaching to these people. But I've told you guys a lot before. Like BizOp really is where you can make the most money from creators that are not super big. And to be completely honest, like Maheen is not working with creators that are super big, but because it's BizOp and because it's like a pretty solid niche where there's really no other growth operators hitting it, like it's a solid opportunity. But you guys need to drop the thinking that you need to be working with someone that has 1 million followers to make money, because it's just not the case at all. Especially with YouTube, like there's tons of YouTube creators, there's tons of people that they don't have a lot of followers or engagement, but they can still make a ton of money just because the lead quality is so much higher with YouTube. Yeah, we don't have to go into the exact niche.
No, no worries, man. Yeah, I think it's easier already working with people already selling something, because then they can just go and upsell their current customers.
Yeah, and that's what I made that whole video on too. Is like you can literally just take a pre-existing customer base, whether it's a low ticket or whatever it is, and you can just upsell into a high ticket, or vice versa. Vice versa, you can take people from a high ticket and you can downsell them into something low ticket. So in a lot of cases, it's literally easier, and you can make a lot more money from working with people that already have a customer base and already sell some type of info product. And real quick sidebar too, you actually met James like you said like a year ago or something like that. Can you just explain that super quick? Because I think it's absolutely insane that I just did like a mentee interview with James and you've actually met him in person. I haven't even met you in person yet.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Where were we? I was middle of running my dealership. I knew James before when we had our business court thing, but the kid was keeping tabs with me saying, hey, I'm in BC, I'm nearby, you should come and chat, say hello. But I don't know, I was just too busy with my thing. I never really paid attention or gave it time. But James stayed consistent, bro. One day at the dealership, I had 4 guys running around, buying and selling, and James comes in with, I forgot this Asian guy came in, but he looked pretty fresh. And he had a camera with him. And James was trying to set up this whole media thing, but the fact that he made that time to come see me no matter how busy I was, and then he was telling me how he's going to Bahrain in a couple months and doing all that. But then to see him with you in Dubai, Bahrain, and all that stuff, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It is.
That is actually like, guys, you guys need to understand, like your face and your brand and your reputation is everything. Because, bro, it's a small fucking world. Like everyone knows each other. Everyone meets each other somehow. Like everyone knows someone. Like the fact that none of that is coordinated. I haven't even met Maheen, yet he's met James, who James just came to Dubai. I haven't even posted that video yet. But like, it's actually, it's just crazy, dude. It's crazy.
It's crazy. I could even show you the camera footage I had in my office shop of him just coming in and the presence. It was sick. Seeing you guys as the younger generation, you become skeptical, right? Of where I should put my money and whatnot. But the way you guys keep your reputation, I was constantly either vlogging, performing the same numbers, or staying consistent and meeting people. Good for you, James. That's a clap for you, James.
Good for James. Okay, so back on topic. So you're working with 4 creators now. Are you still actively running outreach? Are you still trying to bring on new creators? Are you just working with those ones? Where are you at with that?
No, man. Just sticking with what I have now. I'm honestly planning just scaling it higher with the people I have. Makes more sense and more luck with me. Like I said, I'm a bit more traditional in this sense. I have 4 solid sales guys in my dealership. Train them up to generate more numbers rather than reach out for new sales guys. And I feel like my investment towards those guys automatically increased in the next 2-3 months rather than finding that lucky guy. I'm not saying you're not wrong. You can definitely find another guy that will create that difference for you, but it's a very small percentage. Rather than finding the right guys, the proper foundation, and training them how you want them to be trained. Always upskill them.
Yeah, and guys, real quick too, something else that's crazy is Maheen literally runs a dealership while doing this business model. Like a lot of you guys, like there's a lot of people that are just lazy and they don't think that they can run it up because they don't have time or whatever. You're running 2 businesses simultaneously. Can you like say something about the dealership real quick?
Yeah, no worries. I mean, the lazy part, man, don't get me wrong. There's a day where you and I were both lazy too, right?
Yeah.
But then something lit our asses up on fire. But no, 2 years ago, I started the whole wholesaling thing. So I've always been in dealerships for almost 5 years. in sales. And then it was about time I decided to leave and get my own license. So this will be 2 years of me running my dealership. Definitely struggled a couple months, but you learn through it. And then numbers are looking pretty decent for me. At the same time, I've always kept tabs with Dustin and have always been happy with what Dustin was doing. So I called him time to time until to a point I was like, hey, I think I might be able to take on a more additional work based on the time I'm keeping for myself. But you have to keep in mind the structure I have at the dealership. If I haven't learned from the basics we learned through, I would have given 24 hours of my own time. But I was able to make sure that ran by itself somewhat. You still got to be there, but they say you can judge a man based on the size of their problems. And I felt like my problems were too small at the dealership, so we start stacking up more, right?
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, guys, some people are just you're either cut out for it or you're not. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I was placed in the number one selling dealership with 10 other sales guys. If I didn't perform, I'm out of here. That was my one chance at that dealership because I wasn't ready to go be in the bottom feeder of the subprime cars. And those 10 guys taught me a lot. They all went to the gym. They were all God-fearing men. And the fact that it wasn't even about lying or hiding to get the sales done, because in cars, I can tell you right now, it's very easy to do that. But the way you stand up as an alpha, not a lot of men have that nowadays, but when other people feel it, they'll buy anything from me.
Yeah, fire.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, last question. How would you rate my involvement? Because I get this question a lot of like, they think, because of how my offer is, where I give you a creator, a lot of people think like, I'm just gonna give it to you and just leave it at that. So how would you rate like my involvement with everything after I've already given you a creator and it's time to actually run the creator up?
I remember the days where I was running in the cold and we would be in the car and I would be on the call with you, right? Because I didn't have time afterwards. And you would sacrifice those time to cut your other stuff early to give me that time. There's been many times late night at the dealership, I've been just on with work and I give you the text, hey, can we have our call now? And you make time for it. So I appreciate that, man. And I would say for the value you get, it's good. It's more than good.
Yeah, of course, bro. And guys, remember too, like when it comes to actually building out the phone, maybe you could say something about this, but when it comes to actually building out everything in the back end, like we do all of that on call. I'm not like leaving him in the dark, like trying to figure out softwares and shit on his own. Like we do everything together. We get it all set up. So he's 100% sure that everything is being done right before delivering it to the creator.
And trust me, I ask a fuck ton of questions. I'm not young like you guys where I have all the answers. I have to ask you 4 or 5 times till it wires in my head. So
yeah,
I'm gonna to handle it, and you handled me well.
Good to hear. Happy to hear.
Yeah.
But anyhow, guys, yeah. So we'll cut the video there. Great fucking shit, Maheen. I hope to see Maheen at like 100K months soon. Just scaling really well. Like you're genuinely doing really well with everything. So, guys. All of you DMing Maheen, you can just DM me, right? Like it's great. It's great you have questions for Maheen, but you can just DM me as well. But yeah, guys, hope you enjoyed the video. If you have any questions about the mentorship or anything, feel free to leave a comment or just shoot me a DM. Alrighty, next up is the VSL. The VSL, the video sales letter, is arguably the most important part of any funnel. It's simply the video that sells the viewer on purchasing. VSL stands for video sales letter. All that means is they watch this video. It's going to cover everything, and I'm about to go through this. I pretty much break down every single aspect of the VSL. They're going to watch this video. After watching it, the goal is they should want to buy or book a call or whatever the call to action is. That's what the VSL should be doing. So for low ticket offers, since it's just going to be a purchase page, it sells them on buying on the spot. So they click it, they go to the website, they buy it right there after watching. For high ticket offers, it's going to sell them on booking a call to be sold. So the call to action is going to be, here, join now. And then the call to action here is going to be book a call, see if you're a good fit, whatever it is. Now, most of the time, this is going to be a simple talking head video. It's not going to be like a Miro video like this. It's not going to look like this. It's going to be a simple talking head video that looks like this, or that looks like this. Just me talking to the camera. That's what a VSL looks like. Now, these are the primary components. First, the demographic, so calling out who the demographic is. Viewer gain, so what do they gain by watching this video? You don't want to say, obviously the video is to sell them, but you're not gonna fucking say that. So it needs to give them some type of gain. They need a reason for watching. You're gonna learn this. In this video, I'm gonna reveal this, okay? The storytelling, so you really gotta dig deep at like life story and the VSL needs to tell a story. It can't just be, here's what the offer is. You know what I mean? It needs to flow. It needs to get them emotionally invested. After they're emotionally invested, the pitch, The pitch, and again, I'm about to break down each one of these. The pitch is really simple, includes what's included, the price, that sort of thing. Objection handling, so handling all the objections before the call, before anything, you're gonna handle all the objections. This is why when people get on calls with my closers and my offers, they're pre-sold. And then the length, how long it should be. So let's go through each component now. I'm gonna break it all down. So to start out, demographic. It needs to start out by calling out the ICP, their ideal customer profile. The demographic needs to call it out. So if you are XYZ, listen up. That's pretty straightforward. So for my VSL, if I had a VSL, it would be like, if you're a growth operator, or if you're a closer or a setter, you need to transition to this business model. Obviously I wouldn't say it like that, but that's the target I'd be going for, calling out whoever my typical mentee is, telling them, yo, you're this person, watch this video. Viewer gain. It then needs to explain what they're going to gain from watching the video. So I'm about to reveal XYZ. So in my case, it would be, I'm about to show you exactly how I get dozens of creators to pay me hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to run their offer completely in the back end, okay? Let me turn my brightness up. That's it. I'm about to reveal XYZ. Again, I'm just giving you guys examples, showing you how it should look with your offer. Next is storytelling. So the creator needs to emotionally relate to the viewer. Now the lower quality of the audience, this is very like, the lower quality of the audience, the more you have to do this, and the higher quality of the audience, the less you have to do this. And it's best done by having a large part of the video going over their life story. Now this is what I really want you guys to focus on. 80% of this whole video should be the problem and desire, and 20% should be the mechanism. What does that mean? That means 80% of the video should be focusing on why they aren't where they want to be, hitting their pain points super hard. You're not this, you're not this. You want to get here. This is where you are. This is where you want to get. That needs to be 80% of the video is hitting hard, and then also showing, you know, for most cases, the creator will be like, I was in your exact shoes. I was here and I got here. You want to be here. That's what 80% of the video is going over their problem and their desire. What's the issue? What do they want, the desire? And then what's the issue? Why are they not there? And then the 20% is in the middle. What's the mechanism that gets them from point A to point B? What gets them from their problem to their desire? It's the mechanism. 20% of the video needs to be the mechanism, and the mechanism is simply the business model. It's whatever the offer is. So again, 80% of the video needs to be storytelling, relating to the viewer emotionally, really hitting hard at what they want, what their issues are, the desire, and then 20%, the small part, which is pretty much just the pitch, is selling the mechanism. So here's the mechanism, the pitch. It's a full pitch on what's included. Obviously, you gotta make all of this flow together. This is not separate parts. This whole thing flows together in one VSL. Now, I like to price hint instead of price drop. So again, I would go over everything that's included, exactly what they get. You get access to these group calls, you get access to this support system, you get access to all of these resources, blah, blah, blah. Go through everything in depth, what they get. I like to price hint instead of price drop. So if the offer's $5,000, I won't say the offer's $5,000, book a call. I'll say it's a multi 4-figure investment. This doesn't scare away people that don't have $5,000 because they might not know they can just get financed and they don't need $5,000. It doesn't scare those people away, but at the same time, it does scare away the people that have $10 in their bank account and know like, oh, multi 4 figures, I don't have that. I'm not gonna waste this closer's time and book a call. Next is objection handling. Here's where this gets good with AI. You can give ChatGPT an exact explanation of your offer and ask it to give you potential objections, okay? So these all need to be addressed in the VSL. However, you want to avoid the nitty-gritty objections. So I'm going to show you how to do this with ChatGPT right now. But you can literally get all the potential objections that anyone would have with your offer. It's too good to be true. It's too expensive. Just a couple examples I'm going to show you in a second. And you need to just go over most of these in the VSL and handle the objections before the objections come on a sales call. So by the time they're booking the call, their questions are already answered. However, you do want to avoid the super like small details. So the really small details with the offer, like how certain things work in there, or how you do a certain thing, or really the things that make it sound like it's going to be a ton of work. Obviously, you don't want to make it sound too easy. You do want to make it sound like it's going to take work, but you don't want to make it sound like it's going to be really fucking hard and potentially give them an objection that is like a deal breaker for them. Details kill deals, okay? Remember that. Now let me show you how you can use ChatGPT to do this. So opening this up, all I'm gonna do is literally just first explain what my offer is. So I sell a high ticket info product offer, teaching people how to partner with creators and monetize their audience with info products. I am usually working with people that create organic content on YouTube on YouTube and Instagram. I simply create some type of course / mentorship to sell to their audience, and I take a percentage for doing so. My own program is showing people how to do the exact same thing, and they pay me upfront to know how to do this and get one-on-one direct access to speak to me. Okay, here we go. We typed out the offer. It is a 4-figure upfront investment. Now, what are some potential objections my potential customers would have before buying my personal offer? Okay, there, just an example. You could probably make it sound a little bit better, but boom, here we go. Money related. I can't afford it. It's too expensive. Time and commitment. I'm too busy. I want to wait till I sign my first creator. I actually do get that one sometimes. What if I fail? Will this work in my niche? How do I know this is another guru program? Why should I trust you? Do I actually get one-on-one with you? Do I need an audience or experience? And again, you can tell it's a, you could say, give me more on the creator side. A lot of people wonder if it's going to be hard to land a good creator. You could say something like that. And again, the more calls you take, the more you're gonna know like what objections you're gonna have. So you go, what if I can't find a good creator? Why would a creator work with me if I've ever done this before? What if I land a creator but they flake or don't follow through? I probably shouldn't be fucking listening to a bunch of these objections, but the point is, you can literally just have AI give you all the objections that you would ever have, and there you go. So moving back to this. You wanna handle these objections after the pitch. So all you do, you ask ChatGPT, you take the ones that you think are the most important, or again, from all the calls, you'll know which ones are the most frequent, which ones you actually get frequently, and then you objection handle. That's it. Now the last thing is the length. Again, everyone obsesses over length, but it's really not that fucking important. And it needs to be based entirely on demographic, but even then, it's still not that important. This is what you need to know. 7 to 12 minutes for the lower quality audience, a shorter VSL. So these are the people coming from TikTok and shit like that, low attention span. I wouldn't do less than like 7, but you got to keep these ones short. That's what's important with this. Higher quality audience, it doesn't matter. As long as it's like 10 minutes, it can be an hour long. Bro, I know someone that has like a 4-hour long VSL, which is insane to me. I would say between 10 and 30 minutes. But as long as you're making sure the low quality audience gets the short one, as long as the high quality one is above like 10 minutes, I don't think it matters that much. I even know some people that do like Miro videos like this that are an hour long, 2 hours long, that's the VSL. Personally, I don't do that. I like the talking head style VSLs, 30 minutes max. That's how I do it. Now, I always like to have the VSL edited as well. So raw VSLs, I don't think are that good unless they're longer ones. Like I was saying, the Miros that are 30 minutes, an hour long. But for these ones that are 10, 20 minutes, I like to have it talking head. I like to have it edited. I like to have it flow nice. Just so you guys know, my mentees, they also get access to my VSL editor in my network. So I've got like 2 editors I use for all my VSLs. My mentees get access to them, of course. Now, I want to show you how you can actually use AI to write the entire VSL for you, which this sounds fucking insane, but I'm serious. I'm gonna show you how right now. So I'm gonna show you guys this with LaunchSmith again. So LaunchSmith again, this is a software my friend Yusuf made. I've been using it a lot recently. Essentially how it works is, again, just a quick recap. You create an account, you set up like a profile. For every single client you have, they have their own profile on here, and you answer like 30 questions. So exactly what their life story is, what their offer is, you give them testimonials, you give them everything. You basically feed this data machine. You give it as much data as possible. You give it links to like the YouTube videos even, it will read that, transcripts from the YouTube videos. So then it's gonna know exactly what the offer is, what type of content they're making, what their viewers lack, what the objections are. This AI already knows all of this, so I'm gonna give you an example. And I made a separate AI video on this, so I already have like 1 client in here. So then what you can do is you go to flows. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I already did this, but I have to do it again because I had it on the wrong screen. So here we go. Here's how you do. You go to flows, you click on video sales letter, you select the client. So again, I'm gonna click the client. It already knows all the information about this client, the type of VSL. So you can do post-call booking, which I'm gonna show you as well. But this is for the cold traffic VSL. Here you go, and then here we go. Generated content, and then you've got the full thing here. You can pick which one. Prompt editor, you have all of this in here. So here's what we want to do is we want to give it instructions. Now again, I already kind of gave it instructions, but here we go. So I said create a 50-minute long VSL, first call the demographic, tell the viewer what they're going to gain from watching, go over the entire life story and relate to the viewer emotionally, explain exactly what the offer is, what's included, and emotionally relate to the viewer. I don't think I meant to put that twice. Come up with 5 to 6 primary objections a potential buyer may have and solve the objections, or I'll say and handle the objections. And then this is the one thing, I did not add this on here, but you really want to have some testimonials. You want to have some type of case studies. You don't have to make it its own section like this, like, oh, at the end, but like flow it in, you know? So like maybe in the storytelling part, midway through storytelling, you could say, my student James was in the exact same situation as me. He's one of like my students that, you know, had like the same come up as me, and now he's doing 60 grand a month, okay, whatever it is. You can fit it in without it being like, now here's the testimonial section, you know what I mean? You just gotta make it flow, that's the most important thing. But anyhow, you can give it all this information here, and then you simply generate it, and then you wait about 20-30 seconds, and it's gonna spit me out a VSL, and I didn't have to do anything but give it some prompts. And like I said, this tool is so fucking sick because it keeps all the information. Once you give it all the info once and feed it all the info, you can use this to spit out emails, VSLs, everything. And again, this whole video, if you guys are watching this entire video, you're gonna see I use this multiple times. I use this for emails, I use this for all this different shit. Anyhow, as I'm speaking, here you go. So first, it's gonna break this stuff down for me, what their deepest fear is, what the internal story, all of this. Again, it gets all this from just like his content and shit. And then here we go, hook. Here's the hook, the first part of the hook, introduction, credibility. Again, it broke it all up into steps. Whoops, I skipped over one. Epiphany story, emotional connection, just like I told it to do. Explanation of the unique mechanism, the pitch. It made the entire VSL for me because it already has the data. All you have to do is prompt it, and it knows exactly what to fucking do. Whoa, it's getting dark here. The sun's going down. Does this not look fucking beautiful, though? Oh, God, I love info products. Okay, moving back here. There you go. That's how you can literally make the entire VSL with AI. Now, that's pretty much everything that goes into creating a VSL. Obviously, you don't want to like completely just like use this one for one. You want to put your own edits on it, make sure that it's solid in the right context, and you don't want to just do anything completely AI. A lot of times, I won't even give the creator like an exact script like this. Sometimes I'll outline it. I'll give them an outline. I'll kind of let them fill in some gaps themselves. Sometimes I find that to be better. That's pretty much the gist of it. That's how to make a banger VSL. That's everything that goes into it. And again, the one thing I didn't have on the Miro is like you need testimonials on there. So make sure you do that. But that's pretty much it. Okay, next I'm gonna go over the Typeform setup. So obviously Typeform is a massive, massive part of any offer. Mostly high ticket offers is where it's going to be used, but it's extremely important that you know exactly how to set it up, what questions to put, because you guys need to realize this is a funnel in and of itself. There's a completion rate. There's data that comes with the actual Typeform itself. So you wanna get that completion rate as high as possible. All these metrics I'm gonna be going over. I'm gonna show you exactly how I do my Typeforms based on what type of offer it is, how to connect it with the Calendly, how to actually set up Typeform as well. So without any further ado, let's jump straight into it. So my $1 million a month Typeform setup, because collectively with all clients and everything, these Typeforms that I've created generate over $1 million a month. So without any further ado, let's jump straight into it. Now, real quick, I'm gonna be breaking this down using the previous case study as a reference. It's gonna be a lot easier just because I can show you like numbers and that sort of thing. So any like numbers referenced in this part is from this case study, just so you guys know. So jumping straight into it, you need between 6 to 8 questions. This is the sweet spot. So this is what the questions look like. First, the contact information, which is name, number, email, and I wanna make this super important. I used to actually put the contact info later, and I think in a previous video, I think the video I made specifically on Typeform, I said put contact info, sorry, I just wanna make sure I'm recording. I said put contact info later, but for some reason that's changed, and recently, as I've been putting it at the start, it's been doing better and completion rate has been higher. So as of now making this video, I would say put contact information at the very start. Next is the basic information. So you want to collect location, age, Instagram username. Location and age is obviously very important for financing. You want to be able to know if they're in the US, if they're 18, you want to know if they can get financed. If they're in India and they're 16, they're probably a bad quality lead in the first place. And then Instagram username, you don't need to collect this, but I do like to collect it, especially if you're running through Instagram, some type of Instagram funnel. You need to be able to look at like previous convos on Instagram, see if there's any nurturing points there. Even if not, just being able to look at their Instagram, finding more about this person, it's gonna make it a lot easier for the close. Next is niche related. So these are 2 questions that are actually related towards the topic. So what's their current experience in X? So for me, it'd be like, what's your current experience in info products or growth operating or whatever? And then what are they struggling with? What got them seeking help? Why are they even filling this type form in the first place? It's obviously because they have a problem with something. Next is budget. So how much are they able to invest? Which is obviously important. If you're selling an info product, you need to know. And here's another thing. You don't want to make this like some super like salesy question. This question is extremely important. You need to flow it in and like even justify a reason for asking this. Obviously deep down they know the reason they're filling this out. This costs money. So in a lot of cases, you don't even put like how much are you able to invest. You would reword that into something like, a lot of people put like how much are you able to invest into yourself. I don't even like doing that either. What I'd prefer to do is just be transparent and be like, this is a 4-figure investment. Are you able to invest this much in yourself, or something like that? Like literally tell them, this is not fucking free. This costs money. Can you invest? And then how much are they currently making and how much do they want to be making? That's also just important, of course, to gauge their budget, if they could put money in, if they could do a payment plan, and also just to put them in the frame of mind of like, how much do they want to be making, assuming that it's his biz op, of course. And then the last question is a preface before booking, telling them to only show up to the call if they're serious and they know to show up to the call. You can also throw something in there like, are you going to be on time with your partners if you have any, you know, something including partners in there, just so they know that if they do have a business partner, that they need to bring them to the call, because obviously you don't want to be dealing with like, after you've pitched them and everything, I need to go talk to my partner. Why was the partner not on the call in the first place? Those people almost never close, by the way, so that's extremely important. Now, I'm going to show you super quick how to actually set this up in the Typeform software and which subscription you actually need. So I'm talking about how to literally create a Typeform. I'm going to show you right now. So the first thing you want to do is go to the top left and go to create a new form. Let it load for a sec. I like to just do it from scratch, start from scratch, fresh form. So here you go, it makes a brand new form. This is where everything is that you need. So the only elements you need are contact info at the start, like I said. You can delete whatever bullshit they give you. Contact form at the start, short text and long text. These are the only ones you're gonna need for like the answers where they type. Multiple choice. And then for the Calendly, you can either embed the Calendly into the actual type form, or you can give it like a question at the end and then have it redirect. It's completely up to you, but just to give you an example. So again, super easy to do all this. All you do is literally like say we don't want company, you don't want company on there. A lot of times I won't even do last name. You just hide that on the right side. I don't even know if that's showing on the screen, but it's really easy to use. Your question here. Like guys, this is so simple to use Typeform. Question, you can add a description. I don't like to do that. Just keep it as simple as possible. And then at the end, so let's say, will you show up to the call? Yes, no, obviously you make it better than this. And then what you can do is you can add an ending. So let me see, I'm gonna have to like rearrange this a little. If I move myself here, okay, here we go. Add an ending, so here you go, you click add an ending, redirect to URL, and this is where you can put them to the Calendly link, whatever it is. I'll just put like calendly.com. And now where it's important is obviously you don't want just anybody to be able to go to this. You want to make sure that it's only like qualified people that can actually book a call, which is where you want to go to workflow up here. And let me move this back now. Sorry guys, there we go, move this back. Now workflow, this is where you want to actually make sure only people you want to talk to are able to show up to the call here. So there's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can even like map it out up here. What I do is I just go to outcome, and then here you go, it has the ending right here, and then so you can just choose an answer. So if they say yes, they'll show up to the call, then we'll send them there, and then if they say no, we'll send them to an end screen that says they can't afford it. Obviously, you don't want to base it on like a question like this, will you show up to the call? This is pretty much always going to be based on the budget question. So if they pick that they have no money, they're never going to invest in themselves, then you're going to send them to a screen that says they're not qualified. And if they can invest in themselves, then you're going to send them straight to the Calendly, and then right after they complete the form, it'll redirect to the Calendly. And you can also do this exact same outcome like I just said, except actually putting it with the content, because you can actually link your Calendly in here. Again, all you do is click add content, click Calendly, and it will integrate it in the Typeform just so there's not like redirecting them after and all of that. It's really up to you how you want to do it, but that's how you actually set it up. As far as the subscription you need, it's not super important. All that really matters is you have enough fills. So you get like a maximum amount of fills with Typeform. I think it's like 100 or something like that. I just pay like the $59 a month for pretty much all my clients, and I like to have my clients pay it as well. I think I mentioned that before, but always have your clients, the creators, pay for the subscriptions. Don't pay for that yourself. But it's like $59 a month. So this is really like the most important software you need. So there should be no issue paying that. Now, back over here, where were we? So I ran through that. Now I'm gonna give you like an actual idea of what the data looks like. So again, linking back to this whole case study that I went through, 378 Typeform fills. This is what the Typeform looked like of that. 1,300 views, 378 fills, which is a 66.4% completion rate, which is very high. I don't know if I said why it was so high. I don't think I did, but I'll tell you right now. The reason it was high is because we only ran this Typeform to a group of paying customers. This was an ascension funnel, meaning these people, every single person that opened this had already given us money. They had already bought something from us. So a completion rate that high is extremely, extremely good. Usually it's not gonna be that high. I think mine for my own offer is like 30 something percent. It's around 30%, which I would still consider good for just straight up cold traffic. Now, what numbers matter? This is all that matters. Completion rate and the time to complete. Time to complete, we'll start with completion rate. Completion rate is the what percent of starts become submissions, okay? So when they click start, do they close it or do they submit it? That's all it is. And like I said, I did say this, 66.4% is very high. It's only this high because it's an ascension funnel. Now, the time to complete. This comes down to how in-depth the Typeform questions are, and I like to keep this under 10 minutes. Now, I have a philosophy on this. I've even seen some people require Loom video applications, like a recording of them doing a Loom, to make like the offer seem more exclusive. And I personally think it's an awful idea because even a qualified prospect with money may just not want to do this straight up. So I would recommend not doing that whatsoever. Like I said, under like 10 minutes, I like to keep it around there. I've done some longer ones. And again, guys, I've tested everything in this whole video. I've tested extremely, extremely extensively, including this Typeform stuff. I haven't tried like the whole Loom video shit, that's extreme, but I've tried longer Typeforms. I've tried every little thing to change data, moving this question here, moving this here, moving the contact form at the end, moving the contact form in the middle even. I've tested everything. This is what I've found works the absolute best. And personally, I think under 10 minutes to complete is what you want to be looking for. I have not found any benefit. They're not any more pre-sold if it takes them 30 minutes to do a Typeform. That's just what I've found with the offers I run, but maybe you'll see different results. Anyhow, back to this. So out of all that, we have 143 qualified Typeform fills. So out of this 378 submissions, 38% of them were qualified, which just means they have the money to invest or they can be financed. And like I said before, this is why I ask for location and age. It tells me if A, they're in a country with money or with a credit system so they can finance it through Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm. Obviously, there's a couple others like Split It, but those are the main ones. You want to be looking for US 18 plus. And then, yeah, if they're at least 18, which you need for financing, no one can get financed if they're 15 years old. It's not going to happen. And then, like I said before, Typeform logic allows you to filter out the unqualified people. So this means you're only speaking to qualified people, exactly what I just showed you. This is what it looks like if you have like a more in-depth one. But literally, this is what mine looks like. Like it's super, super simple. I have just literally I have basically one question that filters out these people, and that's pretty much all you need. Now, if they are qualified, it'll send them to a Calendly to book a call. It's really important that you do Calendly. You need Calendly. Otherwise, people aren't going to book. So use Calendly. I think there's another one like Cal.com. I like Calendly more. Everyone uses Calendly that I know. So out of the people that actually got sent to book, 92% of them booked, which again is really, really good. 131 bookings and 88% showed. I need some water. 88% is extremely fucking good of a show up rate. Again, it's not normally going to be this good. That's because it's an ascension funnel. Again, just bringing down the numbers for you. Now, how do you get a high show up rate? Obviously, like I said, it's probably not going to be this good. I do know some offers where cold traffic is this good, but there's a couple things you can do. So first of all, the biggest thing is you need to only allow people to book up to 48 hours in advance. That means if I'm here on Tuesday, I cannot book on Friday. The longest out I can book is this same time on Thursday, 48 hours, that's all I get. And then ideally, you want people to be able to book same day if possible. If I see something and I'm interested in it, and I can be on a call in 2 hours talking about it, that is peak interest. That's what you want if possible. Obviously, this depends if you have closers, setters, what schedules look like. It depends on a lot of those things. But that is like in the perfect world, what you want that to look like. Now, also your follow-ups, and this is real quick how to do it. It's just in your scheduling settings. Invitees can schedule 2 calendar days into the future. That's it, super simple. Now, obviously you wanna be sending SMS and email as well. I'm not one of those guys that's gonna send a ton of spammy things. Obviously you send them a confirmation after they book. You should also send them to a confirmation page, which I'm gonna talk about. 24 hours in advance, I'll send that out. Again, ideally you want everyone to be booking within 24 hours. I say set it as 48, but usually if you have it set as 48, people will book within 24 anyways. I send them 6 hours before and then 10 minutes before. Now, I like to personally send a text 2 to 3 hours before, whether that's on iMessage or WhatsApp, whatever it is, not automated, just to preface them before the call and like they know who they're gonna be talking to. It's a lot better than getting an automated Calendly email if they get like an actual person to reach out, whether it's you or it's a setter. For me, my offer, I send it personally. I've just found that like increases show up rates insanely when it's an actual person and not just some automated reminder. Now, out of those 116 calls, 52 of them closed, which is 45% on a 5K offer, 3.5K average cash collected. That's including financing, all of that, for a total of 182 cash collected and 260K in contract value. Now, again, even more of those prospects will be closed in that initial 14 days as follow-ups continue to go out. So I'm talking about the people that took the calls, didn't close, sending follow-ups, and then of course many of these people will also be successfully upsold at the end of the 6-month offer because this was a 6-month time frame offer. So extremely important there. Now, again, like I was saying, this whole Typeform funnel, again, the entire point of all of this is to get people from a point of interest when they first found out about something, when they were first interested in something, when they first saw a piece of content, whatever. You want to get the qualified people. You're taking those people, putting them through this filter, which is the Typeform. You're qualifying them. This does 2 things. First, it gives that exclusivity. It's an application. Not just anyone can just go click a link and join and buy it. You got to get on a call. You got to go through some steps. And then also it weeds out the people you don't want to talk to in the first place, the people with no money. And then sometimes, guys, it's not even about money. Like, I have a lot of offers, even my own offer, when I'll get on a call with someone, and even if it's someone that like would pay right then and there, you don't want to work with them. Like, I remember I had one guy in specific. I remember I got on a call. Everything went great. He was down to start. He was, oh, let me think about it, whatever. Again, I'm not going to use like some crazy pushy sales tactics. Okay, that's fine. This is a guy like on the call. I got like actual good vibes from him. Like I was like, okay, like this, I think this guy would actually be good to work with. And the next day he sent me like a bunch of contract stipulations. And normally like, you know, small edits to a contract will be fine. But this dude basically made his own fucking contract saying like, if he doesn't make X amount or something, I have to pay him personally out of my pocket this, and then he gave me a whole timeline. I need to do this by this date. I need to do this by this date, and it was like, dude, I don't fucking work for you. And I didn't take that guy on. He was down to pay in full, but because of all the extra bullshit, I'm like, why would I want to work with this guy? And it's not even so much about the contract stipulations or anything about that, but when someone wants to go through the process of putting all these extra things in place to like safeguard them, it shows you that they're already in the mindset that they're gonna fail. They already think in their mind they're gonna fail, so they need to set up this safety net for when they do fail. And I guarantee you, those people, if I would have taken that guy on, he would have failed, because his whole mindset, anytime he had a second of doubt in his head or anything, he would fall back on that safety net he created for himself. And yeah, I'm kind of ranting on the side here, but my point is, the point of Typeform and the point of taking a call before you close someone high ticket, it's not just about if they have money and if you can close them, but a lot of times it's also about, is this someone you even want to work with in the first place? Obviously it depends on the offer, but if it's one-on-one, something to keep in mind for your creators. Okay, now I just spoke about this a bit in the Typeform section, but I want to go a little bit more in depth on post-booking. So this means after they book a call, what actually happens. It's very important. So it's very important to have a post-booking page and process. After a call is booked, you need to ensure 2 things. 1, they show up to the call. And 2, they show up to the call pre-sold. Extremely important, okay? So the only thing I spoke about so far is actually getting them to show up to a call. So like I said, you gotta text them personally a few hours before the call to confirm they'll show up. A personal text from someone with either a profile pic on iMessage or WhatsApp. You can actually do that on iMessage. When you send a text, you can click share, it'll come up, and it'll come up on their iMessage with a profile picture. And obviously WhatsApp already has profile pictures. That's extremely important. It can't just be fucking only automated text. So then I like to set email reminders and SMS reminders. So email reminders I'll do, again, I think honestly this was a little bit different in the Typeform section. it's not too fucking important. If you send a text 15 minutes prior or 10 minutes prior, it's not gonna make a huge fucking difference. This is how I do it. Email, like I said, 24 hours prior, not including the confirmation email. 6 hours prior, email reminder. 1 hour prior, email. And you can also use AI to generate these, which I'm gonna show you in a second. For SMS, I'll send a text like 2 hours before, which is the one I told you guys about, the personal text. And then I might send one more like 10 or 15 minutes before. It depends how like in they sounded over text. I might send one more like 10 or 15 before, like, yo, excited to hop on, something like that. Now let me show you how to use AI to generate these pre-call reminders. Again, I'm gonna use the exact same AI, Launchsmith, baby. So all you do is you go to create emails. You wanna generate an email sequence. Again, I'm on my demo account. We're gonna use this guy from the previous video. Here it is, pre-call prep sequence. This is all I'm gonna do. I don't have to fucking do shit. Once you're on it, you can select who you wanna generate it by, either Bella or Angelica. I don't even really know the difference, to be honest. I'll just click generate, let it do its thing. All right, there you go. Email 1, see how many emails it made. Email 2, email 3. Kind of want to see how it did this actually. Okay, yeah, so the first one is kind of setting expectations, which I would do myself as well. Email 2, insights you'll love before our chats. Email 3, answering top questions. So the only thing I would do different here is I would tell it to make one of these very, very heavily based on like a testimonial or a result or something like that. So first you're kind of giving it insights into what they can expect, and then you're showing them a testimonial of someone that hopped on a call and the results they got because of joining the call. That's really the only thing I would do a little bit differently here. Again, you wanna mess around with this. This is why we have AI. You can change the prompts, reread it, edit it yourself a little bit too outside of AI. The whole point of me showing you that is like I'm trying to show you guys like copywriting. Why the fuck would you be a copywriter when I can do that in 2 seconds with AI? Why would you try and be a copywriter and sell that as a service for thousands of dollars a month? Sorry if you're a copywriter, but you're fucked. Anyhow, going back over here. So as far as this goes, after you've got all this set up, you've got the email reminders. Again, I would AI these. You could put these all in Calendly as well. Calendly will just auto send them for you. SMS is the only thing I would do personally. I would not use Calendly to send SMS. Once you know they're gonna show up to the call, the only other thing that's important is knowing that the show to the call pre-sold. Ideally, you want everyone you hop on a call with to be like, oh my God, I'm so happy to be on this call. I'm so excited to get started. That's what you want. I have set myself up really nice where that is pretty much what I get on most of my calls. Most of my calls, the people I talk to for my own personal offer, they're already ready to go. I have so much content out there, so much value. I explain what the offer is so well. Like most people that hop on a call with me are already like pre-sold, if you want to say that. They already know they want to work with me. They just want the details and they're ready to get started. Now, this is something extremely important to know. For somebody to buy a high ticket info product, what I found is they need to have consumed a minimum of at least 1 to 2 hours of this person's content. Now, this goes back to the whole thing of like Instagram versus YouTube. If someone sits there scrolling through this person's Instagram reels and they watch all their reels, they watch every single one, how much content is that gonna be? Is it gonna be 30 minutes of content? If it's 10-second reels, they're gonna sit there and finish all their reels in 20 minutes. They don't know this person. They need to know this person. They need to know about the offer. They need to know what they're getting into here. Whereas YouTube, you can kill that in one video. Look at you guys watching this video. If you watch this whole video, you know what I'm about, you know what my offer is, I provided tremendous value to you. There's a massive, massive difference here. So this is extremely important to keep in mind. Now, outside of just putting this on your YouTube, if it's a YouTube creator, even if it's an Instagram creator, there's ways to get them to consume a lot of content outside of this. This is how you do it. You set up a call confirmation page. So here's like a mock-up example. All you do is you give them content to consume. So after they book a call, again, you can do this in Calendly super, super easily. Same way I did it in Typeform, just adding like an ending. You can do the same in Calendly. After they submit, redirect to this link, put them to this. Boom. Give them content consume. Book and confirm. Please watch this video before our call. Now it gives them something to watch. Now, if they've only watched 20 minutes of your reels and you give them an hour-long YouTube video to watch, a lot of them aren't going to watch it. But those are the ones that probably don't give a fuck anyways. The people that are interested will watch the video. If you tell them like, yo, you need to watch this video before the call, you can make it like as required as you want. But a lot of people are gonna find the time to fucking watch it, and it's gonna do exactly what you needed it to do, which is pre-sell them. And it's not even so much pre-sell them, but it's like, they just got to know you, bro. They got to know who the creator is, and that's the best way to do it. Okay, the next super important thing I'm going to talk about is sales reps. Now, I'm always getting a zillion questions about sales reps. People are asking me, where do I get sales reps? When do I put them at an offer? I also get a lot of fucking idiots in my DMs like, yo, can you give me a closer? I just want one ready before like I close a creator. And it's like, you guys have it all wrong, but it's fine because you're watching this video. I'm gonna explain it now. That's all that matters. So here we go. Sales reps. This is extremely important. Now, where the fuck do I even start this? Okay, there's two types of sales reps. Sorry, like, you guys don't understand how long it took me to make this whole thing. There's two types of sales reps, okay? There's appointment setters and closers. At least these are the only two that like matter that you need to know about, okay? I'm not talking about like sales managers or anything like that either. I will in a bit, but right now I'm talking about appointment setters and closers, specifically for info offers. This is what's important. Now, the appointment setters are the ones texting or dialing leads that come in to book them in a call with the closer. Typically, they make around 5% per close, okay? So these are the people that you have maybe in the Instagram DMs, DMing leads or replying to leads. These are the people that maybe they're looking at the contacts list, they're dialing the numbers that filled the type form but didn't book a call, whatever it is. They'll give those people a call. There's different types of appointment setters. There's, obviously the ones that are just texting. You need to be a little bit better if you're dialing, but typically they make around 5% per close if that person ends up going through the pipeline and actually closing and paying. And then you have the closers. These are the ones actually taking the calls and selling the program. Now, usually they're given like 8 to 12% per close, average 10%. Also have to factor in like bonuses with the, I'll say this right here. For very scaled offers with many closers and setters, you also need a sales manager. Again, if you made it this far, you're probably one of my mentees, so I'll help you with that. But when it comes to sales managers, closers, setters, sales managers is also good if they give out like bonuses to closers and that sort of thing based on performance metrics. So I'm not including that in like 8 to 12%. It really just depends how the whole team is run. But at this point, when you need a sales manager, like the offer is doing multi-six figures a month. So I wouldn't worry about that. Again, if you're at that point, you're probably one of my mentees, or if you get to that point, you're gonna end up becoming one of my mentees. That's what most people do. All the experienced people that come to me, it's when they get to this point and it's like, okay, look, I don't need help getting creators. I already have these offers. I just need help scaling this and managing this whole thing. That's what they come to me. They just come to me for advice. It's consulting at that point. Anyhow, I'm getting off track, but that's the gist of closers and setters. Now, finding quality sales reps is really not fucking easy, okay? But first, before you wanna find that, please get rid of the mindset that you need a fucking closer for an offer, okay? The people I was telling you about that hit me up saying, hey, I need a closer, hey, I need a setter, okay? You don't fucking need one yet. You don't need one. Let me go back here. You do not need a closer until the offer is minimally doing 5 qualified bookings per day, okay? 5 qualified book calls. That means if you're getting 3 people that piff every single day, then you probably need a closer, okay? But if you're getting 3 calls and one of them pays, that's not enough for a closer, okay? Closer, for them to fully take on an offer full time, a good closer, you want at least 5 qualified calls a day. And before that, even if you're thinking, oh, I'll just get a bad closer then or something, it doesn't make sense, okay? So until then, you either want to take the calls yourself as the operator, or what most of the time I do is have the creator take the calls. Because when it really comes down to it, like, as long as you have a good guarantee, as long as you have a good offer, you don't need crazy closing skills. Maybe 1 out of 5 calls are going to be the calls where like they're objecting in a certain way to where like a closer would actually be useful and a closer could like talk them out of it. You know what I mean? But even then, I don't even know if you want to be doing that kind of stuff. You don't want to be getting too snaky and salesy and that sort of thing. So I won't bring a closer on until it's literally a time thing. If it's like, okay, the creator can't take these calls anymore, he needs to focus on content. But until then, just have the creator take the calls. All it is a conversation. And again, I spoke about this previously. I have a whole section on like the actual closing and the sales sequence. When it comes to the calls themselves, I'm a full screen for this. It's just a conversation. It doesn't have to be some super salesy thing where you follow a script step by step. It's a conversation. You get to know the person. They get to know you. Okay, when I take these calls, I want to actually know about the person. I want to know their history with business. What do they have experience with? Would they know how to use the softwares when it comes to the back end of these creators? Would it actually be a good person to work with? And then obviously going into what's included in the offer, what the price is. That's all it is. It's a conversation. If they tell you they want to think about it, whatever, it's up to you if you want to be that guy that's like, what is there to think about? or you can be the guy that's like, okay, think about it, whatever. It entirely depends on the offer and the type of offer you're running. But as far as closers goes, please don't fucking worry about a closer until the offer is already doing decent and you're getting ready to scale. Until then, either you take the calls or the creator takes the calls. It's not that fucking hard. It's not that deep, okay? Moving on. Now, at my level, I love showing this. At my level, I already have sales reps that I work with that I can just put on any offer I run up. Now, obviously finding them, like I said, it's not easy. But I'm at the point where I don't need to search for new ones. I already have enough. And if I do need some for a unique offer, like this, what I'm about to show you, I can just ask one of my friends in the space and they'll give me some. So look, here's an example, a text I literally just sent to Raf. If you guys saw the video I did with Raf. Do you have any setters or closers for an offer, certain type of offer? He said, sure, what are the details? I actually have a close friend with this. And I said, we can discuss the details on Saturday. I'm just setting everything up. Guys, I literally went on, I said it right here. I sent this text yesterday and hopping on a yacht with him tomorrow to discuss everything. I actually was gonna record this the day before, so this is not true anymore. I already went on the yacht and I already discussed it with him. But the point is, how fucking sick is that? That I'm connected like that, I can just send a text and have closer setters. Now, real quick, all my mentees have full access to my network. So if this was you and you needed closers for this certain type of offer, I would have sent this text on your behalf and you would have one like that. Obviously, assuming it's not one of the closers I can just pluck from my arsenal that I have ready to go at any moment. So for those of you that are not working with me directly, you don't have access to my network, whatever, your best bet is to go through social media and connections. So you need to have like some type of Instagram or Twitter or something. You just need to get yourself out there, start posting, start meeting people, because that is the absolute best way to get these opportunities. Because finding, and I said it right here, I'm gonna read it out, I wanna switch back. I said, do not use a website to find sales reps, they're always shit, okay? Any of these like websites to pair closers and offers and whatever, and they're just bad. Even like Discords, they're bad. The best way to find a sales rep, because you wanna find a good one. You don't wanna just hurry up and find one in a day and pluck them into an offer just because you start doing volume. It's well worth it to spend a week talking to them and vetting them and picking like a super solid one that's not only going to do well and close, but will stay with the offer long term. Because the last thing you want is a closer on an offer and then they're ripping it, and then a month in they want to switch to a different offer, they want to change. You want to find someone that actually fits the offer, and you don't want to rush into it. It's just like hiring someone in a company. You don't want to set yourself up to fail long term, so it's extremely, extremely important. Now, I want to actually play the video with Raf real quick, because he has, if you guys don't understand, he has basically his own, and he's a growth operator. They're doing $2 million a month, him and Jacob, but he also has his own offer that they just started running to fill closers and setters in their other offers. So they're literally selling a sales program, training these people up, and then putting them in offers like mine, the offers that I run, and it's really fucking sick. So I'm gonna play the video I did with him. I think it's like 20 minutes long or something, but you really should watch it because it's extremely valuable when it comes to all this stuff. And there's a lot of sauce specifically surrounding this space. So I really want you to see it.
What's good, guys? It's Dustin. I'm here with the man himself, Raf. We just want to do like a little sit down video. We don't even have like a clear topic. We're literally just gonna yap for like 20 minutes. So maybe if you want to start by introducing yourself so that people know what kind of killer you are.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a little 20-minute yap session about info. What's up? I'm Raf. We focus on training up setters, closers, and placing them in offers. We have about 2 dozen offers, info products that we're managing, staffing for. And we do, pretty much the goal is to get everybody we work with as close to, if not past, $1 million a month. So we've been doing that for the better part of the last few years. That's a pretty good start.
So yeah, I mean, as far as like the info space goes, like Raf and his team are like, you kind of made, that was kind of a humble intro, but.
I mean, I don't really post much online because we try to keep it like.
Very mysterious.
Yeah, you try to keep it low key. I'm trying to do it like you, man.
Yeah.
I have to give credit, Jacob, my business partner, was the first info product that I got to work with. And dude, like you should have seen the evolution from like 2020s till now. I feel like info products are back, but I mean, it's not so much like buy a course, it's buy into a community, if you notice.
Yeah.
And honestly, ever since recently when we started the closing group, I've been more kind of trying to get like into the, I guess like the, how do you say it? Like the fucking into the public image almost.
Yeah.
It's just been, for a long time, the idea of being on camera was just really weird because it's like,
And now we just randomly did this. I was like,
Yeah.
yo, pull up, let's make a quick video.
yeah.
And now we're here.
I'm not so worried about it because at first when a lot of times when we were running up info products, the offer owners were the face, right? Now you get this whole thing of like ghost operators, right? Kind of what you do, where
Yeah.
you teach these people how to go into offers,
Yep.
bring closers, bring setters, and then basically run up, zero to something.
Yeah.
That must be pretty crazy for you.
Yeah, I mean, how long have you been in the info space?
I want to say probably like 6, 7 years now.
Damn.
Like just quietly.
Yeah,
6, 7
yeah.
years.
Is this like your first thing you made money with?
Well, with info, no. I was actually the first $10,000 I made. I actually made it in my dorm room.
From what?
I was selling I was selling products. Like I grew up.
Products?
I was like doing e-commerce. I was.
Okay, yeah.
Really want to know? Like I was selling like watches that were like
Okay.
cheap from AliExpress.
Yeah.
And I would just run over to a Shopify, make a really cool theme.
Yeah.
And just push it. I would just literally take the watch, go stand in front of a Lamborghini. That was the
Yeah.
meta. Stand in front of a Lamborghini, post it on a bunch of Lamborghini
Yeah.
fan pages, and then you'd wake up and you had like 7 or 8 $200 orders.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, I'm rich.
Yeah.
I felt great. That's why I really ran up a bag.
It's rare for me to meet people that have been in the info. I don't know if you know, but I've been in the info space for like 6 years. Since literally I was like 14, 15 years old. I started with like reselling sneakers though, and like the first thing I ever found was Discord groups. That was the first introduction to info products, was literally paid communities on Discord.
What's crazy is like, I feel like I went backwards. Like I started e-com, then I went to the agency route, then I met my partner Jacob. He's like my only business partner in all this. And he was like, hey, agency's cool, but imagine doing it at scale. I was like,
Yeah.
okay. Literally Jacob was like, just trust me, bro. And then it just out of nowhere just popped, and we're seeing $300, $400, $500,000 a month, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, shit. Okay, now we have like a real business.
Yeah.
It's like really big, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, my initial start was just straight up selling products online using Shopify, which that felt illegal. Like,
Yeah.
imagine like there was like a $20 watch from AliExpress, and now suddenly made.
So
$100.
was Jacob selling e-com info products at the time? Did you join his course back then?
No. He was making a bag doing e-commerce, and
Yeah.
then he had started a community.
Yeah.
Exactly. And he was like, "Hey man, like, can you help with a couple things?" I was like, "Sure." We had
Yeah.
met through mutuals and stuff, and then he was like, "Yeah." Pretty much, he was the reason I got into like closing. He's like, "Hey, like, would you want to take a call?"
Yeah.
I was like, "What do you mean take a call? Like speak to someone?" Like, he's like, "Yeah, you're like a really good salesman." I was not a very good salesman back then.
Yeah.
And then essentially, he was like, "Yeah, just tell him about the program and let's see what happens." First 3 calls, all of them signed up.
Damn.
Yeah, I was like, okay, maybe there is some validity here.
Yeah.
And then years later,
So you were like a full-time closer? Like that was
pretty much like, well,
Because bro, a lot of people I talk to, like that book calls with me and stuff, like a lot of them, they're like setters and closers. Like that's how they start out, and then they see how these offers work and how everything's run, and they want to become like a bigger part.
truly, I was a closer by accident. Like Jake was like, "Hey man, I'll lead product. You just talk to people and serve on front end
Yeah.
business." We didn't even know the word closer.
Yeah.
It wasn't like this whole thing. So basically, it was just like, "Yo, there's a bunch of people that want to sign up for the program. Can you jump on, chat with them?" I was like, "Sure." And then it ended up working out. And then he's like, "Yo, you're really good. Like, what if we brought more people in?" I was like, okay. And he's like, "You can be like a sales manager." I was like, "Okay, let's do that." And then I got really obsessed, and I went through the
Yeah.
whole, the Jordan Belfort, the Grant Car, all of them.
Yeah.
Like, all the education. I just consumed as much remote sales stuff I could, and then next thing you know, it's cash collecting, fucking 120.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, I feel like info is such a satisfying business model because you get to cut out all the logistical bullshit of like dealing with products and shipping and all of that.
Yeah.
But everything literally just comes down to like it's so simple in the sense of like if something's going wrong, if something's not making money, you can identify that by looking at each component. Like, where is the drop off happening? You know what I mean? It's so like database.
It's crazy because I'd gotten pretty good at dropshipping, right? That, by the way, that word didn't even exist when I was doing ecom.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, it didn't. Like, Shopify wasn't even a public company.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. And I was like, hey, what if I can cut myself out of the process? Because I was spending so much, because I was in Canada. I was like, send it to Canada and then send it back to America. Like, it was so expensive, right? But then I was like, if I can just send it directly to the doorstep, I'd be a genius. then marketers got a hold of that and ruined it.
Yeah.
And made drop shipping.
So you invented dropshipping.
I wish. There's probably some dudes before me.
Yeah.
But, I ended up going, and through that, I ended up starting like a private label company, like a brand with this dude I was really good friends with. And despite it making millions of dollars, it wasn't much profit like left over. It was pretty fucking absurd.
So that's why you got into info, bro. Because it's fucking.
No, it just like it's to make $1 million, moving product. There's just so many more moving pieces.
Yeah.
And like if you don't own the warehouse that you should.
I mean, bro, you make the money on the exit with e-com. It's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
Like, it's,
I sold out of my stores. I'm happy. Everything worked out.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people that basically start up e-commerce stores would see $100,000 or $200,000 a month, and then the business goes sour or they're fucking fulfilled. I knew one girl who spent $1 million on inventory from a trusted supplier, and they sent, instead of putting the tea, that she was selling tea at the time, instead of putting the tea in there, they sent dirt. It weighed the same, so it passed through.
Oh my god!
And then she
bro.
literally lost $1 million. Like, I don't even talk to her. I didn't. Like, that must imagine how horrible that is.
That is awful.
And she also.
And you have all those angry customers. That I can't even imagine.
You also need to refund all those people.
Yeah.
So when I heard that, I was like, I don't know about this. Like, I was.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was why we kind of stayed away from giant purchase orders, because my buddy that I was working with at the time, he had a lot of experience. He witnessed it happen.
Yeah.
Firsthand. And then naturally, I got into the agency work, because agency work, I was like running like a social media marketing agency, right?
Yeah.
I would just reach out to people that I knew in the space, and they didn't know how to run Facebook ads, because before you had to do this crazy architecture, and I was just like, hey, I will do this for you. Give me like $2,000. I was like, whatever they'll give me. I was like five, like out of nowhere, I had like 6 clients paying $2,000 a month. I'm in college. I'm like, is this it?
Yeah.
Like, did I just why am I even going to school?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom. But I finished though. However, eventually after that, I was like, it's the way I saw info was like, it's just agency at scale.
Pretty much.
That's literally all. That's the only reason I went through with it.
Yeah.
That was always, those one of those guys like, here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't want to end up like that per se, because there's just so much like hate on the
So what do you think about like the Miami Guru archetype?
What do I think about them?
Yeah. I mean, what would you even define as that? Because there's a lot of people that are legit and they make money with their business model, but they also sell info, and then they have all their videos flexing with a Lambo. Like, would you consider them like, what even is a guru? You know what I mean?
Well, a guru in my eyes is a flex offender, right?
What does that
like
mean?
you make $30,000 a month, but you spend 31. Right, you buy it. You go to the nice restaurants. Like you drive the really cool car, but it's a lease, and it's like you're sharing it with your roommate. Right, it's really fucking up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I see.
But hey, the way I see it, it's like if you're crushing it at like I don't know, wholesale real estate.
Yeah.
Like, and on the side, you're running a wholesale real estate inner circle, which you help people underwrite their deals, and you're helping them do estimates before they make offers. You give them their contracts, and then you set them on their way. And at the end of the day, they're happy. Well, fuck it, man. If you make, it's just another avenue.
Yeah.
How can you knock that?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of people that say like, well, if you make money with this, why sell a course? You know what I mean?
Reach capacity at some point.
I mean, it's not only that, but I mean, when you become like enveloped in this world of making money, like you just want to find as many ways to make money as possible, even if something's working. If you have another way you can make money, why would you not?
I'll admit this. Since we started the 637 group, right? Shameless plug. But since we started that, I never knew how fucking cool it felt, dude. Like how cool it feels to see someone come in here who's not a natural born salesman.
Yeah.
Learn how to follow a framework and a process.
Yeah.
And have collaborative conversations and really, make money remotely. Mm-hmm. Luckily, we're in the era. It's like a perfect sweet spot where, like, now it's normal to take calls on Zoom, and conduct business over Zoom. Personally, for me, it's a really rewarding experience.
Yeah.
Like, I still make money in other things, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but there's a real good feeling coaching somebody up.
Yeah.
Right? And plus we do like 16 trainings a week. Like it's not like fucking once a week group call. Like no, it's like 16 of them. If you can't make it because you're at work, cool. There's no excuse. Come to the other ones.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like if I was a closer, there's only so much I can make as a closer,
Yeah.
right? So naturally, if you get really good at it, and like again, I had over almost 15,000 hours of talk time. You know, personally, I wouldn't dare go into something like some of these guys will make $4,000 doing Shopify, like fucking drop shipping, and then they'll be like, how to make $40,000 a month drop shipping?
Yeah.
Buy my course. Like,
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. That guy sucks. That guy.
So why do you think like courses or info products have such like a bad reputation, or are like so looked down upon by the masses?
I think it's for exactly what you just said, like the Miami guru.
Yeah.
Like the guy who literally made $4,000 and is teaching other people how to make. It's saying you can make 10 grand a month doing this. Like,
Yeah.
dude, you haven't done it yourself. You're a liar.
Yeah.
That sucks, right? I think if you've done something long enough and you continue to do it, and you want to make some extra scratch teaching people how to do it themselves because it's a growing market, kudos to you.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. But if you spend every dollar you get through the door to portray a lifestyle that you barely live, to convince people to buy a fucking ebook online, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Right? And I think they'd say, yeah, that's
They probably agree.
And then there's the whole like fake it till you make it. I don't know, man. You're playing with people's lives.
Yeah.
Like when somebody spends or invests or drops $5,000 on something that they're hoping is going to get them to a better point in life, and you can't help it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What for a Miami penthouse? No. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
My take is, dude, if you can help people, you shouldn't feel bad making money.
Yeah.
Off it, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Limitations, I think, make it easy.
Yeah. So what do you think, just like kind of unrelated, info products have developed a lot, like the ways they're sold. People are always asking me like, oh, do you think info products are saturated, growth operating saturated? But I always tell them like, this can never be saturated. It's just another form of education. Like people pay for college. It's the same thing. People are just paying for information. But I always say like, the way they're sold is always changing, and like the meta is always changing. Like what's working best to make sales with info products is always different. Like you can't just go sell a 6-video course anymore. Like it's not, like no one's buying that.
You used to be able to sell PDF.
Yeah.
Like
You
literally.
could sell anything.
You
bro.
could sell a PDF. Like I remember, man. Now a PDF, what somebody had their entire business on 5 years ago, is the lead magnet.
Yeah, literally.
Like the way I see it is like info is 4 things. Like 1, create a really good ad. 2, have a killer lead magnet that's like a no-brainer that like arguably you could like sell, right? And then 3, have some sort of setting process where someone like make sure they're not a murderer or that they're actually in the right place. And 4, a closer that has a no-brainer offer that nobody can say no to. And usually, and what I think makes it a no-brainer offer is I don't think people are so much buying a course. Like people don't really only go to college to get the education. Like of course, if you're going for like a core, like you're going for med school like, or engineering, I get that. But a lot of people go to college for that community aspect, right? So they can actually network, alumni associations, sororities, frats, whatever the hell. I think we're going to see a big shift where people are going to really lean to be like, that's cool, the education is great, but ChatGPT gives me all that. What's the community like? Who am I rubbing shoulders with? Who can I have dinner with?
Yeah.
And that's personally why, Jacob and I, we're pushing really heavy on trying to make a community that kind of outlives the education. Let's be real, man. You can learn anything you want online for free.
Yeah.
The fuck if you care about like, this is the best course in the world.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like all the offers now, it's either, like you said, community or something like one-on-one or coaches or like someone to talk to. It's not just information there to consume,
No, it's like the whole like just read the course, like, bro, go on ChatGPT. Say,
no,
what are
literally,
what are the top?
I mean, not even that, but and like you said, any topic you can just look it up on YouTube and you've got everything for free. That's it. It's all right there.
Maybe you might run into like some of the stuff being outdated, but it's a good start.
Yeah.
I think people are gonna really buy into the person, like the creator themselves. I think people are gonna get really smart. I think people are gonna be like, do they currently do it? Have they done it? Does it still work? Are they worth being a part of?
I mean, to be honest, that's in my opinion, that's all info products are. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what fucking business model is being shilled, doesn't matter what it is, they're buying into the guru, you know. The person making the videos, you know, the face. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I wonder, like, you particularly, you connect the creators to operators. Right?
Yeah. So I was doing it like all just through my account. So first I was purely, I only started like my own coaching offer like I want to say like 5 or 6 months ago now. Before that I've just been doing the business model.
Well, why'd you wait so long?
I don't really have an answer for that. I mean, I was just doing my own thing, and then I got to a point. Well, I'll tell you, it wasn't really why'd I wait so long. I didn't ever really plan on doing my own info offer, but then I got to a point where I was bringing on enough clients, where I was like, okay, I can either like build a full team of people to run all this up, or what I ended up doing, which is why don't I just make an offer and then pair these people with the creators, so then I can take on the creators without building a huge team and having all this overhead and all that. So it just made the most sense. And now I've scaled it to a point where, you know, I'm basically setting up like my creator acquisition, because I still get most of my creators and clients like just from pure cold outreach.
Right.
Obviously I have my brand and everything to back that and push it, but it's all just pure cold Instagram outreach. So now it's to the point where I set up all those systems, set up a VA on my mentees' Instagram accounts. We set up an account and everything, and then the creators come through that. So it's more longevity.
So do you feel like you waited till you made, you know, a good amount of cash before you went and started helping other people?
Yeah. But I mean, it wasn't even about that. I was never like, once I make this much money, I'm gonna sell my own offer. It was never about that.
Yeah, that's true. Me neither. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Like Jake was like, you know, funny enough, that 637 group, that was like a by accident product.
What do you
like,
mean?
It was like a oops, didn't mean to build that.
Yeah.
Like we did
Like
it.
how so? What do you mean?
No, it's real. I'm not even kidding. We stepped earlier this year. I think it was in September. We launched our consulting group, basically, where we go into these businesses. We go into their business, and we essentially.
Well, I wish they could have seen the other night. We went out. All we're doing, we're just drunk making jokes about this shit all night. Oh my goodness.
No, but like we had so many of these like, you know, info product dudes that are like, how the hell did Jacob hit, you know, $1 million a month? I mean, like $1 million a month consistently.
Yeah.
For quite some time, and he did it through discipline, but he also did it through really strong operations, really strong sales, you know, setting and closing systems and processes, right? And what we realized is like all these guys, the growth operators world, all these growth operators, like, let me scale your business. They've never run a business themselves. So we came up and basically said, hey, like, we'll work with a select few.
Bro, there's not a lot of competition. Like in the operator space, there's like a few guys that actually know what they're doing. Yeah.
And that's it. So we pretty much came in and we realized there was a lot of people that we wanted to work with that were really small, and we're like, hey, we'll take a part of the business, we'll scale it up, right, through paid media, through you know, adding more channels. But the by accident was they all were like, well, now we're getting way more leads. We need closers.
Yeah.
And then I ran out of coaches and people that ask for closers.
Yeah.
And the problem was they kept coming and they didn't have, like, they weren't all at the same level. So it's a nightmare to train people up and ramp people up.
Yeah.
I need people that were already trained, ready for deployment and activate, right? And that's where the 637 group came.
That makes sense.
Right? So we literally just went, hey, come on how to do this, and we're gonna get you in at all these companies because they're asking us to stop.
Yeah.
Like, it's so crazy, but we have, like, for example, right now, as of right now, like a few hours ago I checked, we have 36 open closing spots.
Yeah.
We don't have enough closers.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
That's fire. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it makes sense. You fill the gap. It makes perfect sense.
And that was the by accident.
Yeah.
You know, that was the oops. We didn't mean to, and now you know we have this other, but it works, and that's where. Yeah. But I didn't go and say I'm gonna wait till I hit, you know, $5 million in cash collected. Before starting it.
Yeah. I mean, we're at like 20 minutes, so I think that's good. Cool. By the way, I want to say real quick, because I don't think I even mentioned this, but you guys probably know I pretty much focus all on like organic. Like I partner with creators that already have like an organic pull. Yeah. RAF is all paid media. It's all paid ads. So we're both kind of on like separate sides of the game.
Yeah, we don't do any. Well, we don't not. But we built all of our offers. The moat that we have is you don't need to be famous. Like you can just build your positioning, like build your brand, and we can use ads as a microphone or an amplifier.
Yeah.
And the leads that come in, the setters will set and the closers will close, and
Yeah.
we'll fulfill. And that's how we did it.
It's just systems, yeah.
Pretty much, exactly. And that's what's allowed us to kind of survive so long that we did. Because one thing that I think a lot of people don't realize, offers do crash and burn.
They do, yeah.
Like, we all
Yeah.
we all know some of those that, you know, suddenly the guy is selling an AI offer. Like,
Yeah, it's fucking,
like,
we won't name names, but.
no, but like, or it's like the guy selling a crypto offer when crypto's pumping and something like that. Fitness next month.
Yeah.
They do that because they stopped going viral, right, in whatever niche they were. And instead of doing the hard part, which was building the ads, they just start something new.
Yeah.
They can sell to the guys that they weren't able to sell to before.
Yeah.
I think that's really,
Yeah.
that's their meta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't hit the lottery in terms of content.
Yeah.
So we had to survive by doing, you know, what we did best. Because we were e-com guys natively. Like, we
Yeah.
knew how to turn profit from ads.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should look into that.
Yeah,
Good
well,
stuff.
no, I do definitely want to get more into paid ads. I know we're going to be having a lot of conversations off camera, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll wrap it up there.
Cool.
Hopefully you guys liked the video. You want to like plug yourself?
Yeah, if you're looking to get into closing or setting, check out 637 Group. It's cool, great community, wicked community. You don't need to be a natural born salesman. We'll make you a monster, right?
Yep, sick. At Raph on Instagram.
Yep.
Mysterious ass Instagram guy.
Okay, next up, probably one of the juiciest parts of this entire video. I'm going to be revealing my entire sales framework. So everything from low ticket offers and high ticket offers, everything in between, showing every single little thing. So full branch of if someone books a call and they don't pay, what happens to them? If someone fills a Typeform and they don't book, what happens to them? If someone books a call and they pay a $500 deposit, what happens to them? If someone books a call and, you know, the point is I'm showing every little thing. I have a full web sales framework. This is the same framework that like closers get when I put them on an offer. So they know exactly how we want to run. This is that exact framework and I'm giving it to you today in this video. So here we go. Without any further ado, my bulletproof sales framework. Here we go. Now, first of all, take a look at it. Beautiful. Now, here we go. There's two types of sales frameworks. There's low ticket as top of funnel, and then there's high ticket as top of funnel. And I also want to show you how you can use AI for all your phone/DM setting. You can have it come up with all of that. Now, again, look at this. This is literally every little thing when it comes to low ticket. We're going to start with low ticket. We're going to start down here. So this is assuming a low ticket VSL purchase funnel. So what I mean by this is the first thing they see, they go to a low ticket website, there's a VSL to purchase, and they end up buying or they don't end up buying. First things first, you're collecting their email and SMS via pop-up. So all of this is in correlation to the data you collect. So the second they open the website, they get a pop-up for a lead magnet or whatever it is. They give you their email, their SMS, and they move on. VSL to purchase. They watch the video, they either buy or they don't buy. If they don't buy, first they get put into a low ticket email list, which means we send out an email every week or we send a sequence, whatever that is. Typically what I'll do is we'll send a non-converted email list. So we'll send like an email a day for 5 days or something like that. And that will be like maybe give them a discount or something. For low ticket, you can do that stuff. Never discount a high ticket, but for low ticket, you can do that. So we'll put them in an email sequence like that. Again, same way I've always showed you, you can use AI to generate that. You can also have the closer reach out via SMS to close on low ticket. And I say closer because typically you don't have like a closer or anything. You don't have like people in place like that for a low ticket offer. Now you can do it based on how many leads there are. You can also just like take someone from the low ticket and hire them to do it. This is not like something you put like a super skilled person onto, but if you wanted to, if you put them through the 5 day email sequence and they don't buy, or just right after they don't buy and you have their info, you can have a setter reach out first, kind of gauge where they're at, and then you can even have someone try to close them over text. If you really want to go above and beyond, you can get them on a call and close them on a low ticket, but like it's just never going to be worth doing that. I don't do that personally, but it depends on the type of person you are. Maybe you're running an offer, you want to do that. Now, if they do convert, they get put into a post onboarding upsell funnel. All this means is, okay, you got their money for the low ticket. Assuming you have a higher offer, a higher ticket offer, you're gonna push them through that. So first of all, they get put into an upsell email list, which again can be same thing, like a 5 day sequence, or it can just be like a weekly email or something like that, whatever it is. This is important. You want to do all this. The setter is going to qualify the budget and book them into a call. So say they join I'm going to give you like an actual example. Say they join a community, and let's say it's like a drop shipping community. I'm just giving an example. And it's $50 a month. They join it. They're on Discord. They're in the community. Now they're using it. They come to a group call. You can have either a setter reach out from the owner's account, or you can have an admin, like someone higher up in the server, reach out, text them. All you're gonna do is have a convo with them over DMs. You're gonna talk to them. Hey, how's it going? I saw you just joined like a couple of days ago. I saw you just joined today, whatever it is. How's it going? Just wanted to see like how your progress has been, that sort of thing. You can also get a backstory like, yeah, when did you start this? And how much money are you working with to start your dropshipping store? You can ask questions like this. You can figure it out. You don't want to just be like, do you want mentorship? How much do you have to invest? You want to like flow it, have a conversation with them. And then if they are qualified, then it's like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but blah, blah, the creator does one-on-ones. Like you should really fill out like the application. I think it's something you could do, and maybe you'd get accepted. Just give you an example. That's what you want to do with the setter. Now, they reach out to qualify budget and book into a call. Now, they either book the call. If they don't book the call, then obviously continue trying to text, call them, whatever it is, if they ghost you. If they do book the call, then this is where it actually goes to it. The call is booked, so they either hop on the call and they convert. So if they convert, it means they bought. Or they send a deposit, which means a non-refundable deposit. Usually it's like $500, and you schedule the next meeting on the call. So that would be someone that's like, maybe they're like, hey, I really want to do this. I just can't right now. I want to start in like a week. It's like, okay, put $500 down. We'll lock in the spot. And then you schedule in the next call to actually get started. There you go. And then also you want to follow up with emails and texts with testimonials, case studies, and student results following up to that. The next possible thing is either just following up. So this is someone that doesn't put a deposit, but it's still like, hey, I need to think about it. Again, try to move it forwards any way you can. So whether it's like scheduling the next meeting on the call or choosing a date for a follow-up text. If they don't want to hop on another call, they just need to think about it. Say, okay, let me text you tomorrow or whatever it is. If you'll have thought about it by then, something like that. And then obviously, okay, I don't think I meant to put that twice, but you get what I'm saying. Now, if they don't close, same exact thing. You just want to hit them with student results. Guys, there has been so many times where I'm running offers. This is huge. This is actual sauce. Where people don't close, they're not interested. Even same with the people that are like, okay, I need to think about it, whatever. If you have someone that's like a super strong, I need to think about it, but they just won't close on the call, after the call, have the creator post like a result or a testimonial or a case study, and usually that gives them that one little like shove that they need to get started and get it going and overcome their fear and be like, okay, fuck it, let's just do this. So you want to really utilize that. When I know I'm just putting like on every single one, follow-up text, result, email, whatever, like I'm just putting that, but like actually send them fucking results, send them emails. I swear to God, it works so much better than you could ever think. And then assuming they don't even show up, so even lower than no close is a no show, you email and text them to reschedule the lead, and then if they don't reschedule, same thing, follow-up, emails, text, testimonials, and then if they go, same shit. If they don't show up, don't hit them with some I almost said a word I can't say on YouTube. Don't hit them with some like gay fucking bullshit, being mad at them for not rescheduling or not showing up. Don't be like, hey, just don't guilt them. Just be like, hey, I saw you missed the call. Let's reschedule it. I don't know why I'm so brain fucked trying to explain that to you guys. I also don't know why I put this twice, but I'm going to delete it there. And I think I probably did that up here too, so there you go. Anyhow, what happens if it's a high ticket funnel? That's pretty much all of it for the low ticket funnel. Sorry for the brain fuck near the end of that. Hopefully that makes sense. But again, the whole point of a low ticket funnel, there's not much you can do if they don't buy the low ticket besides throw them in an email list. But if they do buy, then the best thing you can do is upsell them and get them into something higher up. This is why I always say it's so important to have an ecosystem of offers. Your guys' job is not just to make a landing page, it's to build a full ecosystem. If someone can't pay $5,000 for a high ticket, they can probably pay $50 a month for a low ticket. And if they could pay $100 a month for a low ticket, there's a good chance they could pay a few grand for a high ticket. So your job is to make an ecosystem for these customers to be upsold, downsold, whatever it is. That's your job. It's not just to make a landing page. It's not simple. And it's also your job to portray that to these creators so they know you're valuable. Now, back up here. What happens if it is high ticket as top of funnel? Here we go. High ticket Typeform application funnel. So this is assuming, doesn't matter if there's a VSL or anything like that. The point is they're going through a Typeform. This is what it looks like. So again, VSL to Typeform or just Typeform, whichever it is, doesn't matter. They're either qualified or they're unqualified. I'm going to start with unqualified. So if they're unqualified, what you want to do is you want to downsell a low ticket, which means if they fill out the Typeform, they don't have enough money to buy a high ticket offer, they don't get to the Calendly, you want to downsell a low ticket. So first, they're going to get redirected to a low ticket purchase page with VSL. This is assuming you have the whole thing built out. You're going to send them straight to that page. And again, it's the exact same thing, whether they convert or don't convert. This is what it looks like. Exact same thing I just went over. They're now going through that. Either don't convert, they convert. Everything I just went over, it's identical to that. So this part becomes this whole thing down here. Now, you can also check their country/age. They could be approved for financing high tickets. So if they're in the US and they're 18 plus, a setter will reach out to book them on a call for high ticket, assuming they filled out the Typeform and they were unqualified. So a lot of the unqualified people that don't make it to the Calendly actually are qualified to be financed, but you just need to manually go through and see that and then reach out to them and get them on a call. So those people, again, will get prompted to book a call. Same thing, if they're qualified, they'll get pushed to book a call, like I mentioned before. They either book it or they don't. So if they don't book the call, you want to wait 10 minutes and text them. You want to get on them ASAP. If someone fills out a Typeform, let me make this a big thing. 10 minutes is honestly long, to be honest with you guys. If someone fills out a Typeform and they're qualified, they're interested enough to fill it out, and they're qualified enough to buy the product, and they don't book a call, you need to be on them like a fly on shit as fast as possible. I wouldn't do it instantly because sometimes they need to check their schedule, whatever. I'd give them 5 minutes to book it. If it's been 5-10 minutes and they haven't booked a call, you need to be in their DMs. Someone needs to be texting them or calling them or something, getting them to book a call while they're still hot, because that is a hot fucking lead, okay? So if you do all that and they still don't answer, I'll wait for 6 hours, text again, call, and again, if they still don't book from that, it's probably cooked. You can throw them in a follow-up sequence, whatever it is, but you want to get them as quickly as possible after they filled that. Now, if they do book, and like I said before, please look at the post-booking section. I already went over that, but that's how I show how I do like the strong show-up rates, how I maintain that sort of thing. If the call does get booked, we go back to here. They're either converted, which means they buy it on the call, or it goes down to these things again, either deposit, $500 deposit, they don't show, they don't close, whatever it is. These are all the exact same that I just went over a second ago. That is the entire sequence right there. This is literally everything you need to be closing at max capacity. But the biggest thing you need to know is the whole point of this is you need to build a fucking team that is on these people. If they fill out a Typeform and they're qualified, you need to be on them. You need to be get them booking a call. I hate this whole there's so much nonchalantism in this market and in this space of people having this mindset that if they reach out to a lead that didn't book a call or whatever, you're seeming like you want the sale too bad or whatever it is. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Obviously, there is an element of not seeming desperate, but to reach out to a qualified prospect that didn't book a call, it depends how you do it. You don't have to reach out and seem all desperate, but you can reach out and say hey, I noticed you filled the form, but you didn't book a call. Did you have to do another time that wasn't on the Calendly, or you know what I mean? And a lot of times that's what it is. It's not like they changed their mind as they booked a call or as they filled the Typeform. Usually it's there wasn't a time available on the calendar, or they couldn't find one, or whatever it was, and then you book them in manually over text, you hit them up. But don't just let those leads burn. And when I say let them burn, if you wait an hour after they did that, you let it burn, bro. That shit is burned. They might still book, but if you're hitting them right after they filled the Typeform, it's still fresh on their mind, you're gonna get them booked into a call. They'll answer your text, they'll book in a call. Simple as that. Anyhow, again, every time I do one of these fucking little modules, I end up ranting about some other shit. But that's my full sales sequence. You can change it up, you can modify it a little bit. The other thing I wanted to go over inside of this again was right here, how you can use AI for all your phone/DM setting. So I'm gonna show you that right now. Again, absolutely insane, but here we are on LaunchSmith. What do they have? Marketing flows, sales processes, sales scripts, and phone settings. So again, let's use our little dummy client here. Look at this. DM template scripts, you can do that. Phone setting scripts, and also sales call scripts. So what we'll do a phone setting script. Let's just generate it, see what it gives us. I love this shit so much, guys. AI, you need to understand, I've been doing this before AI. This shit used to be a pain in the fucking ass. And now it's not. Not sponsored by LaunchSmith to say that, by the way. All right, here we go. Generated 1 email, phone setting script. Here we go. Hey, is this name? Hey, name is appointment. I'm calling because I see you applied. Yes, I did. So look, it gave a full demo conversation. You can read this if you want. I'll scroll through it a little bit. But it gave a full demo conversation of what a DM setter would go through booking this person into a call. Look at this. I hope you guys are reading some of this, but like, it's insane. It's crazy that it does this, and then you get them onto a call. You can do all of that just straight through here. And then of course they also have the DM script, so let's generate one of these so we can see what that looks like. Guys, normally I would have to like do this myself and do trial and error to figure out like what they say and what they don't say. Obviously you have to do a little bit of that, but like to just have a DM script in 10 seconds is fucking nuts. And same thing, initial message, this is warm outbound, which means it's DMing a follower or something like that. Like thanks for joining our community. Just curious, what do you currently sell? Identifying the gap. It'll break down the whole thing for you. But yeah, my point is this is fucking insane. You can just use AI to do all this shit so easily. And I love it. I think it's amazing. Again, obviously you want to go through, you want to edit text here and there. You want to make it make sense in the context of your offer. You don't want to make it sound too AI-y. When it comes to DM scripts and setting scripts, that sort of thing, they're always going to get better over time. This is when it comes to like communicating with the setter or the sales team. They need to pick up on things like, oh, what are most people saying to this? Or people are reacting negatively to this. Let's change the wording on that. They need to pick up on these things and be able to modify it. But for a starting point, to just whip out a script and be able to use that and get it going, you can generate one in 5 seconds. So pretty fucking sick. All right, guys, the next important thing, and a lot of people overcomplicate this. I think it's like some super difficult thing to do. The CRM setup, and it's not as difficult as you think. And honestly, what I'm about to show you is probably gonna piss a lot of people off. So when it comes to your CRM, there's really 2 options. And just so you guys know, all this is your customer management. Okay, that's all it is. It's managing the customers, managing the leads, managing it, having tags for each person, which sales sequence they're in. It's just to keep it all in one place, nice and organized. So if you want to say, hey, today I want the setter to text all the people that filled a Typeform but didn't book in the last 30 days. You can apply a filter and you have all those contacts right there. That's the point of a CRM, okay? So here you go. CRM, I literally just said all this. It's a customer relationship management. All it is crucial to keeping track of your leads so you can manage the sales pipeline. So nurturing the leads, doing follow-ups, etc. Now, out of the options you have, my personal favorite is close.com. Super simple to use. You can just look at their UI. Like, it's really clean. Most people I know running big offers are using Close. Now, a lot of people use Go High Level. I do as well. I personally think it has like a very old, ugly feeling. What I have found is a lot of creators are already going to be using GHL. So if they're already using it, I wouldn't bother switching it over. You can still use Go High Level. It's the same shit pretty much. It's just uglier and not as nice. But a lot of people are already set up using GHL. If it's a fresh offer, I would set it up on Close. Again, both of these cost money as well. Have the creator pay it. They're both like a couple $100 a month, something like that. But me personally, I don't like Go High Level. However, for whatever reason, I don't know where the fuck they're getting this info. Everyone is usually set up already with Go High Level. So you might just have to use it. Now, one more thing. A lot of you guys are going to laugh at this or get mad. I actually use Notion as the CRM for my own personal offer. Why? I have no idea. I've used it for a couple other offers in the past as well. But you can actually use Notion as a CRM. You can set it. You can do the same thing. You can filter stuff. You can add tags. You can even open it as like a card and add stuff inside. It's not as efficient. But for some reason, I just like having it on Notion. And since my Typeform obviously does a good job at filtering the unqualified leads, I do like the calls, the setting myself. So I don't need like a setter or anyone to go in here because I don't have an insane volume of people to hit up. So I keep it all in here and I do it all myself. But if you're running a sales team and that sort of thing, you really have to use one of these. But if it's just like an offer you're running for yourself or something you know you're not going to scale insanely big because you actually have like some barrier to entry. Like I know for my offer, I'm not just going to take on anyone. I have a certain type of people I work with. If it's that kind of thing, then fuck it, use Notion. Why not? I don't think I've seen a single other like operator or anyone else use Notion besides myself for any offers, but I like it and I use it. So that's all you need to know when it comes to the CRM. I'm not going to get into like the full setup of each one, because to be honest, that could be like its own video, and there's not a ton of setup or anything on the back end until you actually have like a shit ton of leads in there and you actually have something to like look at. But the setup is just creating an account, selecting a subscription, and then making your pipelines, making your flows. And when I say that, it sounds complicated, but it's not. It's literally just, I can't make a setup video because it's based entirely around your offer and what that looks like. And a lot of times you're gonna be setting all that up after you already have contacts, you already have leads in there, and you're kind of figuring out where to put them and what sequences to build and that sort of thing. But again, all those things come after you're kind of into the offer and you're building it out and you start selling it. And again, if you're one of my mentees, that's all stuff we do on call together, sharing screen. So anyhow, all right, next I'm gonna talk to you about hyping up the offer launch. So once you've got everything set up and you wanna launch it, do you hype it up? Do you just drop it? A lot of people always ask me like, how do you hype it up? How do you get the most blah, blah, blah? I don't do this a lot. I'm gonna explain why. So here you go, hyping offer launch. Offer launches are not necessary, and I only launch an offer if A, they weren't selling anything before, or B, they were only selling a low ticket before. So I won't just launch a low ticket if they already had a high ticket. I will not launch an offer if they're already selling a high ticket. The reason for this is, first of all, I prefer going for long-term partnerships where we set everything up and soft launch it into their content. So you kind of just plug it in and don't tell anyone it's there. You just start introducing it. That's what I prefer. However, if you are going to do a launch, you can really only do a hyped up launch through Instagram. So this is what the buildup looks like if you're gonna do that. Now, hyping up the launch a week prior, you really shouldn't do any longer than that. You don't even need a specific launch date. All you have to do is start teasing the product. You don't need to be like, guys, in 1 week exactly at 3 p.m. EST, this is dropping. I never do that ever. I don't do that. All you have to do is start teasing the product. So you can do that through Instagram stories, Instagram lives, and Instagram reels. So for Instagram stories, you just do a daily story sequence for a week, and you do like 3 to 5 stories a day. You can also utilize polls to collect more leads and interest. When you do this, you can throw call to actions in there, ManyChat. You can have ManyChat literally collect like their emails and add it to the CRM. You can do all of that just through story sequences. I don't really have examples to show you because again, I don't do this. And if I do, I certainly don't like take screenshots of it. But I'm telling you guys, it does not have to be complicated at all. All you do is you start teasing it. You say, people have been asking me for this, blah, blah, blah. You can come up with your own way to do it. But all you do is start teasing it, teasing the fact that you might be selling something soon. You might be introducing something. Instagram Reels, so incorporating a call to action into their content. You can also just do normal content and CTA the caption, so you don't actually need to put it into their actual content. Again, this is all just ways to start teasing it, getting it introduced, and then also Instagram Lives. So Instagram Lives, self-explanatory. The goal is to collect as many emails and phone numbers as possible through the call to action. Now you can either do that through a free lead magnet, which means they get something, or straight up a wait list for launch. You can be like, here's the wait list, you're gonna get an email when it's out. That's how you could do it. You can do it through ManyChat call to action, so you collect their email through a DM automation and have it added to the CRM automatically. And again, you can get them into your DMs using stories, lives, reels. You can do ManyChat automations through all of those things, even the lives. They can type a word in the live and be sent a DM by you. It's insane. And then you just email blast it now that it's launched. That's it. That's all you do to hype it up. So all you guys constantly asking me, how do I hype it up? How do I hype it up? I just made it so fucking simple. All you do, again, Instagram's the only platform you can really do this on. You can use other platforms, but like, it's just whatever. And again, you don't need to do this, guys. I'm only putting this in here because I get asked it so fucking often, but you do not have to do this. It makes pretty much no difference. And I've even had a lot of like mentees that they've launched an offer before and it like does shit. Like the launch doesn't do well, but then when they just plug it into the ecosystem normally, it does better than the launch. So I personally don't fuck with like launches. Really the only time it matters is if they don't sell anything, but 99% of the time they're gonna sell something, so it's not gonna matter that much. And like the case study, I guess you can consider that a launch when we launched the high ticket product to all the low ticket subscribers, but I'm not considering that a launch. When I say launch, I mean like you're launching it on Instagram, that kind of thing. I wouldn't consider that the other shit a launch. So if you are going to do this, don't overcomplicate it. You can just do a few stories a day, start hyping it up a little bit, collect emails and phone numbers if you want. You probably won't do insane volume like right when you launch it, unless you hype it up at like a certain time. But even then, like, I just don't like doing that. If anything, you just have like phone setters reach out to all the contacts you got. You do it kind of like that. So it's really up to you how you want to do it. That's how I like to do it. But again, I really don't do launches. I'm way more the kind of person that's like, I'm gonna partner with you, we're gonna plug it into your stuff, and it's just gonna make money over time. There's no point in trying to do like a hyped up launch. And like I said, a lot of times just plugging it in will make more money in the first month than you did on some crazy hyped up launch date that you spent a bunch of time building up. You just don't need to do all that. So keep that in mind. Okay, the next super important, super overlooked part is actually retaining your clients, retaining these creators. Now, something I see a lot of people, they make the mistake with this. Honestly, like I have a ton of mentees even come to me with this. They say, okay, I set everything up, I've launched it, like they set it all up, they launched it, because that's really most of the work, is the initial setup. Ideally, everything is set up within a week. You launch it to their audience, obviously, because the whole point of this business model is you're partnering with people that already have an audience. You launch it to their audience, it means it's already gonna make money, there's already pretty much customers there, it starts making money, and then it's like, okay, now what? Like, what's the next point? And to be honest, a lot of it is like making the creator feel like you're doing more than you actually are, because all it is at that point is maintenance, and then obviously small tweaks here and there when you have to scale, maybe you bring on a closer, that sort of thing. Like those are like the major things, but the whole funnel is already set up, it's already moving, the pipeline is already there, everything's already in place. So it's like, what do you really do from there? So I'm gonna explain the whole retaining clients thing now. Here we go. So this is extremely important. You have to always be delivering action steps to the creator. So if they don't constantly have something to work towards, they're gonna fall off. So like I said, after a launch and everything is set up, the thing I like to do is I give them KPI targets to hit for posting on social media. So obviously when it comes to like actually doing the marketing and posting, I always let them lead. I always let them do their own thing with it. I don't like to change their style much. Maybe you can help them with call to actions or something like that. And again, I get into all this. But I still like to give them a framework to follow. Also, this section, it goes over an entire organic social framework that I provide to my creators. So I'm gonna be going over that as well, which is like the actual exact KPI targets to give them to hit. But I always like to give them something. So they always need something. So even after closing and signing, I'll send them a roadmap before we start anything. So this is like an example, a roadmap one of my mentees delivered to a creator, showing even the whole sales sequence, showing what I just did, which is like the KPIs, giving like a full run through. You just need to give them something to always be doing, and something that shows them that you're still working on this with them and you're still doing stuff. You're not just letting the money roll in, because then they're gonna wonder why you have a percentage. So like I said before, I always have mentees that come to me and they ask me like, what's next after they launch an offer. But that's really the beauty of the business model, is most of your work is complete after the launch, and then after that, it's about maintenance and communication with the creator and obviously the sales team. So literally, you make small tweaks here and there, things don't really break, and hopefully no creators are watching this, but you know, most of the work after launch is making it seem like you're doing more than you're actually doing. And I know that's absolutely crazy to say, but I swear I'm not just saying that to like, I'm not trying to make this sound like too good to be true or like too easy, or I'm not trying to make it sound super easy, because it's not super easy. But after it's launched, it really is just about maintenance, and it goes back to that one thing of making them feel like a business partner. You can't have them feel like an agency client. That's why I also say like having like 2 to 3 creators is a lot, and that's a really good amount. Like if you have 2 to 3 solid creators, it's not so much like you're gonna be sitting at your desk working for 12 hours a day and that's where your time needs to go. It's not like that at all. It's more so like you need this headspace to be in it like you're their business partner. I hope that makes sense, and I hope that's a perspective you haven't heard before, but it's like if you have 10 clients and they all require an hour a week, you're not gonna have a lack of time, but you're gonna have a lack of like how many of those clients are actually gonna get your full attention? How many of them are like, how many of them are you gonna know their offer inside out? How many of them are you gonna know like what needs to come next? When do you need to scale? Probably not many of them, because there's too many and you don't have anything set up to manage them properly. which goes back to why I even started my offer in the first place. I'm partnering with creators of my mentees. It's giving me a way to take on, if all of my creators, my like 2-3 dozen creators, because that's how many I have like total now under my belt, active running creators, how the fuck would I manage 3 dozen creators by myself? Even if I had, employees in place to help me manage them, it's not the same as having a mentee paired with each creator, and it's like it's a dedicated person talking to that creator. So that's really why I started this program, as a means to be able to grow my agency and take on more creators. But obviously it worked out as a win-win offer for everyone. Anyhow, I'm ranting a bit, but yeah, it goes back to the same most important thing, is they need to feel like they're your business partner and they're not an agency client. That's the number one. I also get asked this a lot. Like anytime I get on a call for my offer, the question is always like, why do people fail? Like the mentees you have, why do they fail? Why do they not make money? And it goes back to the exact same thing, which is they didn't run it like a partnership. Okay, the creator would ask a question, it would take 3 days for an answer. They want something small tweaked on a landing page, it takes 4 days. Those are not things that take 3-4 days. You get what I'm saying? And if you were in business with a business partner, it's not going to take that long. It takes that long for a fucking agency client. So that's the number one thing. That's how you keep your creators as your creators. And then obviously besides that, you can do like contract revisits. You can do that sort of thing. I don't really mess with that. If they want to set that up at the start, you can do that. But just having like a weekly call with them, making sure everything's running smooth, ideally communicating with them over text daily, keeping up with their content, what they're doing there, dropping comments here and there about their content. Like, hey, I love that you did this with this video, or hey, whatever it is. You just got to keep up with them on a daily basis like a business partner. That's how you retain all your clients. Okay, next I want to go over my organic socials framework. Now, first, a couple things you need to understand. This is pretty much going to be going over all the best practices, posting, how often to post, all of that for all the main platforms that matter. But the first thing you need to understand is, even if all the lead flow, all the creators' leads, all the customers come from YouTube, for example, 100% of them come from one platform, you still want the creator on all these other social platforms, because someone's going to search them up on these. They need to see that they're active, they're posting. You need to use these other platforms as a nurturing tool to make sure everyone is pre-sold before they get on a call. Now, if this sounds like overkill, I promise you it's not. Having this will literally fucking 10x the amount of results you get, just because this person is everywhere, their presence is everywhere, and someone might see them on YouTube and then, oh, they pop up on Twitter. What do you know? They're back interested. Everything will make so much more money if the creator is posting on every single social media platform. And I have all of it down to a science, how to grow on them, everything that this creator needs to be doing, which I'm about to run over in a second. So here we go. Without any further ado, let's jump straight into it. My organic socials framework. So the first thing that's also important, always let the creator continue to do what's working for them. So I never want to tell the creator to change up their content style or whatever it is. If they're already doing something and it's working on their main platform, whatever's pulling in the leads, let them continue to do that. Okay, maybe you can help them out here and there. Like I said, you can offer your advice. You can show them how to incorporate call to actions without being too salesy, and delivering them a roadmap with KPIs to hit to keep them on track, like I spoke about previously. However, when it comes to social medias, there's only 4 platforms that matter at all that they should be active on, and LinkedIn is not one of them. Here we go, the big 4, and I'm going to break each one of these down and give you intel on each one. So starting over here, well, first let me say YouTube is the best, TikTok is the worst. Instagram and Twitter are in the middle. Twitter's a little bit better. We're going to get into it though. Here we go. Instagram first. So they first need to set up their profile. So they need some sort of link in bio, ideally whatever the funnel is. If not, they could have a YouTube video link, something like that. Username as their real name. They need like a solid name unless they're really big and they're branded around something else. Profile pic as a picture of their face. Ideally, if they can get meta verified too, that would be great, because if they have a pic of their face, they can do that. They'll have the check mark. That will look a lot better as well. ManyChat keyword in bio. This is subjective based on the kind of offer, how salesy, guru you want to be. But you can have a ManyChat call to action in bio. Usually I only do that if it's like a low ticket offer. And then optimize stories / highlights. Nice looking stories, highlights, usually a results highlight, something like that. Now, as far as actually posting goes, here we go. Stories, 2 to 5 stories a day, 7 days a week. This is extremely important. This needs to make the person the potential prospect feel like they know this person, they have an insight into their life. So student results, updates, daily life. When they're at the gym, post a pic at the gym or a video saying some motivational shit, whatever it is. And again, everything I'm about to tell you is completely subjective on how guru you want to be, but you can do this stuff in a way that's not guru at all. Close friend story, ideally just once a week. If you guys don't know how this works, there's a software you can use. There's a bunch of them. The one I use, you can add every single follower to your close friends. What that does is when you post on your close friends, they're gonna think, oh, this person added me manually. They'll see the little green circle rather than the normal circle on the Instagram stories. It goes to the very front. So literally your story views 4x. They literally quadruple, no exaggeration. So I'm not one of those people that want to spam this a lot. I might post on it once a week. Even that can be a lot. And I only save it for like big call to actions or things that are actually important. Now, lives. If they're willing to do lives, which not every creator is, if they are willing to do lives 2 to 4 times a week, their lead flow will be insane, especially if you're running webinars or something like that, which I don't really mess with webinars that much. But all it is you hop on for 30 minutes, an hour, casual Q&A, you answer people's questions, you talk to everyone. You can also have a ManyChat automation call to action on the live. So you can set ManyChat up to say, like, if you type a word in the live, the account will DM you. By typing a word in the live. It's fucking insane. And then you just pin a comment saying, like, comment this word on the live. It works really, really well for low ticket offers, really well. And lastly is Reels, 5 to 7 a week, ideally daily if they can. Like I said, continue their content style, but just incorporate some type of call to action. You don't want to change it up too much. And real quick, I just want to show you this quick intermission. I'm adding this after the fact. But when it comes to Reels, like I said, you want all platforms active and you want that to nurture people. Now, even though for my own info offer, all my leads come from YouTube, I also post, first of all, on my main Instagram. So let me show you guys. So I've got my main Instagram here, which obviously we have like my normal posts, and then I can also pull up my Reels, and it's all lifestyle stuff. So it's all me driving cars. It's all stuff like that. Now, to be completely honest, none of this does anything for me. None of this lifestyle stuff brings in leads or anything like that. I wouldn't even say it really nurtures people. It's pretty much just here for the aura. Even like obviously girls see it and stuff. It's that kind of thing. It's not like, I don't actually gain anything from posting it. I just like having it. But I just started another Instagram at Verano, this other account. If you see here, I'm 2 reels in so far. But this is like the actual value type videos. So I'm gonna play one of these videos for you so you can get a good idea of exactly what it looks like. But these are the videos that I know, first of all, the 500 people following this are people actually interested in the business model. So I'm gonna be posting a lot more stories, that kind of thing on here. And then of course I'm posting reels too, so you can scroll through the reels and gain value just like you do from my YouTube videos. Take a look. $78,000 personal profit in the month of June, attributed entirely to this YouTube funnel strategy. Now this is what Iman Gaji teaches inside his $18,000 coaching program, 8FL. What you need to understand is that YouTube doesn't actually care about watch time as much as you think. They care about something called session time. This isn't a metric you can even view, but it is the most important. Now, YouTube doesn't care how long someone actually watches your video. They care about how long someone stays on the platform, because the longer you stay watching videos, the more ads they can show you, and that's exactly how they make money. Now, you can actually use this to trick the algorithm into pushing out your videos. Now, this is exactly what it looks like. You have the top of funnel videos, which is the lifestyle content, bringing in a mass demographic, and you push all of that to the middle of funnel, which is your VSL, and it leads to a Typeform application so they can apply to be mentored. And then underneath that, you have the bottom of funnel, which is the value-based nurturing content for the people that aren't immediately sold from the VSL. The whole point is the VSL. This is the one video that sells them, and it's the only video with the mentorship linked. Let me explain. All the top of funnel videos push directly to the VSL. Every single video that gets all the views pushes to the VSL. It doesn't link outside of the platform. Now the reason for that is if you link the Typeform on the top of funnel videos, YouTube is gonna see that as people leaving the platform, and they're not gonna push your videos out at all. Whereas if you push it all to this one video and it accomplishes the same thing, now your VSL is gonna get more views organically. Not only that, but it's also gonna boost your session time in the algorithm, and all your videos are gonna do much, much better. Okay, so you get my point with those videos. Just value-based. A big guy I love to look at, which I'll also show as an example, is my good friend Nick Setting. This is a great guy all around, by the way. but he absolutely kills it with his Instagram funnel. Like again, just looking through this stuff, he's got a lot of, thing is he's got it combined. He's got the lifestyle there, and then his reels are all like the value stuff. These get a lot of views because he actually runs ads to them. He's a big ads guy as well. But again, he's got call to action, the bio. He's just got a really all around good profile. And that's what works for him. And guys, by the way, real quick, you do not understand how fucking difficult this app was to get. I had to fucking buy it once, and then I lost it, and I bought it again. I'm in like $5,000 to have my last name as an Instagram ad. This is what I'm talking about. I don't need that, but it's just clean. It's aura. So I care about aura and things like that. That's also why I'm not one of like your spammy gurus, because I actually give a shit. But it depends on the person. And anyhow, I'm sidetracking a bit, but that's the gist of what the reels should look like. Next is Twitter. So Twitter, I love. Twitter, you don't need a ton. A link in bio, you don't even really need that. You just need a clean looking profile. So I like to have in the bio just a one-liner, something clean. You can put a banner on Twitter as well. Ideally, same thing though, username as your real name, profile picture as picture of the face. Those are two important things. Replies. So when it comes to Twitter, you're not gonna just grow off of, here's the thing. Twitter is not like these other algorithms where it's gonna push your content towards the For You page just like instantly. It's not like that at all. So if it's a brand new account, or even if it's not a brand new account, the thing that's gonna get your account out there is replies. Replying to big accounts, replying to people in the space, getting them to engage with you if they like one of your comments. Eventually, when you start tweeting, like I'm not even kidding, you can just rip 50 replies a day for like a week. You're gonna get a bunch of these big guys following you, and then once you tweet, all it takes is one of them liking your tweet, and then it gets sent to the For You page of their followers, and then your Twitter's kickstarted. It's really easy to get big on Twitter, but tweets are not that important. The most important thing is replies. You gotta be active with replies and that sort of thing. So I do 30 to 50 replies a day, 7 days a week, every day. That works really fucking well. If you do that, you're gonna grow. Next is tweets. So as far as like the actual tweets, 2 to 3 tweets a day, 7 days a week. If you want to make them like super nice tweets, you can do one a day, whatever. Twitter's not the kind of thing where it's like, you need to have a really good tweet. You can genuinely just like tweet your, I had someone book a call with me. I tweeted some like random bullshit. It was like a random tweet I thought of really quick, something funny, and I tweeted it and posted it. And I had a call with this guy who was interested in working with me. He was interested in becoming a mentee, and I was like, yeah, where'd you find me, by the way? And he's like, oh yeah, I saw your tweet about whatever it was. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's insane. But anyway you cut it, it's gonna be really good for nurturing. Twitter's a great platform for that. And with those tweets, it can be results, lifestyle photos, thoughts, opinions, literally anything. Twitter is the least strict platform. You could put fucking anything out there and it could run, which I love about that platform, which by the way, it's called like X now or something. I still call it Twitter. I'm gonna go to TikTok first, because YouTube, I have something else I wanna talk about in there. Anyhow, TikTok. I don't give a fuck about TikTok. As long as they're on these 3 platforms, I'm good. TikTok, I couldn't care less if they're on it. Same thing though, username as the real name, profile pic is picture of the face, link in bio. The only other thing TikToks are good for, you can post TikToks. You can literally reuse Reels as TikToks. You can post the same videos on both platforms. Same thing, 5 to 7 a week. Continue their content style, incorporate city. The only thing TikTok is good for is lives. This is important, listen to this. I know I just shit on TikTok, but listen. If you're running a low ticket, TikTok lives are different than Instagram lives in one way. Instagram lives are pretty much just the followers. TikTok lives, they put them on the For You page. I have had creators, this is back when I used to really take webinars seriously. I don't fuck with webinars anymore, it's a whole different story. I don't really touch them anymore. But when it comes to TikTok lives, I would have these guys go on live for like 6 hours straight. They'd be 2 hours into it, doing their Q&A, it would be fine, whatever. And then I'm not even kidding, randomly, TikTok would just push the live out because they had been live for a couple hours, and thousands of people would start joining the live. Like they would go from 200 viewers for 2 hours to 4,000 in the span of 10 minutes. And then for the next 4 hours, their live would never have less than 2,000 people in it, which obviously brings a lot of fucking leads for something like a webinar. So if you're doing a low ticket or something like that, do not sleep on TikTok lives. They're very, very powerful if your creator is willing to run them and sit there for hours and hours and hours. Now, last thing is YouTube, the golden boy, okay? This is the big in the big 4, okay? This is all that I fucking love YouTube, and I love YouTube creators. This is everything right here, okay? Listen. First of all, optimize profile. You want a link in video descriptions. So every video description or the videos that you have the nurturing stuff, and I'm about to get into this in a second. You want the funnel link. You only want one link. You don't want to have a bunch of different links. Even social media, I like to just put the username. I won't even have them link it. I like to have one blue link in the description. That's it. No other links, and that's the main link. Longer bio about them. So you can actually have a YouTube bio that's like a paragraph long. I found I like to do that. Username as a real name, profile pic, picture of the face, same stuff. Videos. Ideally, 1 to 3 videos a week. Again, I would focus more on quality over quantity. That's what I found with YouTube is when you post a video and you don't think it's gonna do well, it usually doesn't. So I'd rather you make sure that the one video that goes out every week is really fucking good because it'll do a lot more for you than just posting consistently. Mostly value-based. You can incorporate lifestyle and you should always aim for at least 10 minutes. YouTube is amazing because you can nurture people so crazy. You can post hour-long videos. You're watching this video right now. It's multiple hours long. It's fucking incredible how much you can do with YouTube and how well people can get to know you just from watching these YouTube videos. I say 10 plus minutes, that's bare minimum. Ideally, you wanna look to get to like 20, 30 if you can. And then obviously you've got videos like this, multiple hours long. These are the real juicers. But that takes time to be able to, I mean, guys, you have no idea how much time this video took to make. That's very important to keep in mind. Now, what I'm about to go into, my bonus YouTube strategy that goes in depth on this right here, having a link in video descriptions. None of this makes any sense to you right now, what I'm saying, but what I'm about to show you guys with this is actually fucking genius. And let me full screen. It has completely changed like how I run my offers and even how I run my own YouTube. It is genuinely insane. Like I said, guys, YouTube is just the best fucking platform. If you're hitting up creators, like most creators I hit up now are YouTube guys. And if they're not on YouTube, I get them the fuck on YouTube because they can grow really fast. And like I think I gave this example before. If you're taking someone, a fitness creator with hundreds of thousands of followers, they're gonna do worse than a biz op creator on YouTube getting 1,000 views a video. It sounds insane, but that is genuinely how broken YouTube is right now because it brings a high quality. Look at you watching this video right now. If you're watching this video right now, you're probably not an idiot. You're someone that was probably searching for something like this, searching for info operating or growth operating or something along those lines, or you're at least doing online business. You're not just some guy scrolling. You're watching this video with intent. I bet a lot of you guys are watching this fucking taking notes. I get that sent all the time. So many people watch like these videos I make, they'll send me an Instagram video of their Google Doc. Actually, if you're watching this right now and you've been taking notes, go on Instagram right now and send me a video of whatever you're taking notes on, whether it's a notepad or a Google Doc. I just want to see it. Send me a picture or a video, something. I'll answer you. I will see your DM. My point is, like, the people watching this video right now, watching me sit here for hours, talk about boring stuff, like, you have to be a certain quality person to watch this video. And a lot of you guys watching this are qualified to work with me and become one of my mentees, which is my goal of making this video. I'm trying to hit a target ICP. Hopefully you're understanding what I'm saying. But back to the original point of this whole thing right here is I would deliver something like this to your creators just so they can get on all these platforms and be posting consistently, just to have it as a nurturing tool. Like I said, if someone sees them on YouTube and then also sees them on Twitter and sees them on Instagram and follows them everywhere and they're constantly seeing their stuff, it's really fucking good for nurturing, especially keeping people like in the pipeline. And especially if you're posting results too, it will do wonders for you. So please don't sleep on this. Don't think it's overkill. You got to do this. All right, next I'm going over something I'm very, very excited to go over. Now I've made a whole video on this and I'm not gonna lie, it's the exact same Miro from that video. So if you already watched that video, you probably don't need to watch this section. It might even be worth your time to rewatch it just because I might say some new shit that I didn't say before after going over all these other modules, which I probably will. I'm taking back everything I said. Even if you watch the other video, watch this section too, because I know I'm gonna end up saying some good shit. Now, this whole section right here, let me show you real quick. This is absolute insane sauce when it comes to YouTube, when it comes to portraying a certain view of your creator, making them look a certain way. I'm just gonna start going over it right now. So June 2025, last month, I did 178K personal profit month at 21 years old. attributed entirely to the YouTube funnel I implemented with my high ticket creator clients that I'm about to reveal right now. And again, showing the numbers, 62K for my own coaching offer, which for me was a low volume month. I usually do higher cash collected. I didn't post for 40 days in there, literally a 40-day gap. And also all my leads come from YouTube, like 99%, all of them. So the revenue dropping due to me not posting is proof that this YouTube shit I'm about to show you works. And then of course, I also lost money due to processing fees. I usually take mostly Zelle, but I hit a foreign demographic for some reason. So I had processing fees and then, yeah. But anyhow, going back here as well, 116K for my client coaching offers. And out of these screenshots, there's like another 17K not shown here. But you get the point. I fucking ripped it last month at 21 years old. And a lot of it is due to this strategy. Now, first thing you need to understand, Iman Gaji straight up invented this strategy. He pushes this very hard inside his own 18K program for info sellers, AFL, if you guys are unfamiliar with it. He pushes it very, very hard inside of there. What you need to understand is first, this is not just a strategy to convert more customers. Everything I give to my creator clients, most of the part, everything we do as operators, for the most part, is to convert their leads into customers. This is not that. YouTube actually favors this in the algorithm because of something called session time, not watch time, which I'm about to go over. Here's a little pyramid. Okay, here you go. Views turn into leads, turn into money. So this is not just a strategy to convert more customers. This is a strategy to get more leads. And you need to make sure your creator is doing this. First of all, the info game, what the fuck is this there? The info game has changed. Prospects are more suspicious than ever because of fake gurus, and it has never been harder to gain the trust of an audience. Have you guys seen this before? DM me the word desperate if you want to make 10K a month, one spot remaining. You get the idea. I hope you guys like this. I whipped it up. But yeah, Instagram stories with the ugly blocky text, the DM me the word, call to actions, the fake urgency, they just don't cut it anymore. This is not going to do shit. Even if you actually, obviously I made this as a joke, but even if you actually like put some shit on here, and you get what I'm saying. It does not cut it anymore. And it has never been harder to gain the trust of an audience. This is what the current market values. Buyers are no longer buying into the business. They are buying into the guru. Let me say this again. Buyers, if someone wants to buy a course, it used to mostly be about the business model. Oh, this is the shiny new business model. Oh, wow. Oh, drop shipping. It makes so much sense. I don't have to have physical products. That's it. Let me pick one of these guys. No. Now it's about the guy. Look at Iman Gaji, for example. Iman Gaji is the best example I can give of this. He was doing SMMA shit. Like, he was one of the first guys to run up SMMA, make that like an info offer. But he can sell anything. Now he's selling, literally, AFL, he's selling an info offer. He's teaching people info products and shit for 18 grand. Iman Gaji is doing that. He completely pivoted from the SMMA stuff and he's doing something completely different now. He can do that because it's about him, it's not about his business. So personal connection / vulnerability is really big. Look at this post. 218,000 likes, that's the picture. Guys, come on. If I posted this, no one would give a fuck. It would get 100 likes. My posts only do good if it's like me on a jet or something, you know what I'm saying? They need to aspire to be like this person. Look how he's dressed up. He owns the old money aesthetic. Look at this. Does this guy look like he's just a course seller? This guy looks like he's out of a fucking movie. Who's he playing chess with? There's no one there. The pieces aren't even moved, but it doesn't matter. Because look at him. One of my jet picks versus one of Iman's. He's all classy on it. He's got the fucking filter grade over it. Mine is shit. Mine is just a quick flick on a jet. I definitely didn't put this here just to show that I'm on a jet, but you get my point, is he has a certain aesthetic, he has a certain vibe, he sells a certain lifestyle really, really well, and he has to maintain that constantly. Now, the other thing is you cannot just sell in every single video. This is why you see so many vlog channels now. Iman Gaji unscripted. Even me personally, myself, I post vlogs and stuff too. I had a vlog channel, I'm posting vlogs on here now. Like, I have different types of content. You're not only gonna see me posting value, you can also see some of my lifestyle, that sort of thing. Now, here is the full strategy breakdown and also why YouTube favors this, why YouTube pushes this. So my client and also roommate is running this exact strategy. I implement it with him. Now I usually have an NDA with my clients. The only reason I can show you this is because I don't even have a contract with him. I'm just helping him as a homie. I want him to do well. That's the only reason I can show you this right now. Here we go. This is what it looks like. And this is only one half of the equation. I'm about to explain the other half. YouTube funnel strategic breakdown. So first you have the top of funnel content, lifestyle content, mass demographics. So these are the videos, a weekend in Miami. It's just pure lifestyle, going out, degeneracy. It's whatever. It has no value, nothing to do with any of that at all. Next, you have the middle funnel, which is the public VSL to Typeform application. This is a VSL that is public on YouTube, okay? One video. Top of funnel is a bunch of videos. You're posting a shit ton. Bottom of funnel is a bunch of videos posting a shit ton. The middle of funnel is one video. There's only one video that goes here. And it's the VSL to a Typeform application. 30 minutes long, how trading changed my life, my story. The point of this video is it shows his story. It shows how he came from nothing to now, supercars, blah, blah, blah. You get what I'm saying. It's the nurturing video. It's the video that sells people. This video sells them. This is the video they need to watch, and it has the application linked. I'm about to show you the secret. And then the bottom of funnel is the value-based nurturing content. He doesn't even need to post stuff like this anymore. But it's like the actual trading content, actual showing people how to do stuff. That's what that part is. Now, this is the money printer, by the way. It's also in the shape of a pyramid, but don't worry about that. So here's the other half. Why does YouTube push this in the algo so hard? Why is this so good? Here you go. First, you need to understand two important metrics, watch time and session time. Watch time is how long someone watches a specific video for. The video you're watching right now has watch time attached to it. I can see the average duration of this video. There's also something called session time, which you cannot see. This is not a viewable analytic. This is how long someone stays on the platform, YouTube itself. What you need to know is YouTube cares more about people staying on the platform than watching your video. If they leave your video, they don't give a fuck. Obviously, your video is going to hurt from it. Your watch time will go lower. They'll push it out less. But as long as they stay, as long as that person clicked off your YouTube video and clicked on another YouTube video, they don't care as much as if they left the platform. Here's the secret sauce. All the top of funnel videos push directly to the VSL. Take a look at this. Average weekend with your rich friends, 135 views. Watch this next. So all these top of funnel videos, none of these have a link to mentorship or anything. All of these link to one video. That video is this video. It all links to this one video, and that's the video that has the one-on-one mentorship linked. The video that actually sells them. Now why? A couple things. First, it shows YouTube that people watch this video after his other ones, so they recommend it more. So after every time someone, one of these 135,000 people, watches one of these top of funnel videos, you know what they watch next? They watch this video. How trading changed my life, my story. They watch the VSL after watching this. YouTube realizes that, so they're gonna push it out more because of it. It also gives YouTube an idea of the ICP watching the VSL and shows it to more of the demographic organically. So let me tell you this. Someone watches the top of funnel video right here, right? Let me go over here. They watch this video. Out of all these people, only some of them are going to be interested and qualified enough to watch this one. So now this video is only getting that small fraction, that small portion of qualified people watching it. But just because this is another YouTube video, YouTube is going to say, okay, out of these 16K people, this is what the average person that watches this video looks like. Let's show this video to more of those people. So now this video is going to get views organically from people seeing his face for the first time. And it's going to be the exact ICP he wants to see it. And then of course, after all of it, it boosts session time tremendously, which in turn makes every one of these top of funnel videos pop off and get 100K fucking views. So not only are you showing more people the VSL, but you're also boosting all the videos as a whole and letting the channel thrive as a result. Now, I hope that makes a lot of fucking sense. And I hope I didn't confuse any of you explaining this. I just want to pull it up again just so you can kind of get an overview of it. But session time is the number one analytic. It's the most important thing when it comes to this platform. So you need to make sure that you're keeping it in mind with absolutely everything here. Now, to be honest, I don't know how me explaining this was only 10 minutes when the video I made was like 20 minutes. I feel like I said more, but apparently I didn't. So I guess you save some time if you watch this one. But this fucking works extremely well. I know I'm kind of just repeating myself now. All you need to know is YouTube prints. It's just, it's fucking genius to be running this. You're stupid if you're not running this. And a little bit more about this kind of stuff here, since I know most of this was just about the funnel. You need to portray at least some sort of aesthetic or some sort of vibe that makes these people get to know you. Iman's great at that. You feel like you know him. You know the type of, you feel like you know how he talks. Even if you saw these pictures, you would just assume he's well-spoken, he's eloquent, you know. Versus someone like this, you think this guy's a dickhead. You know, you're gonna give him your money and he's gonna go fucking blow it on a stripper or something. You know what I mean? That's what this gives. That's not what you want. You want to make sure you're giving something trustworthy and you're letting them actually see what type of person this guy is. And yeah, I'm getting a little bit off track. That's the whole YouTube strategy. You need to be implementing this with all your creators. And something else I want to mention, you can also run this up yourself. You can literally have your own YouTube channel and you can get creators from content like this. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit more, but these Miro videos I make, like these videos, obviously they're targeted towards operators. This video, I'm looking for operators. That's my ICP. However, at the same time, I'm gonna get a shit ton of creators in my DMs from this exact video. Simply because a lot of them see it because they're searching for certain things, and I'm gonna be able to close those people as clients. Now I have a couple mentees that are running up Miro videos, like this one, specifically targeted towards creators. And it's working extremely well, and they're getting creators inbound into their DMs from it. So if you're not against putting your face out there and spending 30 minutes a week making one of these videos, obviously you gotta make the Miro board, which is the bulk of it, but you know, posting a 30-minute video every week, which a 30-minute video would take maybe a couple hours to make that Miro. If you're willing to do that, you can honestly scratch outreach, because it will do so much more for bringing in inbound, and the clients will be better because it's inbound. I'm just putting it out there. Obviously you can still rip outreach, but if you wanted to start getting some inbound clients, I would highly recommend trying that. I also want to say real quick, so I have a, one of my mentees, Mr. Stecco, he joined me, I want to say a couple months back. He piffed me. He was one of those guys that was already doing pretty well, and he just wanted someone to consult, someone to help him scale, someone to give him advice. He is now scaling extremely fucking well, and I swear his income has like doubled since we last spoke. But I just did a like 45-minute coaching call with him, going over his whole situation. Again, he's one of these guys posting these Miros to get clients. So much value in this video. I'm gonna play it right now. He's given me permission to kind of put it in here. I had to chop it up a bit because I don't want to reveal his client name and that sort of thing, because it is a big guy. It's the kind of guy, like if I said his name, a lot of you guys would know who it is. So I can't reveal that, but I'm just gonna show like pretty much a whole raw coaching call, going over, talking about webinars, talking about the numbers he's doing, which his offer is doing is like a few $100,000 a month with that offer. He's personally getting close to 100K a month. And of course, also going over this whole thing I just spoke of being able to bring in inbound leads from making your own YouTube videos, which is the bulk of it. So you're gonna get a ton of value from this. So make sure you watch this segment. And thank you, Mr. Stecco, for letting me put it in this video. Enjoy. Yo.
What's going on, brother?
What's good, bro? How are you?
Good, bro. What we saying?
Chilling. What's up, bro? Chilling. Dude, I'm about to go to Europe tomorrow.
Where you going?
Going to Mykonos first, and then gonna figure it out from there. But yeah, it's gonna be fucking crazy.
That's awesome, bro. Are you going for business, for leisure, both, or what's the plan?
I mean, dude, mostly leisure, but obviously I still got to keep everything running, so I'll still be working out there. But no, definitely not. Mykonos is not for business.
Bro, it's gonna be good content for you too, man.
Yeah,
No,
it's gonna be sick, bro. It's gonna be sick.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, bro, I've been good on my end. I've been steady grinding here, trying to scale the clients. Got some updates for you too.
Yeah,
so,
let's just run through top to bbottom, go through each client, and give me some updates.
For sure. So I mean, since we last spoke, like I had a good amount. I had that guy. I had. What we decided is that I'll be managing just for now, and then I have two other clients. I have
Yeah.
The other affiliates, they're still selling for, they're just doing a regular 3.5K package that I'm going to get 7% of the entire company floor as well.
Okay.
So right now, as we speak, we're looking at on the month right now 290 on the month.
That's fire. What was last month?
Last month was, I'll tell you right now, because I know we're gonna pass it for sure. So here, it's honestly been record months after record months, bro. So last month was 360K.
Okay.
So we're gonna pass it this month for sure.
Yeah, you are.
Our goal is $500,000 this month.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's gonna be good, bro. Like last month was my biggest month personal take home. I took home, what was it? I think 64. Yeah, let me see here. I'll pull it out just to
And
make
how
sure.
is that split? How much of that was offer?
A good like 35, 40.
Okay.
Yeah, so definitely like the bigger fish right now.
Yeah.
From the offers, and it's good. That's why I wanted to ask your opinion, but first I'll go through the other offers.
Yep.
So pull up the invoice sheet here. Yeah, last month I finished at 68.5, right?
Damn, fire.
So had sent, it was 39 CAD in total that he gave me. And then I have other ones from other offer. I got like a 10K on the trading offer. That guy, because we finished with 33.9, which by the way, I have 20% now the entire floor. No more just, closing deals, whatever. Like I'm not closing anymore whatsoever. I'm just doing basic sales management, back-end SOPs and frameworks, and it's 20% of the entire floor. And I'm like managing the marketing side too. That's been a huge win lately, bro. Because I used to close on that offer full time. Now I'm managing a closer on that offer.
Yeah.
Amazing, bro.
Fire.
I haven't taken a single sales call this month. Like it feels so
That's
weird.
the first month you've done that, right?
Bro, first month.
So what are you doing? What are you doing with that excess time?
So I had a bunch of other clients. Like I had an extra 3 clients on my hands.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. They weren't making me as much. Like I got a good maybe 8, 9, 10K from them. But then I decided that we're just gonna cut them from the affiliate program. So we cut them. So now I have more time on my hands, bro. I have at least an extra like 4 or 5 hours a day. So I'm thinking of putting some of it towards one-on-one training with some of the closers that are struggling a bit on. And the second thing that I wanted to ask your advice on is, bro, last month I closed my first ever, this month I closed my first ever guy on one-on-one consulting. Not growth thought, but basically just like one-on-one consulting on how to create his personal brand, his offer, and how to scale it. And I charged him 7.5K US.
So basically growth op, except you're just consulting. I mean, not actually doing it.
Like Nick's setting basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pitched 7.5K. He piffed me right away, and I was like, bro, this is fucking amazing.
Where'd you find him at?
Bro, if I told you the story, it's like the warmest fucking lead. Bro, my roommate, he brought him because they were chilling at like Marcus Four Seasons downtown Montreal. They were just fucking around.
Yeah.
Went to Reddy's, whatever. Bro pulled up. He saw my car in the basement, and he was like, "Oh, bro, I love BMW, whatever." We go upstairs. I just hopped off, the call with my meeting. Long story short, I'm talking to him. This guy's a high ticket closer, making like 30K a month already.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Bro, you're making 30K. How much you making? Like your clients?" He's like, a good amount. I'm like, "Bro, why are you making them rich?"
Yeah.
And okay, I'm listening. Basically, I do like a Wolf of Wall Street 2-3 minute pitch on why I got a big show and offer. And he's like, "Bro, send me your wire info. We'll start."
Yeah.
And he's serious. So, bro, $40 later, he piffed me 7.5.
Yeah.
And he's a G, bro. He's like, we're doing sales training, similar to like Johnny Mao and all those guys.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking, bro. I'm thinking like with my extra time, do I go down that route and pivot, or do I?
Well, here's the thing, dude. If because you're still, you're ripping YouTube content, you're kind of building up your personal brand now. There's no reason you can't use that for both. There's no reason you can't, if you wanted to, bro, you could throw in a Typeform for that kind of thing, or just have something simple like that. Like I wouldn't build out like a landing page or like a funnel for yourself, but if you want to have that, there's an option. There's no reason you can't make extra money from it. And then obviously your content will do both things. It's gonna bring in people that you're gonna growth up, and then the people that maybe you don't want to growth up but do have money, and you could charge them for consulting.
Yeah, honestly, because that was kind of a sign to me where it's like, bro, first of all, it takes way less time per week out of my schedule. I'll be honest with you, bro. Because if I'm managing setters, closers actively, it takes way more time.
Yeah.
So with this guy, it's purely consulting basis. Of course, it'll take me more time when helping him create his own modules and everything, set everything up. But
Yep.
yeah, so that's that. So right now, bro, it's really just 3 main clients right now. I'll tell you right now the numbers in the month. With the guy, I think you remember him, right? Like,
Yeah, of course.
yeah. For him, because we have 2 DM setters now and they're both pretty competitive, and we also have Split It that we finally got on WAP. We're currently looking at almost a record month. We're at 34K. No,
Holy
35.
shit, bro. Good fucking shit. Yeah, I remember he was kind of like in the gutter a little bit, no? And he was shadow banned and
Yeah, exactly. We got out of the shadow ban. He's at 35K on the month. We're gonna rip 50K at least. He's stocking up cash. Next month we're gonna rip some DM ads, and I want to do a webinar with him as well.
yeah.
And I think that's gonna print. I think that's gonna make a lot of money. Plus, with a 20% rev share, I can take home a good amount, bro. Next month.
Fire. Fuck yeah. And what about the other?
That's him. And then I have just closed.
Shit.
Yeah. So I'm managing him right now. He has 1 closer, 1 setter, and we're looking to scale. Right now, it's pretty slow in the month because he's 17, right? So Instagram has like an access thing where he won't let people fall. Bro, it's fucked. So he changed that midway towards the month, and now we're ramping back up. So where was I going with this? So with him, I'm looking to just scale him up. He's done. Last month he did 40K. I'm trying to get him to 100K. That's my goal.
Dude, you know what's funny about him? I met him, I want to say like a year ago at like 4 a.m. at the spot in Brickell called DCG. And he recognized me. He's like, yo, you're Dustin, right? I don't remember exactly what he said. He recognized me. I was like, yeah, what's up, man? He was like, bro, I'm little brother. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, they're not actually related, are they?
No.
He just says that. But that was the first time I ever heard of him. But it's funny.
Yeah, even he was telling me he was at Yash's thing that he had for 4th of July. Yeah, it's funny. Even
that was a really good event, actually. That was a really good event.
Yeah. Honestly, next time there's events like that, I told Vince I'm just gonna pop out, bro. Network.
Yeah, I think Yash told me they're planning on doing that like every couple months. He told me as well because I was talking to him after it. Dude, they spent like on that event. Crazy, but yeah, it was a really good event, and they're gonna keep doing them so for sure. Come to the next one.
Yeah, I got it, bro. Because the network in Montreal and the info product space is good, but it's not like Miami, bro.
No, of course not, bro. Every guru's here. All your fucking clients are here, you know, like.
That's what I mean, bro. And especially now because I did well with. So now I'm just getting more referrals. The plan with the affiliates, which I think is going to print as well, they're only doing 3.5, but we have already like 12 affiliates, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm getting 7% of that, I think it's just going to stack up with time,
Yeah.
right? So, look, right now with the 3 clients I have, I'm looking at like between 60 and 70. This is CAD. And I want to get, like, my goal has been always
You're getting
100.
there, bro. You're getting closer.
Yeah, closer. And my goal's always been 100 since we spoke by the end of this year. That's my goal. So I was doing some math, and I'm like, the only way to get to 100 is either landing, I would say, 2 clients at rev share, at a decent rev share, or just do the consulting side of things and scale at least 2 to 3 clients a month at 7.5.
I mean, bro, if I'm being honest, that really shouldn't be that hard to do. If you're ripping YouTube content consistently, that shouldn't be hard to do. Yeah,
that's my plan. I'm gonna do YouTube consistently. I did a couple like day in the life, picking up my car, did like some mindset thing.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go specific to like.
It's the Miro videos, bro. Like the Miro videos and the breakdowns and like the really detailed shit. That's what's gonna make you. That's what's gonna bring in the good leads.
But bro, I'm so in between, Dustin. Like between making my own agency and having a different account like Max and House, Nick, Sue, all these guys, and just doing it on my own page. I'm so in between, bro. That's why I've been getting like back and forth.
Wait,
thoughts.
What do you mean?
Like, say Nick, for example, he has his grow acquisition. Max and House is his stealth or whatever he calls it. Sue has his own thing. So I'm just thinking, like, bro, do I build the agency for its own page? Because I can stack up.
You mean just like having a name for a business and?
Yeah, I have like a second IG account that I could just push traffic towards there while also promoting.
If you're gonna take Instagram funnel super seriously, they all do that because like they use Instagram as like their main funnel. Like all their traffic goes through Instagram. Like Nick's setting, that's his thing, bro. Is literally he runs paid ads to his Instagram. Like his funnel is his Instagram account, so that's why he has that. As far as like when you're actually closing clients, it doesn't really matter. Like personally, I think it's better if you're closing them as yourself rather than as an agency, because when you're closing them as an agency and you're like, oh, we've done this for our clients, they just think they're going to become another client, a bunch of clients. But when they feel like, oh, this guy has a couple clients, I'm going to be working with him directly, which is the case, then me personally, I found it's like way easier to close them, and it's just, I mean, it's just better to form it more like a partnership rather than like they're an agency client. With that said, you can still brand it around a name and have like another Instagram account for results and that sort of thing, but I wouldn't think too hard about it, about making like an agency website and doing all that shit. I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, cool. And then what are your thoughts business model wise on what's more sustainable to grow long term? The rev share model based or more upfront with no rev share as a consultant? I was like,
Wait, for consulting or for like growth op?
Well, I'm saying like which business model do you feel is the best in terms of like where I'm trying to go with my goals and everything? Is it going to be the rev share model or more upfront with no rev share? And I do like.
I mean, the consulting is basically you're selling your own high ticket offers. So I mean, I'd say the perfect scenario is you're working with 4 to 5 solid clients. You've already got 3 under your belt. 1 to 2 really solid clients. I mean, 1 or 2 more good clients, that should put you at 100K a month just as is. As far as that goes, I would stick to rev share. You need to look at it like this. If you want to work with someone, say you have a lead that comes in, if you know you can make the money, you can get them to 100K a month, whatever it is, like if you know you can come in and seriously help them and they're going to make a lot of money, then obviously go for rev share because you're going to make more money over long term. But if it's like this other case where, maybe it's someone you would, maybe they can make money, but you just wouldn't want to work with them or you don't have the capacity or whatever it is. I feel like most cases it would be along the lines of you don't think they would be able to make enough money for it to be worth it for you to take them on as like a full-time client. In that case, you should just close them as a consulting client, charge an upfront. I wouldn't bother taking a percentage. If anything, you can put a time frame on the consulting. You can make it like consulting for 3 months, and then if they still want help from you, then you can upsell them after it runs out.
Exactly. That's exactly what I did because I'm thinking of what I should do is just maybe get 1 or 2 more where it's like rev share growth op, and then just scale the agency on the side and have like my own consulting thing where I'm able to be a consultant on people's teams offers for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and have my own. Because bro, I'm not gonna lie, having that like 7.5 up front when normally I'm always the one closing for people who receive that high amount.
Yeah.
It like unlocks something in my mind, which is like,
yeah.
I'm never going back to closing for someone else.
Yeah, bro. I mean, dude, you're in a good position. You know the power of YouTube as well. So like, as long as you print out videos, dude. Like, I mean, dude, even me, like I'm killing it with my offer, and I get like 10, 15K views a month. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need a lot of views if you're making super niche content. As long as you're hitting your ICP, like you can get 500, 1,000 views a video. As long as it's the right demo, like you're gonna print 30, 50K a month. I mean, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if you could instantly rip like 30 to 50K a month selling an offer like that.
Oh yeah, really?
Yes, dude. If you start ripping it with YouTube, like obviously it depends on the kind of videos you make, and you need to start making more because you only have like 2 videos up, right?
Just 2, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you start ripping it a little harder, you have all the social proof with the offers you're running and everything to be hitting those numbers like ASAP.
How would I position the social proof to work in my favor? Like, what kind of assets should I build
like
out?
making video, like case study videos, dude. Like obviously it depends on NDAs and that sort of thing, but even if you can make, because I've done case study videos with clients I have NDAs with where I don't say their name, I don't show who they are, but I still break it down. They have this many followers. Like you can break down all the numbers without name dropping them. You can turn that into a 30-minute case study video, and that's insane amounts of social proof because people can see you know what you're doing. You're actually running up an offer, you know.
And then would you put that as like a, not lead magnet, but kind of like a link in my IG bio of like how I made or how I scaled my client to have
you can have a juicer video like that, or you can just every time you post a new video make that the one linked in your bio, just like push new people towards it. One sec, I gotta let my boy in. Hold on.
Very good, G.
My bad. One of my boys coming to Mykonos with us. He's popping to Miami for a night so he can go on the same flight with us tomorrow.
Easy, bro.
And yeah, where were we? YouTube.
Yeah, so leveraging that as social proof for my content asset. Yeah, bro, that could definitely help a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I have all the screenshots on the fan basis payment processors and everything. I could rip that for sure.
Are you on any of those accounts? Like, is it just screenshots, or are you like, can you view?
No, I have access to those accounts.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, bro. If you can show that with like a refresh, you know that goes a fucking long way.
A refresh, yeah, that'd be good. Okay.
Even if you can show that in like the vlog style stuff, because if you're doing the vlog style stuff and it's normal stuff, like even better than a screen recording with a refresh is you actually showing the camera on your laptop screen, because then you're like, bro, there's no faking that, you know.
Yeah, you cannot fake that because like a regular screenshot, I could go on fucking on Google and
Yeah,
find.
yeah, of course, yeah.
You know what I mean, or yeah, I like that. Okay, cool. And then my ICP, what should that be? So it should be info owners or
Yeah, 100%. Because that way you're gonna also be able to get growth op clients and consulting clients with the exact same type of marketing, essentially.
yeah. That's what I was gonna say, bro. That's
Yeah.
awesome. How would I know which to do for what? Like which client would I do more for rev share? Which client should I do more for just pure consulting?
That's up to who you want to take on, bro. I mean, that comes down to obviously the numbers they're doing already. If someone's already doing 50 grand a month and you can go in and get a nice percent, then, you know, I'd say it's probably worth it for you to take them on as like a growth op client. You know, if they're a fitness guy that has 10,000 followers, they're making 10 grand a month, it's probably never going to be worth it for you to take them on as a client. In that case, you charge upfront consulting.
Yeah, and these info owners, do they oftentimes watch videos on like what we would
Dude,
post?
yes, bro, yes. I get even though all my videos are geared towards like my offer, and I literally like explain my offer in the videos and everything, I still get a shit ton of creators inbound in my DMs that see my YouTube videos, even though I'm not even targeting them.
It's crazy. Yeah, because for me, I always have a misconception of like,
They're searching this stuff, bro. Like you're gonna come up in SEO. They're literally looking for this stuff. So as long as your videos and here's the thing, you're in a better position than me because my videos are gearing towards my offer and people that want to run up growth op. Your videos, all your videos are gonna be geared towards creators that want to make money from their audience. So you're gonna get the best of both worlds.
yeah, I see what you mean. Are you thinking any time during the future to transition, or you want to keep doing it towards people who want to get into growth op?
Well, I mean, you gotta remember like what my offer is like it's kind of how I'm scaling my agency. Like
Yeah.
a lot of my mentees, I'm putting my, you know, we're setting up an Instagram account. I'm putting my outreach systems onto it. They're bringing in creators. A lot of those creators, I run up with them. I keep it like a minority percentage. So it's kind of how I'm scaling the creator side. So it all kind of scales together. So that's the only reason that like my videos are geared towards like me bringing on mentees, because me doing that, when I bring on a mentee, it also means I'm going to bring on creators from that. So it works.
So you knowing my position, do you think I'm in a good spot to scale with me offering the growth op to potential clients and the consultant at the same time simultaneously with the content I'm pushing? Should that be like
dude, 100%. All you need, keep ripping content. Literally, like if you can, like 2 to 3 solid ass 20-30 minute videos a week. I don't know if you have that kind of time. At least 1 to 2.
I do. Yeah.
Super solid videos, strictly value, like those long, boring, raw videos. Most people are gonna hate them, but the people you want to like them are gonna fucking love them. Run it all through a Typeform. The Typeform, you can get all the information you need on if you want to run them up or not. So you know if the call is going to be more like a partnership call, you guys are going to work together, or if the call is going to be more like I'm closing this person on consulting. And you're a fucking closer, dude. Like you should be able to run that up easy.
100%, bro. Yeah, no, like that. I'm not worried about. Yeah, it's good.
What do you? And he wired you?
Sorry, what's up?
He wired you?
Yeah, bro. He's from Toronto.
Dude, you can also like I use WAP and Fanbasis now. Fanbasis, I'm really connected. So like if you want, like you can set up financing for your own shit too, bro. Make a WAP account, make a Fanbasis account. If you send me your Fanbasis account email, I can just get it instant approved for all the financing.
Easy, but then how would because I'm in Canada, so like how would that work? Like would I get USD CAD transfers to my account? Because I can set up so I can have a USD account linked as well. Anything.
I believe I don't think it's an issue. I think all it would be is you have like the Fanbasis account. Obviously, all the money goes into that, and then you should just be able to pay it out and do a Canadian account. Worst case, you could open an American LLC, and then like I use Mercury. Mercury's not a physical bank; it's an online bank. You can open it just with like a US LLC, and then all the money can go through there.
So Mercury's an online bank, you said?
Yeah, they have no physical locate, but like I've been using them for, I want to say 2 years now. But it's just a digital bank. It's really simple.
And you set up an LLC with them, or you just set up a regular LLC?
No, so that's if I think you should just be able to link your Canadian bank account and have no issues. But if it doesn't let you do that, then what I was saying is getting set up with an American LLC and then opening a business bank account on Mercury with that American LLC.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. And like if I'm in Canada, am I still going to be allowed to do Klarna Afterpay? Because in Canada we don't have them on.
Yeah. That's up to the buyer, not the seller.
Okay. So Fanbasis will still be able to run it through even if
you're in Canada, as long as the buyer's in the US. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing, bro. I didn't know that.
Yep.
yeah, bro, I'm losing so much cash and not doing this. Fuck yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah,
Have
100%.
you? Are you still just a one-man show?
I have a back end guy that I give him like 2K a month retainer because he's managing the 3 offers on the back end.
Wait, is this the guy that was already on offer?
Yeah, but I took over basically.
So you took him and hired him for all the offers now?
Yeah, so now I have
Okay,
so I have
perfect, bro. Fire.
but I might just downsize to just 1K flat. And
Yeah.
it's small adjustments here and there on like the automations.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking with Rage, and I had adjusted the automations for a better show up rate. That's when I asked him, "Yo, bro, can you just do this quick, and it's done?" Because half the time I'm in team meetings or client meetings,
Yeah.
and I don't have to go and take an extra 30 minutes, hour. So I just delegate. And for the money that I'm paying him, in my opinion, it's worth it, bro.
Yeah.
1K a month, nothing, bro.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree 100%. That's a pretty low salary. I wouldn't ever pay more than like 4K a month.
Yeah. At what point do you think I should like not be a one man show anymore?
I mean, well, here's the thing. When it comes to scaling, all scaling is delegating, bro. So if it gets to a point where you figure all you have to do is identify what's taking up your time. So even when it comes to the YouTube videos, say for example, you start ripping these YouTube videos and it's taking you, 3 hours a day to make a Miro board, then that's something you can be like, okay, this is worth it for me to hire and train someone to do the Miro boards for me. All scaling is buying back your time. And as you continue to make more money, you continue to buy back your time with other things, and then that's how you build out a team, and then you're able to scale and work on the business rather than in the business. That's all it is. So any tasks where you're working in the business, all you have to do is look at what's taking the most of your time, identify if it can be outsourced or not. You hire someone to do that, and then you've now freed up those hours that you can work on the business rather than in the business, and that's how you scale it. Just keep stacking.
Yeah, because I noticed for me, bro, some tasks that I end up procrastinating a little bit is just because it takes more time out of my schedule. Like that Miro board setup, do you set them up yourself or you have someone do it for you?
Me personally, I do them myself. I did have someone doing them. Like I tried to hire someone for it, but the problem was bro, it's just really hard to like replicate your knowledge. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean.
And I didn't want to go. I'm at the point where like I'm not making a ton of them. I'm doing like maybe a couple a month. So I'm fine making them myself, but it is really fucking time consuming. But that's just one of those things where like I did try to outsource it and just the quality wasn't there. And I tried like 2 guys and I'm just like, I'm just going to do it myself because it's too difficult to like get what's in my brain onto the Miro board.
So I was going to say,
That's another thing. It just comes down to like identifying what is outsourceable and what's not, because not everything is going to be outsourceable.
Yeah. And how do you structure your work day, your work week with like balancing your clients for growth op and your consulting on the side where you teach them how to do growth op?
Well, pretty much all my job is now is taking calls. Obviously, like you're in the group chat with Rage, Rage. When it comes to like quick questions or texting or that sort of thing, like Rage and Neil, they handle most of that, and then I do the calls. So they're not really hopping on calls. I'm hopping on all the calls. So every day, like they're handling the texting. When one of my mentees, one of my clients wants to hop on a call, they're in all those group chats. Rage has direct access to my calendar, so he books it in. So it's not the kind of thing where like I have to go through a bunch of group chats or anything like that. It's like when someone wants to hop on a call with me, it automatically gets put in my calendar, and every day I wake up, I see all the calls I needed to take, and that's it. So most of my job now is doing the calls. Obviously, I have people for actually building everything out, managing the offers, running the offers. So I'm not really on that side of things anymore because I already had that hustle for a couple of years. Now I'm in the position to where that stuff is outsourced. I have a team now. I have multiple full-time employees. So now it pretty much just comes down to like my knowledge, and like 90% of my job is just taking calls like this and spilling my knowledge. That's it.
Okay, nice. So the majority of your cash is coming from this kind of business model agency and the percentage of the creators that are scaling that you gave to your mentees,
yeah,
right?
I broke it down. I don't know if you saw the video I posted, but I broke it down with like the YouTube strategy. So last month the month of June, I did 178K, and I think 66 or something like that was from my own offer, and then the other 100 whatever was from the offers I'm running.
Okay, nice. When you say offers you're running, is it the offers that you have majority percentage of, or it's like the mentees?
So with my mentees offers and my own offers, I'm in like 2 to 3 dozen offers right now. Like It's a lot of offers. It's split. So it's just if you look at the video, I broke it down. I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, it's split up between my own offers that I'm running myself, which is really only a few that I'm like fully running myself. I don't have like anyone helping me on, and then all the rest are with my mentees pretty much.
Okay, nice, bro. Nice, that's awesome. And bro, between you and I, so there's a lot of people now that are building up more and more courses, and kind of sad, not saturating because there's always going to be more people, but just loading up more and more and more mentorship and courses. How sustainable do you think Growth Up as a whole is in the next couple of years, bro? Like, where do you see it going?
Well, that's the thing is like this business model is entirely, it's just education. It's just another form of education. I've been in the info space for fucking years, and I always say this, but like if you asked me a couple years ago, I would have said a Discord is the best way to like run up an info product. A low ticket Discord. You charge $50 a month, whatever it was. At the time, it was fucking ripping. That's what was working best. And then now obviously it's more, high ticket offers, one-on-one. People want the one-on-one support that produces the best results. But bro, info products have literally been around for like 20 years. College is an info product, you know what I mean? It's been around for hundreds of years. So it's not so much like where's Growth Up gonna go? It's like info products are always gonna change. Like in 2 years, who knows? It might not be high ticket offers that are ripping. It might be something we don't even no one even sells right now. Software is becoming like a big thing too. A lot of people pairing like their offers with softwares. So I mean, Growth Up, info products, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be around forever, but the way they're sold, the methods of which they're sold are always going to be changing.
Okay, nice. So in this situation, given that where I'm currently at and my goals and everything, what do you think I should take in terms of action for me to kind of be able to expand my portfolio, bro, and just grow and hit that 6-figure month?
I think outsourcing whatever you can right now to put more focus on YouTube and your organic socials. Because you already have, a decent level of organic socials built up. But like I said, bro, everything comes down to YouTube. Like exactly what you're looking for, exactly what you need to scale, the people that need to see your shit and work with you, YouTube is where you're going to get them. So I think putting your focus towards making content to bring in leads, because you're already past the point where like outreach is probably not going to do much for you. You've already got some really good clients. You're past the point where you don't really have to do outreach anymore or anything like that. All your clients should be able to just come from your organic content and just word of mouth.
Yeah, like my last 2 clients were just word of mouth.
Exactly.
Like I tried the whole outreach thing for a couple of days and everything. And then I realized to myself,
you don't need to, bro. You just don't need to. Like you're already past the part where you'd have to like grind it out and hustle. Like you're already doing good numbers. You're doing 60, 70K a month. Like you're past that point to where now you can just start ripping it with content. Like still, most of my best clients as well, they come from seeing my content or referrals. Like I don't have to slave outreach anymore if I don't want to,
Okay. That's good, bro. That's good. So I'm gonna be posting more YouTube then. And then what would you say the split would be for me between the value and lifestyle? Because you're saying 2 to 3 per week of value videos. Where would you put in that lifestyle / personality where I could just kind of show?
So what I've been seeing that works a lot is you can do lifestyle, but also make it like working. So like that Sui guy you just told me about, he I just recently saw this, but he posted like an hour-long video, and it's literally just like, it's like a proper day in the life where he shows like, oh, at one point Stripe was holding funds and blah, blah, blah. So you can do both, bro. You can show like the actual day in the life stuff, and then you can also vlog like when you're working and explain what's happening and show like the actual inside of the business, and that'll do really, really well. So it's not so much strictly lifestyle. It's not just fucking like partying. It's not just a car. It also has like the business aspect of it, so you're not completely ruining your demo.
That's what I mean. Okay, so sure.
Yeah.
Knowledge. And then, bro, I've been watching a lot of Iman in terms of like the Iman Ghazi business channel. I found I get a lot of information from there.
His videos are fire.
Like how to scale like an info product, how to tackle bottlenecks. What other videos or channels you recommend I look at for me to get better at overall the marketing side, knowing how to
Dude, honestly, half the shit I do now I got from Iman's business channel. I was actually gonna join 8FL. So when I was in Dubai, bro, from his videos, like I implemented so much shit and it fucking worked for all my clients. I was already sold. I was like, dude, I'm gonna join this shit. And then I hopped on the sales call, and dude, the closer like really fucked up. I was literally pre-sold, and he showed me everything. It was like a school group, or I think it was a school group. And he literally went through the entire course and scrolled through like all the information in it. And then he showed me like the calls are pretty much just like, there's a couple coaches in there, and then he sent me the recording of the call. with all the information that's inside of it. So I didn't need to pay $18,000 to get the information.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah. But no, Iman, like I got a lot of knowledge from him, and then obviously that was that was great as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, because I've been looking at a lot of his videos, and it's helped me a lot to also guide
Yeah.
my own plans as well towards
Yeah.
everything. For the webinar setup, I
Yeah,
know
let's talk about this.
we're gonna look to do that next month. Right now, we just did more creatives on Saturday, like a whole yacht that he just pumped
I
a bunch
saw
of
that.
creatives.
Yeah.
So next month we want to run that. I want to do it so that, like you said, right, it's going to be book a call and not pay on the actual webinar.
Yeah.
And I'll have all the internal team, all the closers on the ball with everything. How would you set that up? Like, what would you kind of do to build it up? What systems would you kind of?
Okay, so all right. First of all, webinars are really fucking annoying to run, and there's so much back end shit you have to set up. Like, I would have to like honestly type out a checklist, but I'll give you the rundown. So first of all, you're not trying to run like an evergreen webinar, right? You're just trying to do like a one-off, like actual legit webinar.
I'll do like an actual legit webinar because we've done like the whole pre-recorded one for like the longest time. People
Yeah.
caught on, I feel.
Yeah. No, I mean it's better if you do it as like an event, like you're revealing something, or if you're dropping a new offer or whatever it is, like really hyping it up like that. In his case, I would start promoting it probably 3 weeks prior. Obviously, you don't want to do it too far because then people are going to forget about the date, but also not too close. You want enough time. So between like 2 to 3 weeks prior to the webinar, I would start marketing it and really ripping it. During that time, really all his content should be pushing towards that. I know he does like a lot of story call to actions to his landing page, but like if he really wants the webinar to rip, he should be pushing all his traffic to that. So him doing that obviously might make him less money during those 2 to 3 weeks because he's not posting the call to action, but it'll make the webinar rip way harder. Now,
Oh, wait, DM ads, bro. Like we're ripping 2K a day on ad spend.
Okay. Okay.
All your cash, bro. Like we're doing 2K a day, and we already have like more than like a 3.5x ROAS on
Yeah.
the month or just from ads. So I know if it does a little bit less,
So are you
organic,
planning on running ads to the webinar as well?
like what are your thoughts on that? Because I don't know how to kind of do that kind of back end. Like I'd have to ask.
So yeah, I don't run ads myself. I can connect you with a couple guys I know that do run ads to webinars, and they're really good. They don't run it to cold traffic or anything like that. It would literally just be running webinar ads to his followers, and it's just to get them to opt in. So obviously they're not like selling anything directly from the ads. There's not going to be like a trackable ROAS until after the webinar is run and done.
Yeah.
For the actual webinar itself, what offer is this selling? Which one?
The
And how much is that?
It's 10K.
Okay. Wait, is there one below that, or is that?
Yeah, there's 3.5 as well, but we mainly focus on 10K. We have different financing platforms as well and
Okay.
everything. And like some people, they do cash and they do part of it financed as well,
Yeah.
so it ends up being like a full 10K.
Okay,
yeah.
got you. So the thing with webinars right now, and again, webinars are also one of those things that's like changing a lot. So what I'm saying right now might not be applicable in 6 months' time. But right now, what I know is working best is doing a book a call funnel with webinars. So before, most people were running it like, they'll do like a 2-hour webinar, and then at the end, the pitch, and then they let people buy at the end. That's not the best right now. What's the best right now is doing a book a call funnel. So running the whole webinar. Even sometimes I know a lot of people are literally, they'll say the price and then they'll still make it like you have to fill out the form and book a call just to add that exclusivity to it. If you're not going to say the actual price, I would still say like, oh, it's a 4-figure investment or whatever. It just gives some sort of hint towards how much it does cost.
Yeah.
And then, because here's the thing, dude, a 10K program, like no one's gonna buy that just from watching a webinar. So like they have to speak to a closer regardless. Maybe a couple people will, but it's not even close to how many people will buy if they actually watch. Like they have to speak to someone, they have to talk to someone, so they have to talk to a closer.
Yeah. Would you mention it's like a 5-figure investment, but bro, do you have 5 figures? Most of you guys probably don't. That's why we also.
So here's the thing is, I mean, it's 10K, so it's at the lowest end of 5 figures. So honestly, it might be good to just say the price. Like just straight up say it's 10K.
At that point, would you also say the whole thing, which is like, well, listen, like I doubt, every single one of you guys have, let's say 10K in your bank. That's why we offer installments, X, Y, and Z, super easy.
Yeah.
Would you also, because I feel like by announcing that, they're way less likely to just not book a call.
Yeah, you definitely have to say that like financing is available and that sort of thing. Because you're right, most people are not I mean, do you know how much percent of the offer is financed?
Bro, a good amount.
Okay, then yeah, definitely say that,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, like Klarna and Afterpay are making our pockets pretty hard.
Yeah. So
Like,
now when it comes to the actual webinar itself, like you're gonna have to set up SMS sequences, email sequences, all these different flows. I personally have used Webinar Jam in the past. Webinar Jam I think is the best for running webinars because you can connect all this together, connect it to the CRM. They have like the most integrations. But dude, if you're planning on running it next month, like I would start setting this shit up now. Like it's that fucking. There's just a lot of shit, and it's gonna take you a lot of extra time to do. Obviously, it's gonna
but the
spit
cash
out
is
a ton
worth
of
it,
money.
bro.
It's worth it, yeah. But I mean, like it's gonna take up your focus for like a month. Like actually, it's not easy at all.
Yeah, cool. So let me like I'll speak with him, but I know he was down for it, and then we could also do like maybe like whoever was, let's say, on the webinar and didn't buy or book a call.
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna need a bunch of setters in place, dialers, like that. That's where, dude, like, I don't remember who I spoke to. One of the guys I'm telling you about that runs ads, I think he told me that, like 70% of the sales or something came after the webinar from the people that didn't book a call on the webinar. So like
Yeah.
they're like, I'm talking like those leads are gonna be coming in and buying for weeks after the webinar. So you really need like good setters and systems in place for that. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a logistical nightmare, but it prints.
That's probably how Brez is able to make so much per month too. Like he has those webinars, well, like once a month, and then he pushes so much traffic. He also has YouTube ads that he's pushing as well.
Yeah,
And the
he's
lifestyle
running a lot of meta ads right now too.
he is, yeah.
Yeah.
What's his funneling process like?
I'm not sure to be honest. I don't know exactly. I just had a call with like his number one competitor actually, like someone selling like the same freelance brand scaling stuff. He was showing me a little bit of like what the funnel looks like, but he's basically like ripping his exact funnel. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure exactly what Brez's funnel and offer looks like right now, but I do know that they're ripping like 600K to a mil a month.
Okay, I mean, I have a good amount of action plan right now on what to do. Are you in Miami around like September, October?
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I'm trying to rip Dubai in September. Then I might head to Miami maybe for a week.
Okay, bet. I mean, I might even head to Dubai around that time. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll find a place to link up.
Yeah, would you recommend doing like going to Dubai for some time out of the year? You know, because I'm looking to set up my accounts too, like somewhere outside of Canada, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're Canadian, so you can get set up in Dubai pretty easily. For Americans, it's pretty fucked. Like, there's not much we can do. But Canadians, it's really, really easy to get set up in Dubai. So you can get fully set up there, 0% tax. So, I mean, if you're paying, I mean, with the numbers you're doing, I think it'd definitely be worth it.
Bro, yeah, 6-figure months here, bro. You're getting taxed like 40%, 50% if you're not.
No, I think, I don't know if for Canadians it can be 0, but I know it's like less than 10. So
even at that, I would 100% still do it.
Oh yeah, it's so worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Easy. Good, bro. Listen, I have everything here that I need. I'm gonna get to work, bro. I'm gonna delegate whatever I need to, and you're gonna see my YouTube channel is gonna be bumping a little bit more.
Love it, bro. Yeah. When the next video you post, send it in the group chat and tag me. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. All right, bro. I know more likely exactly what I'm gonna be doing, and it's gonna be how I scaled one of my clients from whatever, like 100K to like 400K in just this much time to set up the entire thing. I wanted to ask you one thing, bro. I wanted to share my screen and show you the CRM that I have built out right now.
Sure.
Because I wanted to get your idea on it.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Is it still bugging right now, or it's good? It's better now. It's better.
It's still kind of chopped, but I think I saw everything I needed to see. It looks solid, dude. I was asking you what frequency you're sending them in. So there's 1 hour prior. What are the other two?
From 3 minutes after the call is booked, then the 6 hours before, and just 1 hour before.
Okay. You said 6 hours before?
6 hours before, then just 1 hour before, and then we also send over text on the group chat. So the way it works is that our DM setter sets in the call as he group chats with the closer. I get that closer to chop it up over text. So, yo, what's going on, brother? My name is, let's say, Jerry, head of operations. What made you want to change, bro? Bicep emoji. They start talking once in a while, and now I'm getting the closers to send over audio messages in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's solid. So you're hitting them, so the actual closer is talking to them, and you're hitting those texts reminding them?
Exactly, yeah. As if it's the closer texting them on personal iMessage.
So they're sending voice notes over iMessage?
over Instagram DMs
Okay, Instagram DMs.
on the group chat.
Yeah, no, it's fire, dude. I think it's solid. You don't need. Do you know what your show up
Okay.
rate is? Because like, there's not really much more you can do than that.
Yeah, bro. I'll tell you right now. Show up rate right now is so it's 80% on my top DM setter. Other one is 77%. My other DM setter is 79%. Like nothing under
Yeah.
70, like
Yeah, I mean,
75%.
there's
bro.
not
Just take
not a ton of room for improvement, bro. Like it's solid.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm a fucking perfectionist, bro. You know, but in business, I noticed, bro, especially the big teams, you're always putting out fires, bro. It's insane.
Yep, of course. But sick, dude.
Always.
Looks good. So quick recap collectively. What are all the offers at, and what are you doing monthly right now?
Yeah. Right now in the month I'm at 60
Okay. You're at 60 on this month or last month?
on this month.
Oh, you're fucking ripping it, bro. Holy shit.
I appreciate it, man. I'm just staying 10 toes down, bro. I'm trying to pop out with the R8 by 23, bro. Come on now.
Bro, easy. What the fuck?
It's the end of March, bro. So we're gonna see. Yeah, I'm at. So I last month was 68 last month net. This month I'm at 60 on the dot or 60.5. I think with scaling a little bit more, getting some more closes. Yeah, I'll get to 70 this month. I think alone.
Yeah. You might get higher than that, bro.
Yeah, 75. Then like I said, bro, December I'm trying to hit 6 figures, bro.
Yeah.
Like minimum.
You're gonna hit it, bro. You're gonna hit it way before then. Like you're already there. You're already touching that shit.
Bro, I have it fucking written down on my whiteboard in front of me. I'm like, yo, 100K a month by December 31st minimum, and then I do that shit 6 months in a row, bro. And then I'm getting myself a supercar.
Yeah.
I don't care, bro.
Fire,
so
bro.
I need to.
All
That's
right.
awesome, man. Okay, cool. I have everything that I need, bro. Anything else, I'll just text you worst case. But
Sounds good, bro.
I appreciate you for real, man. You're a G.
Yeah, we'll be in touch, bro. Keep me updated.
Okay, enjoy Mykonos, bro.
All right.
And we look at those vlogs, bro.
All right, peace, brother. Thank you.
All right, see you, man.
All right, next I want to talk about paid ads. Now, I have a million people that ask me about fucking paid ads. This is really important what I'm about to talk about because paid ads are not as important as you think. So, at the time of making this video, I do not touch paid ads. So, everyone I work with, I'm specifically working with organic creators. Obviously, a certain point at scale, you do want to introduce paid ads. When that time comes, I always outsource it. I'm being fully transparent. I have absolutely no experience running paid ads. I do, but like tiny, like I do not know what the fuck I'm doing. I am not a paid ads guy. I'm gonna tell you what I do know about paid ads. First of all, running paid ads to cold traffic for info products is extremely difficult. And I've realized that only two things work, okay? Because like I said, even though I don't run them myself, I do know what works and what doesn't and what's really fucking hard and what's really easy. So here you go. First of all, here's one of the things that works. Running meta ads to Instagram followers. This is easy as fuck. It works really well because you're targeting people that likely already know the offer and have consumed tons of content and just need a push. So all this means is you're running the ads and the only people seeing the ads are people that already follow that person on Instagram. So they've already seen their face, they've already seen their content, they already know like what this guy's about. They might even know what the offer is. They just need a push to buy it or to book a call or whatever it is. You also need a solid funnel on the actual IG account and solid setters in place. So having a funnel in the Instagram account means having reels that are educational, maybe have call to actions in them, having maybe a keyword in bio, having a lot of results and testimonials on highlights. That's the most important part. Having a funnel actually on the Instagram profile so that the setters can get them booked into a call, because most of this is going to be running meta ads and Instagram followers to like send a DM or something like that. You're rarely going to like send them to a landing page, which is where having really good setters comes into place. Now, the other option, running broader meta ads only if the creator is highly recognizable. So FX Alex G is an absolutely perfect example of this because you've probably seen his ads before, but you already know his face because you've seen his reels. This usually means they're using clippers and they're doing multi-8-figure views, multi-tens of millions of views every single month. That's the only way you're able to do broad meta ads. Now, if the viewer doesn't follow the creator, this is the most important part. If the viewer does not follow the creator and they see an ad from them, which means you're not running to IG followers, you're running to cold audience, it cannot be the first time they're seeing their face. Some level of trust must already be established. So if someone is, say I'm running ads, someone sees my face for the very first time and I'm trying to sell them an info product, that is not going to work. That is not going to be profitable. It's not going to make money. Just plain and simple, it's not. However, if I'm running clippers, an army of clippers, and I'm doing 50 million views a month, and I run an ad, and someone that sees that ad has already seen 3 of my reels from clipping accounts, maybe they don't follow me, they've already seen my face, they already somewhat feel like they might kind of know who I am, know what I'm about, that's the only way it can work. If it's the first time seeing your face, it's not going to work. Now, if it does get to this point, I always outsource to someone else to run the ads. Now, I prefer to work with creators that have good lead flow organically, because all I have to do is set up a good offer and sales system, and it'll pretty much sell to their audience, which is just a pre-existing customer base. And this is what I always go back to. This is the whole point of the business model. I also get a lot of people that come to me in Instagram DMs like, yo, I closed this creator, man, but like, how can I help them with their content? Like, there's really no leads coming in, whatever. And it's like, it's a shit creator then. That's the point of the business model. The whole point is you're partnering with people that have the organic following, and maybe it's not even following, but just engagement. They have lead flow coming in. They have views, they have eyeballs, they have people looking at their stuff. That's what you need. So if you're working with someone, I get DMs too, like, hey, they'll ask me a question about ads. They'll be like, hey, what type of ads should I run? My creator is not getting any leads. What's the point of working with the creator then? You're partnering with people that have an audience and lead flow. That's it. Otherwise, there's no point in partnering with them. So think of paid ads as fuel on the fire after everything's already working, not to bring the leads in the first place. Now, Raph and Jacob, who I've had in multiple of my videos, they run an info agency specifically focusing on ads. I just showed this video, which was my full convo with Raph, and they're actually partners if you guys don't know. I'm gonna show this super quick segment, a quick convo I had with Jacob, a little bit of insights on paid ads. Again, they're absolute killers with paid ads. When it comes to that, if you're at a point, and I'm not getting paid to say this, but I know a lot of people that have like outsourced to them, and they are just generally really good at paid ads. So me personally, if I ever have a creator I wanna rip ads with, I'll outsource it to someone I know, not necessarily Raph and Jacob, but just somebody else that can run them and scale them up for me. But that's pretty much all Raph and Jacob do. And they've spent millions of dollars on paid media. So I'll play that quick convo with Jacob, and maybe you'll get some more insight from that. Mr. Levinrad, bro.
That's me. We both scale info products.
Yep.
I pretty much just stick to organic. Like, pretty much everyone I work with is just organic. I don't touch paid ads.
He's
why?
the king of organic.
And the king of paid ads, apparently. So why are paid ads so good?
So first off, I might not necessarily be the king, but I've spent about $6.5 million in 30 or so months. And the number one thing I've learned about paid versus organic, and if you are reliant on either one, right, or reliant on organic or paid, the biggest thing to be worrisome is, with organic specifically, is that there's that fluctuation. Like some months are good, some months are bad, and it's literally out of your control to an extent. With paid, you're building a machine. Like, I could put $1 in and I know I get $4 out. And obviously $3 isn't doing much, but if you amplify that to 10K a day to 40K a day, that's what we've been doing the last year.
Yeah.
And you're just able to build a machine. But the good news is if you're running organic and you figure that out, that's the harder fucking battle to figure out. So if you figure that out, get over to paid, because paid is literally the same thing as organic. You're just getting impressions. The only difference is you got to pay a bit of it. So maybe your margins will go from 75% to 60%, but like, who cares if you're making fucking way more money? So just dive into it. I dove into it when I was like 19, hardcore, when TikTok first came out, TikTok Ads Manager, and paid ads changed my life.
So would you say there already has to be like an organic presence though to run paid ads?
No, not at all. Right now, like, my Instagram blew up because of paid ads. Like, I started Instagram with 10,000 followers, and when I started running paid ads, like, you can go on my social blade right now, we grew 150,000 followers in 2 months time. Like, I'm not fucking Tate, I'm not fucking begging for views, affiliate clippers, like, I don't care if we get views organically or not, because I know no matter what, like, I'm gonna put money into my funnel, and that's gonna get me millions of impressions a week, and you know, people follow that fuck with it. So you definitely don't need to be famous already, because you're pretty much paying for virality. Like, you're able to pay yourself to that famous point, which is sick.
Sick, bro.
Pays for the view.
Appreciate the sauce. Nice crib, by the way, bro. Also, guys, Jacob's tall as fuck.
I'm short, man.
He's
Dustin's
tall.
taller.
Now guys, that is going to wrap up the entire course video. If you've sat through this entire thing, I don't know how long it's gonna be. I know it's gonna be like hours long though. So if you've sat through and watched this entire thing, big fucking props to you. Now I wanna tell you guys this. Most people, they're not gonna sit through and watch this entire video. They're just not. So if you did, first of all, that's really impressive. You know what, I'm actually gonna record this on my DJI. I'm gonna switch to my DJI real quick. Boom, just switched. By the way, you guys wanna see something funny? Look at my fucking recording setup. I recorded this whole thing with, a tripod and a phone. Ignore all the trash in the back. Anyhow, if you guys watch this whole video, you are a different type of person because not everyone can just sit through and watch a video this fucking long. So you might be the kind of person I want to work with. I already went over the mentorship a lot in this entire video, but I'm gonna say it again real quick just so you guys fully understand how it works. I guarantee you a creator in contract. We set up an Instagram profile entirely based around you. We put my systems onto it, use my results, you leverage all of that. I'll take the calls with you and we run it up. You get access to all my systems, my SOPs, my KPIs, my network, VAs, closers, everything. It is a full hand-holding, one-on-one partnership experience. I just realized I should probably be looking into the camera. It's a full one-on-one partnership. It is not your typical mentorship. It's not group coaching. It is not a pre-recorded course. There's none of that. It's full one-on-one, me and you on a call with each other. You have access, why is it doing that? You have access to my personal phone number. That's how I run the entire thing. So if you're interested, the Typeform is in the description. If you have any questions about anything this entire video, leave a comment down below. What the fuck? Leave a comment down below or message me on Instagram. I answer everything in the comments on Instagram. I answer all of it. So if you're interested, hit me. And again, guys, watch the rest of my videos. So much value. I'm so fucking glad I'm finally done. Now I get to edit this video. It's gonna be great. If you're interested in working with me, Typeform, leave a like, subscribe, comment. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.